very excited to see them, and I have to admit, as you guys said, a hype finals indeed. Whoever wins this, Sheever, you prophesize, could get a direct invite to the Kiev Major.
Oh.
Nobody knows for sure. I mean, you're looking at me as if I'm the one deciding it.
She was actually
Sheever.
doing the invites for every Valve event.
If you have any problems, pro teams, Sheever at twitter.com or whatever.
Sheever Gaming. You
Sheever
don't even know her
Gamer.
Twitter handle?
Sheever.
I don't sell out a lot, but anyway, let's continue
Close
on.
enough.
Thank
Close
you.
enough.
Thank you.
Now, they didn't get here by accident. They didn't just stumble into China and found themselves in the grand finals. They had a road to go. We can take a look at the brackets and see what they did to get to this point. Because actually, these two teams, they were in the same group.
Yeah.
These are the playoff brackets. This is the way they got here. VGJ came second in the group of death, which wasn't even group of death because VGJ. It was the group of death because DC, Wings, and Liquid.
Yes.
And VGJ was there as well. But this is the group. It was Group B, the group of death, indeed victorious. And they face each other at the start of this tournament. The series that propelled VGJ into greatness, perhaps, as they lost to Liquid, though. But they learned a lot from that and won all the rest of the matches to get to this point. Was it surprising to you to see that, Jake?
Absolutely. I mean, as I said before, it was a team that you've heard the same old story. Chinese big-time pros coming into a new team. Oh, this time it will work out. But this time, it is working out. I mean, they finally, you got that fire that we used to see again. I mean, if I was a Chinese fan, which after this today I very well probably will be, you just got to feel good to see your old top-tier boys performing again. It's incredible.
You're not already a fan after the previous series?
Oh,
Come
I'm
on.
a fan, but I got to say, I mean, day one, I
You're a
said
bandwagoner.
Liquid would be in the finals and they would win the tournament, so I can't back down now. I'm too close. I'm too close, Sheever.
OD surprised that OG didn't make it?
I think everyone is going to be a little surprised, at least. Not maybe some people less so, that they didn't make it to the finals. Especially kind of after, obviously, the opening. You remember that last series that we saw, you know, OG, they managed to get through this outpick and just outplay VGJ you know, from the draft onwards.
Yeah.
But then game 2, game 3, it was kind of a little bit of a reminder of, you know, VGJ, they've already shown us some incredibly strong stuff, some versatile stuff as well. And the fact that they're able to do it against OG, I mean, in this final, they're absolutely going to have a chance. Before this, you could have said the teams that they went up against to get to the point where they're playing OG and not necessarily teams that are the hottest at the moment. It was DC, Wings, teams that we know that in other lands, in other kind of online games, they've been suffering a little bit. But taking down OG, I mean, wow, it's all about this match. Liquid VGJ.
What you're frowning
it's gonna be
about?
great.
Has he been frowning a
I
lot?
don't think you got the brackets right.
VGJ?
Yeah, they played Liquid first round.
Yes.
Yes.
And then they got knocked down.
Yeah, I don't know. You said someone.
And then they played
anyways.
DC and Wings, didn't they?
Yes, he did.
Anyways.
Come on.
Suffice it to
That's
say,
what happened.
the argument is still there, right? I mean,
Yes.
people said that, oh, they've had an easy ride up, and then they go up against the best team in the world, and then boom! Take it, OG.
There's no doubt that Group B was stronger, considering we have like the very first match as the last match.
Yes.
Wow.
Wow.
That is a metaphor
So
right there.
we need some seating, please.
But who could have predicted that VGJ would do so well? This is their first LAN. They haven't been tested yet until this point. And what better way to test them than to put them in the hardest group?
Indeed. And guess what, Sheever?
That
That
was deep.
test has been passed with flying
Yes.
colors.
For now. I mean, not yet. They
For
still
now.
They still have to face Team Liquid. That's kind of what we're here for, Jake.
Okay, sure. We're all here for the finals. Well, we'll get to the finals soon and find out if they pass that test with flying colors, Sheever. Very
Yep.
well.
Very well. Would you even say that it's fair to say that VGJ had a more difficult route to get to this point? Ben?
What? Oh, we just said they didn't.
VGJ had the more difficult route.
At this LAN?
I would say so.
No, we were
This is
just
great.
saying.
Keep going.
We were just saying that they have.
He's asking you a question,
She's
bro.
asking you a
I thought I
question.
already answered.
You can say no.
VGJ up. Okay, apart from OG.
That's not possible.
Oh, we're including OG. Okay.
Of course you're including OG.
Okay. If we're including OG, yeah, they had the harder route. Okay. They had like the easy route that was like a straight road, and then at the end it was like the chicane
had to
up
play
a
way
mountain
more
with
matches.
angry mountain people kicking your car off the cliff. That was OG. They beat that. So yeah, they had the harder route overall. Yeah, I agree. VGJ had the harder route.
Oh, that took a little while, didn't it? We are soon getting ready to welcome the teams on stage. I believe That will happen very shortly, so keep watching. Now, before that happens, though, I believe Liquid's going to walk up first. What is the most important thing that, coming into this tournament, everybody knew that Liquid was going to be great. They were insane. No, come on. They had a
think
great
that Liquid was
performance.
gonna be great.
Do we have a Liquid hater?
No, but I don't think everyone thought that they were going to do well. Their
You're
last
more, you're more a
thing-
puppy guy than a karaoke guy.
Whoa, bro. Those are some ancient memes, all right? Don't take those up. But anyway, Liquid was kind of...
Oh!
You know what's happening? DDC, the
I think we're
Chinese
testing
host,
the
is
fire alarm.
trying to teach them the Liquid cheer. He's like, you got to cheer Liquid, and then you got to clap. And
Well, that's
they
pretty-
know the VGJ one. Of
That's
course they
pretty
do.
easy.
But he taught them the Liquid cheer as well.
It's an innovative. Oh, they're good at the VGJ one. They're good at the VGJ.
They're good at the VGJ one.
I like to think that they're saying veggies.
VGJ.
You would.
It was close.
Jeez.
But they also learned the Liquid cheer because, coming into a tournament that is in China and there is a Chinese team in the finals, there's going to be a bit of bias here.
When are they ever going to say liquid?
They're going to say Liquid. When
They're
Liquid does really
probably
well.
not, Ben.
They're probably not.
The people in Twitch chat back at home, the international viewers, they'll be going.
I hope this
Liquid.
this isn't fruitless. He's trying really hard though. I
He is.
admire.
He's got a beautiful smile, that man.
He does, actually.
He does.
Infectious, if you
Look,
will.
look at him go.
But he is in process of
We will. Oh, here we go.
seeing the teams enter the stage. Team Liquid is the first one on, and Team Liquid.
Oh!
Hey, and people are cheering Liquid right now.
Oh,
There we
yes,
go.
they are.
The Matumba special coming in.
Look at that. Wow.
There we go.
He's even got the khaki jeans on.
Nobody knows how to hype up a crowd like Team Liquid. Look at that Kuro. A
Wow.
respectable man. A man that they can... Oh, he's sick. He's coughing into his
No, he's
sleep.
going, I'm going to draft this. He's letting those secret leaks out. Well, there we have it. Liquid.
Indeed. Scary as ever. Ready to prove that all their online games weren't just online games. They were just how good they are. Just about taste of what's to
Look
come.
at this pose.
Oh, the poses are coming out.
Look at that
Wow.
double dab. That's a forbidden
The double
maneuver.
dab.
Was it supposed to be a
Double
V?
dab. It was a V into a double dab.
It
I
was
haven't
the
seen something like
inverted
that
Eiffel
since,
Tower.
My God. Since pre-TI1, I haven't seen such dankness come out from one team. Oh.
I'm glad we're
Alright.
back to the sick intros. That was something of a bygone era. I missed those.
I do miss those intros, actually.
Yeah.
Well, you
China
don't have
does
to
that
miss
well. I will say that for sure.
The respect, the handshake, the last moment before
And
these
the
twos become
smiles.
enemies.
Who
They're
wouldn't be
just
happy to be in the
smiling at
finals?
each other. It's like, I'm smiling at you now, but I'm going to crush you later kind of smile.
I guess.
Isn't that what all smiles mean?
Yes,
Yeah,
for some of
that's-
us, Ben.
Some relationships.
And what an exciting intro from both those teams.
Yes.
They look alive, they look awake, they look like they're ready to get down to business, gentlemen. And lady.
They are. They have had a bit of a break. Liquid even more so, as they were also able to watch the series that VGJ had against OG. But VGJ, I think they're the team that is more so a team that, feeds off adrenaline than any other here. If you watch ROTK's energy, that's all you need to do. You'll just get energized yourself, and you'll just want to win.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you're your team, which actually could be a problem. If
Okay.
Team Liquid sees RTK, they'll get the energy to win.
Those are some 4D chest strats there, Sheever, but
Yeah.
whoa, hello!
Whoa.
Okay, sorry, the crowd is
It's
getting a little
incredible. They're
excited
very
there.
noisy, aren't they?
They're
making a fantastic sound.
They're trying to be like
Absolutely.
ROTK.
Is that what they were cheering for?
Yeah.
Ah,
They
I
said
thought they just
ROTK.
asked who wants bubble tea.
Bubble tea is delicious.
Me?
But it ain't
I want a
as
bubble tea.
delicious enough for that, Mr. OD Pixel. That's the cheer that you can only get from some Dota fans looking for some action. So, should be exciting. Now, before we did that, I was saying, you said that Liquid were expected to win. I didn't think so. Last big thing that they won was Dream League. And don't get me wrong, wonderful tournament. But not the most prestigious big win here. And they've been trying to prove themselves for a while. This would be the biggest thing that they've done in quite a long time to win this one.
Oh, I agree. I think all of us agree with that.
Okay.
But coming into this, Liquid was definitely number 1 or number 2 shared with OG, wouldn't you say, OD?
At least in the EU, for sure.
No, I
Oh, you
mean,
in the world?
I mean in this tournament.
Oh, in this tournament, yeah.
Who did you had like coming into
No,
this
I think
before
yeah.
any matches
Yeah,
played?
no, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I guess some. No, Wings not so because they weren't performing ready beforehand. We didn't really know what to expect from everyone else, but yeah, in terms of the Chinese teams like VGJ. But yeah, if you looked at the statistics that we had, yeah, OG and Liquid would have definitely been, I think, the two.
No, I mean,
two highest.
same for you, Ben.
Sure.
Sure. See,
Sure.
there you have it. That's all it needed to prove you wrong, Jake.
You're bad at yes or no questions. Owen.
You're bad at yes. You
I
said
know.
sure. That's not even yes
It's
or
close
no.
enough.
That's like in the middle. You know, when you say sure, you don't really mean it. It's like, do you want to go out tonight? Sure. You're like, I want to stay and play Dota, but you say sure because you don't want to say no.
I think
Ben.
you're talking to the wrong person here, Owen. Anyways, so what's going on, guys?
Hello, welcome back to the panel. So, anyway, you know, I wish I could really just hear something coming out from this team to not to about themselves, because we can only speculate. We can only think about these teams. If only.
Yeah, we will
Only.
have to wait a little bit. You can't just do that, Jake.
I
You
needed
gotta-
to try to find something to get this back on track. These two.
To get this back on track,
Yes.
I'm gonna make it very easy for
Ah.
you. There's a lot of star players in Team Liquid, but which one is the true MVP?
Whoa.
Oh.
Yes.
Boba. He's
All
the
right.
one who
You
taught-
wanted to get this
Bulba
back on
gave
track.
his life
he
for
taught
Liquid.
the others like a bloodstone. He gave life to the team after his departure. So no, all kidding aside, the MVP of Liquid. I mean, you could talk about the 9Ks. You could talk about the skill. You could talk about the playmakers, but it's always been Kuro. I mean, come on, he's the leader. He's the whip.
Look at that stare. He's
Holy
not agreeing
Jesus.
with you.
I mean, it's Matumba. He's great. No, I love him. Oh my gosh. Matumba, man, favorite carry on that team. The playmaker, great guy. Next.
There you go. The quiet guy, the new guy, GH God. You know, he calls himself GH God. I feel like that's
Oh,
kind
that's
of
a little. I mean, we do have a caster amongst us calling himself gods, so you know it's a common occurrence.
It's true. I guess that's in a way that's true.
Well, I did meet some Chinese fans, and they're like, they had seen Parker around earlier. They're like, "Have you seen God Z?"
God see.
They call him God Z.
God see.
Because of his capitalization too. That's
Wow.
great.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, he does
They're
have a
pronouncing
very
it correctly.
nice
All
Yeah,
of us
I
in the
li-
West are idiots.
I know.
Do you think-
I like calling him God Z.
God
It's
Z.
a great name.
You think after a good cast, they're like, God see,
Yeah.
wonderful.
Can I get your autograph, please, God Z?
God see it.
The original 9K.
Hey.
Hey.
Miracle himself. Or in the words of someone, it is some Arab.
Wow.
But
Wow.
we'll hear more about that
Wow.
in just,
What the
in just a
hell?
minute.
Fun with you hosting your last panel.
We have mind control. Commonly overlooked. You know, he is the
Well,
big
he's only a small lad. Yeah.
yeah,
He's not very tall, so I imagine he is overlooked quite a few times. Yeah.
play-wise commonly overlooked. I mean,
Oh.
there's a lot of flashy players on that team, but he is the glue that keeps them together. It's his big plays, his team fight potential that lets everybody else soar on that team. So GH and mind control, pretty much gods if you're
Indeed.
looking at them.
And we can also find out what Matuma Man thinks about his teammates as we will take a look at this profile.
Hello everybody, this is your favorite carry player from Team Liquid, playing Dota 2 video game. Here, presenting you the Team Liquid members by the man himself, Matumbaman, as known as La Seurpalainen. First off, we start with Miracle, Amr, my fellow 9K player. He's an Arab. That's how I would describe him the best. He's trolly. He just does like nonsense stuff all the time. He's going here, places all the time, and it pisses me off. Seriously. Then, mind control, Bulgarian brother. He looks like a tough guy, but inside he's a real teddy bear. Then, Maroon, GH. He's an Arab too. and Christian. Believes in God. Admirable. And lastly, Kuroki. He's the great leader of our team. Makes all the calls. When we like slack or like do something ungaming related, he's just like, yo, get back to work, sir. That's about it from the weekly episode of Matumbaman's Thoughts. Thank you.
GH. He is.
Yeah.
GH. Yeah, good job on 2 letters of the alphabet, Steve. I mean, we started halfway through, but
And then I had
Hey,
to cough. That
Okay.
was pretty awkward
No.
segue. But hey, hello. We are now segueing into VGJ, so let's do that real smooth.
Okay.
VGJ beat OG. You guys.
Yep.
They did that, and everybody was expecting to see OG in the finals. It was very impressive. How did they manage to do that? What went so right for them?
well, they got their ancient before they lost their own.
That
Thank
is
you.
true.
Thank you.
But the process of getting that ancient, Owen, was not an easy one. I mean, we were talking for like game-to-game problems. Basically, almost got knocked out immediately. Game 1 was goof. Game 2, just about knocked out. And then they come back with 2 massive plays, and then I would have to say an outdraft and an outplay in the 3rd round. And that means that this is a team that you can't underestimate. The best team in the world underestimated them right before they won, and it cost them everything. And, yeah, powerful team, Ben.
It happens often that you underestimate your opponents. And people underestimate OG a lot, at least probably in most of 2016, but now it's VGJ's turn. And they played a lot of games, and they had a lot of tape, but still, people thought that Freeze could only play Ember and Storm.
Yep.
And he just whips out this Naga and just crushes them in game number 3. What else can he play?
And it wasn't just the Naga play that was impressive. He made it look like the team as a whole. He just lifted them up, made everything fall together, come together with the Warlock, mostly with the Warlock, but the Keeper of the Light as well, having a song at the right time. The synergy was there. It was beautiful.
Yeah, FY has been playing very well, and I think a lot of that, like his flexibility allows ROTK to draft whatever he wants pretty much for his team.
Yeah, we are going to learn more about VGJ because Jack will describe all the players to us.
Hi guys, this is Jack, and I'd like to introduce VGJ for you. Once calling himself the aggressive unknown, VGJ's carry player must decide exactly which persona is going to show up from one game to the next. Seldom has the Prince FY looked more like a god than with Fenrir and ROTK, now reunited. Little is known about new blood young talent Freeze, even by his own manager, but he plays mid for VGJ, so he's got to be pretty good. The longer the game goes, the fewer the items one Protect 4 specialist Fenrir seems to have. Always in the spotlight, old Captain ROTK is revising the latest edition of his How to Win with the 2 F-Gods manual.
Little is known about Freeze. Well, that was a couple of days ago, and since then we've seen him play a lot of amazing Dota games, so we know a lot more about Freeze, all Dota related, though unfortunately. But yes, his Naga Siren in the game that we saw against OG, the last one, was pretty great, especially the synergy with it.
Yeah. I mean,
Team Liquid knows this now.
They play Keeper Naga themselves. I think first part of the draft is going to be Keeper and Wisp, I would say. Those are my main 2 heroes I'm looking at.
All right.
Yeah,
Lone
for sure. Yeah,
Druid
from
a
both
little
sides.
bit.
Yeah. Well, between both of the teams.
Yeah, between both of
Yeah,
them.
yeah,
Those
both
are the
sides.
most contested heroes,
Yeah.
I think. We talked a lot about, some Earth Spirit here and there, some Lone Druid, but I think those are the real ones that you need to address. We also saw Liquid pull out their fair share of unusual heroes. We did see the Enigma that
Yeah.
kind of cruised onwards to victory.
Yeah, for once, I actually think Lone Druid will be a super interesting hero this game. I know you're laughing and stuff because Lone Druid is, the most commonly picked and
yes.
banned. But
He is interesting.
in the one series that we had, the China v China, they didn't pick Lone Druid, they didn't ban Lone Druid because both these teams didn't play it. Now, they're going up against a team that loves Lone Druid. Matama's a god with that hero, so I'm very interested to see how he comes into play.
First ban it.
Well, against OG, they did ban it every game.
Sure.
Yeah.
But
he's
this is
first in
Team
it.
Liquid. You have
Yeah.
so many things you have to ban. You have to ban Wisp. You have to ban Coddle. You have to ban.
What is happening?
Usually when that's the case,
You can't talk strats with the enemy, Kuro.
Kuro.
Oh,
Kuro betrayal.
this is like the BMs before the fight.
Oh man, he said
Wow,
something.
that-
Like,
dude, I wanna
oh,
watch-
man, go
but turn
put the
around and watch
camera
what's
back
going
there.
on.
Oh man.
does
Yeah.
anyone know the
Whoa.
coin flip rules for this?
You guys would not believe what's happening on stage right now.
What? Shaver, you can't just troll the audience like that. Nothing is happening on stage.
Dude, this looks intense.
It's just a simple discussion.
They're like, look, I won't pick Lone Druid, so let's just have a gentleman's
Gentleman's
agreement.
agreement.
No Lone Druid this
There are
series.
no gentlemen's agreement in Dota.
They're having a gentleman's agreement.
Oh, they're talking about Jared's? No? This is very difficult to decipher.
He actually looks
He's very
visibly
animated.
upset.
Listen, if the camera's not showing it, we probably shouldn't be talking about it.
I mean, it's
Good point.
Kroki's like, look, mate, I'm going to play OG here in the finals, and you guys turned up. Now, what,
Hey, look at that guy in the crowd. He's a
Dude,
He
this
happy-
is-
loves
oh.
RTK and Tidehunter as well.
Oh,
I
wow.
like
wow,
this guy.
RTK tied. Let's go.
Ooh, we haven't seen an RTK Tide this tournament, have we?
Let's go. I mean, Underlord kind of looks like Tidehunter after a bad night out, maybe.
That is a pretty bad night out indeed. To be honest, I think Underlord, the only game that it worked on was against Wings that we saw yesterday when VGJ was up against Wings. I don't think it's going to work against Liquid. So I don't think, or rather I hope we're not going to see Underlord. I'm just unimpressed by that hero.
Well, you did miss the games that you didn't see, Sheever. I mean,
I
the
did
Underlord.
see that one.
Yeah, well,
But that was against a Chinese team. That was, maybe the European teams just know how to play against it better.
Okay, sure. I mean, that's definitely a possibility there. I mean, but the Underlord that he's dreaming of, that he envisions in his head, I saw a glimpse of it, Sheever, and it changed me. It changed my opinion on the hero. It changed my life.
Wow.
Just to see that. I mean, the problem that this team currently has is, for them, it's one of their biggest, it seems like comfort picks, because it got them through the qualifiers.
Yes.
They just pick Underlord, they think it's going to work, and you have to pick that hero with a team that can capitalize it, like a Warlock or something. And so, hope to see that in this series.
Warlock, it's interesting that you bring that up, because Ben, do you think that's first ban worthy? I mean, if you're talking about first bans.
Nope.
No, not first ban.
But it's so good.
It is.
With certain
but
heroes.
OG already played it a couple times, so VG know how to play against it. I also think it's a little bit slow for Liquid's pace. Sometimes they'll run like a Warlock Terror Blade, but at the same time, I don't really think the Warlock is
CN,
Return of the King.
the Dota.
King. Yes.
Return of the King,
Oh,
CN
there's-
Dodo, best Dodo.
Come on, guys.
I
not
can
that
read
hard to
English.
read.
I was
Come
going
on.
from left to right like normal people, not upside
Normal
down.
people.
Normal people,
Top
Shaver.
to down, thank you very much.
What are you trying to say about that guy?
Hey, let's leave
come
Sheever
on.
alone for a
That
second.
lad is the
Now,
most normal lad I've ever met.
We were talking about banning first phase Warlock, and you didn't
Yes.
think that they would do it, Ben. But the one game that Warlock was not banned against them by OG, I would have to say that that's the reason that they lost.
Yes.
I mean, this team was fantastic with that Warlock. They made the most plays. He had almost the most damage. More damage than their mid, I think.
Things have changed, though.
That was one
was
series
like an
ago,
hour
Ben.
ago.
It's changed.
Yeah, new patch.
Keeper, Wisp,
uh,
different heroes. Different playstyles, too.
Oh,
Liquid has
okay.
a very different playstyle than OG.
Of course.
Well, yes.
there we go.
Well, we have our first answer. Lone Druid still removed from the pool.
Okay.
And Nyx Assassin against RTK, we've seen that ban every single time. That does mean that we're going to see Warlock, Slardar,
Do they ban the
Fossil.
call?
Do they ban the Coddle?
Do they ban the call, or do they let
We
have the chance to take it first pick?
Oh, you take it.
There are a lot of heroes that are decent against Coddle. Nyx is one that's pretty good with banned out. Clock I like, as well as Juggernaut I think is also really good. One of the biggest problems about playing against a keeper is that you can't break high ground, and I think Juggernaut kind of alleviates that greatly with the healing ward. He's one of the best heroes at dealing with it. So they're gonna actually leave
Oh, wow.
keeper in the pool. and
Centaur
Centaur
first
is
pick.
immediately snagged up.
Yeah. Well, GH told me in his interview that it hurts him to be beaten by a Coddle, one of his faves. But at the same time, they know how to deal with it now. And that was the one time that VG was able to steal a game off him. So we'll see if they don't pick it up to make sure that they win this game. But anywho.
I also like Night Stalker actually versus not necessarily because of the darkness, but it's because you can like kind of wrap around the keeper. Like the way that you deal with the keeper is you actually jump him so he can't set up the illuminate. But actually, it's much more difficult now because of the shrines.
We have seen Night Stalker, I think, banned once perhaps against the Culto, but not picked at all. In what scenario? Oh, you're going to ban out
Yeah.
Invoker.
Yeah, you.
Yeah. I mean, I think they
have to
may
ban
have
it.
banned it out anyway, regardless of the brew
Yes,
turning up
true.
because it's Miracle. But yeah, for sure,
He has
this
one
is
smile
curious.
on his face.
But do you think it's actually for that Invoker combo? I actually don't. Liquid likes to run kind of a roaming, high-impact Brewmaster,
I mean,
even
if
without
they
the
really
Invoker.
wanted it with Invoker combo, they could have just won 2 Brewmaster Invoker.
Exactly.
So it's still pretty decent.
For people that don't know why we are hinting on Invoker here, a couple of days ago there was a game with an Invoker and a Brewmaster, first 2 picked by Wings, and they put Alacrity on the Earth Panda, and the Earth Panda, sorry, Brewling, hits buildings real hard. He got pulverized, so he basically 3-shot buildings and he hit it really hard. Now, even without Invoker, that is very scary. You don't need to have
he's-
Alacrity.
but yeah,
He's still going to
Brewmaster is
be
still
really good to push high ground.
a very good situational hero without the Invoker buff up.
Yes.
Of course. And the original reason why people thought that he was being picked out is because of the new illusion thing that was found with him. You know, the insta-kill on pretty much any illusion.
And,
So
and saying that, I mean, even before the Invoker Brewmaster was picked by Wings, it was Liquid that picked up Brewmaster and Kotl
Yep,
a
they love
lot
that.
before in their online matches.
exactly. So I would be very surprised if they let an Invoker go just because you're dealing with Miracle God. But at the same time, we'll see what they're pick up in here.
Yeah, is
set
it
up
going to
actually
be
for
the
Sunstrike.
Warlock?
Yep, Warlock's still available. That's a very good point. We did see that was the key to victory against OG. So
Or rather Rubik?
I personally like more lockdown, so you can actually prevent the Brewmaster split. A lot of the reason why Brewmaster's been so strong is because like a lot of them have like Warlock. You can't stop a Brew from ulting with a Warlock. So I don't know. That's not my support of choice.
Is
versus
it
the
the
Brewmaster
time?
opener.
Is it time for Skywrath Mage?
Skywrath is decent. I wouldn't first phase him though.
Not this early.
No, I'm not meaning right now, but maybe later on.
hey, good save there. The Rubik coming out there. Great. Now VG picks Invoker, steals the Brew's ult, and they...
No, immediate.
Oh, they
Invoker
ban it.
ban.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
All right, so...
Saw that one come. And Freeze is Storm Spirit, of course, removed as well. His best hero, I would say.
Also an Orchid Carrier versus Brew.
Yeah.
Curious if we might see the return of Silencer. Very big in the Chinese scene. We saw it picked up earlier in this tournament, then kind of forgotten about. I mean,
You need a really good jump hero to synergize with it. Like Bat Rider, Legion, Storm Spirit, these are the heroes that you want with a Silencer.
Sure.
I don't think Centaur is the best pairing with them.
Okay.
But I do like your line of thought. I think it's really good to deal with the Brewmaster in the team fights. But as we've seen, it's sometimes just slow. You're like, oh, we don't have global, and he doesn't offer that much. It's not like he's a mech carrier or anything like that.
Of course. Dazzle going to be picked out too. It's pretty interesting.
What are you thinking, Odie? What's going through your mind?
I mean, I think so far, ban-wise, there's just not been anything too surprising. It's exactly what we expected from these two teams going up against each other.
Bloodlust on the bear.
Yeah.
And you can Bloodlust BKB/Magic Immune Heroes nowadays, so it's your poor man's Alacrity right there.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, I mean, you're thinking like a pro player now. Every pro player I talk to says playing Ogre Magi is the worst experience. He's literally just
Yep.
a
Bloodlust machine.
machine.
Yes.
But
They all hate it.
yeah,
But you have talents now at least.
Sure.
So you can get like GPM and whatnot, so that's great.
and he has a lot of other uses too. I mean, he's kind of that fatty, tanky hero. Can put on some.
He can bloodlust 2 people at once. He
Hey.
can bloodlust 3 people at once. He can bloodlust 4 people at once. What a great
Sure,
hero.
sure. But we did see a great lane earlier in this tournament with a Ogre Magi and like a Sand King. So, hey, look, it's Life Stealer.
Don't sound so excited.
Oh, boy.
OD coming
OD.
through.
He's one of the best mids, I think, to pair with Bloodlust. I actually think he's the best one. SF's like okay, but you're casting a lot with SF. Sometimes Requiem, sometimes Raises and whatnot. But OD, like, you don't even need any damage items. You can just steal a ton of intelligence with the Ogre Magi. And it also very rarely loses that mid matchup.
But hey, Mr. Ben Merlini Wu, isn't he not that good against Life Stealer? I mean, he
He's
has
alright.
innate magic immunity. So
Yeah, but you can kite him ridiculously hard. Like, if he goes on anyone, you can just astral them. It's a good save for the Brewmaster, so he can actually get off his ultimate because they don't have that much lockdown. And he almost always builds Hurricane Pike, which is really good against the Life Stealer. Ooh,
Okay.
I did not expect that hero at all.
Bounty Hunter, interesting.
I think it might be their way to deal with the Keeper because what we've seen from the keepers, they park themselves in the fog, in the trees, and you can just never find him. And he just blasts Illuminate from wherever, and he just gets away with so much fun without actually dying. They don't actually have a way to jump onto him. I think that Bounty Hunter is going to be that hero that's going to find the keeper and annihilate him with a life stealer inside sometimes.
And it's also a number 4 that actually gets quite a bit of gold, so might be able to buy an Orchid.
Yeah, some kind of
Money.
silence. Money.
Money.
I do feel it is going to get hard though for the bounty hunter. You know, if that keeper they like has a good timing on the Ags and has the gem.
That's what they're trying to prevent with the Bounty Hunter.
I guess that
Yeah,
they
if
want
they
to
do
try
get
and
it, yeah,
get the momentum beforehand. Otherwise,
Their
yeah,
5
they'll
man
have
is
that to deal
really
with.
weak though. Like on the side of VG, almost all the lineups that we've seen is like Warlock, Underlord, like these like overwhelmingly strong team fighters. But this time it's a much different strategy where their team fight is actually quite lackluster. So they really need to be able to do well in the laning phase, get Bounty Hunter early level 6, get some track kills early on, and really limit the keeper. I think this is like this. We haven't really seen too many of the lineups like actually deal with a keeper. It's like, okay, you see the keeper and you just like acknowledge it. It's like, hey, what's up, dude? But you don't actually like do anything about it. Like FY just got like he was able to blast bottom and get a scepter in like 16 minutes. They didn't address the issue in this game. VGJ, I think they've completely switched gears and they let them pick Coddle first. They could have easily banned it out instead of the Wisp. And
Does Freeze play Sniper?
any mid player can play Sniper.
I was thinking maybe Sniper could
I was
be
just
good.
being honest.
All right,
Any
no,
mid
that's
player
fair
can play
enough.
Sniper.
But because in terms of heroes up against OD,
Yeah, Sniper I think is good. They also have the Centaur War Runner to
the frontliner.
frontline, and it's
There's
also
not
good
a lot
like
of jump. There's not a lot of jump
yeah, there isn't
on
a lot of
Liquid
jump.
either.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
really
it'll be down to
hoping
the
that-
bruise blink dagger timing. And then
Rapnel I like. What else could he play? Ember's a tough matchup. Like, Sniper's a much better matchup versus OD, and I think you have way more kill potential because you have the
Yeah.
BH.
As predicted,
Good
there you
job,
go.
Chiefs.
I think that's really good for
Yeah,
VGJ.
it's a really good pick. So what does Matamba Man play here? Let's see. They don't really need push that much because I think their late game is a little bit better, and they can stall a little bit more with the keeper. Their
Could
team
you try a Terrorblade this game?
Airblade?
I mean,
Terrorblade's like
magical
all right
damage.
here.
Well, I mean, I guess the bounty.
I think
the
like
Centaur's
OD
a lot
and-
early game.
OD and Terrorblade don't have that much synergy together because they both like require a lot of farm and require
How
other people
about-
to do stuff. How about
PA. I'm saying
PA
attentively
is
because it's not a great hero, but it is decent against Sniper. Then they will get some jump. It's a fighting core. You're saying that they already have a lot of good late game potential. You can push with the brew. You can high ground defense with the Cottle if you need to.
I liked it more when it was like Drow Sniper was a lot more popular.
All right.
But I don't particularly like it too much versus Sniper. He also just gets destroyed by Silver Edge nowadays.
Yeah.
Is there a
Silver-
chance he's going to try and Naga it up?
Naga is actually, I think, a pretty good option.
Ooh, the more active fighting.
We were all wrong.
We saw him out. If it is indeed going to be Matu on the Timber, he had an amazing game
Yeah, he
earlier in this lap. He really did.
Yeah, we've been saying a lot of last pick too.
What Ben?
Nothing.
He did he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. No.
I was waiting for the segue and it never came.
All right.
Thank you, Shiver.
I want to hear from you guys who's going to take it. Just a team name. That's it.
Team Liquid.
Okay, game 1, Team Liquid. What about you, Ben?
VGJ.
I'm trusting in Matu. It's liquid.
Ah,
too.
Well,
word.
as the
Broke the rule.
EGB.com bets show, the odds are in favor of Team Liquid. But if this draft is enough for them to take it, we're going to find out. It is over to our commentators, Lyrical and Gods, for game number 1.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shiver and the panel. We're here, grand finals, best of 5. It's, of course, going to be Team Liquid facing off against VGJ. Gods, tell me right now, do you think the Sniper is the pick they needed?
Yeah, it's the kind of pick they wanted. It's probably was one of the best options left in the mid lane. I don't think it means they've won the draft by any means. I like what Liquid are doing. The last pick, Timber's a good hero. That means Ogre can even go and help bully the Sniper mid lane. It's a kind of laning set where I feel like Liquid can often shine. When they give Matu these self-sufficient laners that don't need support help, it allows both Kuro and GH to be very active, aggressive early on. GH can secure the off lane, Kuro can go mid, so it's a kind of setup which works well. I think a lot of this game is going to come down to the Bounty Hunter. Fenrir picks that one up. Interesting to see FY not on the roaming role, but of course his famous Rubik is being played. But Bounty Hunter as a pseudo Coddle counter, being able to find the Coddle, scout him out, initiate on him is going to be key for this VGJ draft to work.
Yeah, and of course, we've talked about it a little bit during the panel as well. This is a draft that Liquid have gone to time and again, opening with that Coddle Brewmaster. It's an incredibly potent duel off lane, and I'm kind of wondering how VGJ are going to be able to deal with it. It's pretty hard to deal with.
They've decided they can't deal with it. They're sending their lifesteal bottom.
Oh,
So Gabe, they evidently do not think they can contest by fighting like a 2v2 lane. Bounty is going to be somewhat roaming, so for now they're going to send Lifesteal at bottom to farm and contest Martu's lane, which could theoretically work. I think in practice you're going to find yourself with a dual/tri lane that doesn't have much damage output against a Timber with reactive armor, so not sure how much they can actually do to bully the Timbersaw once he gets a couple of levels.
That early block is going to go now into the favor of the OD, and not to mention having an Ogre in your lane. So what would traditionally be a pretty great laning stage for the Sniper is going to be somewhat impeded by Kuroki just coming in and punching him in the face.
I like that it goes for the headshot first. Often you'll see like Sniper just use the shrapnel in the 1v1s to help zone the enemy mid, but you know that Ogre's going to be up in your face, having the extra headshot, helping him out there.
Down bottom, as you mentioned, aggressive going up against the Timbersaw. Is there a certain point in time where Matumbaman is basically going to be invulnerable in this lane, a certain amount of levels perhaps, or does he always need to be a little bit worried about the rotations?
The Bounty is probably the hero needed to move in there if they want to get that kill. So with a Bounty Hunter's presence, you can probably get a kill here around like a level 2 with the Shuriken, since Shuriken level 1 is a big bit of burst damage. But for now, Tango Stout, even just 1 in reactive armor is a lot. Level 2 reactive armor, you become really hard to kill.
Well, Fenrir is going to move in. They've got aggressive in the area, open wounds as well to deal a bit of damage. They're still going to have the lift if they want to use it for FY, but Matumbaman, very tanky. They pull him back in, but there's the Timber Chain away. So
I mean, he did more damage than he took there. So that's with the Blightstone. I believe VGJ thought, let's give this a shot. We've got Blightstone. The minus armor might be enough to make up for his tankiness, but Martu having Timber Chain there instead of Whirling Death gave him an avenue of escape, and that's all of Lifestealer's mana. He's used 2 open wounds now. He's going to have to go back and Shrine fairly soon, I imagine, with his team. That is not the start you'd want for this bottom lane, and Kuro's even coming down here to help secure it even further for Martu with some side pulls.
Yeah, this is great, and you know, you think about the OD maybe being zoned out to his first couple of levels, but now that he's been able to get off to a hot start, should be able to be self-sufficient there, as well, GH is going to maybe do a bit more harass damage here onto ROTK. They get the slow and a couple of hits.
There's an Illuminate, but looks like GH doesn't want to go for it.
Still very aggressive there, as the first smoke rotation is going to come with this haste.
Ooh, this is a very needed kill after the Sniper starts this lane.
Now they're looking, moving in now. FY going to pull him back. OD in some trouble. Miracle getting hit with those shrapnels. Fenrir going deep for it as well, but they call off the charge as the rotation from Kuro.
Bit of indecision there whether they're diving for it, and had to wait maybe like a half a second longer. If Rubik waited just a little bit longer so Bounty was close enough for like a right click, just an Orb of Venom slow may have been enough to get that kill. And also Bounty just level 1. If he was level 2 and had a Janata or a Shuriken for sure would have been a kill. So you can tell they're feeling like a bit, not, I mean, desperate, it's maybe not the right word, because like we're still 3 minutes in the game, but they're feeling like these lanes aren't going as well as they would have liked, because when you go for a low percentage kill, a 3-man gank on mid backfiring, there's a lot of time and resources invested not to get a kill. So from that perspective, it is some serious wasted time.
Yeah, and I think that it all goes back again to that Timbersaw not going down that bottom lane, as you mentioned, not having Whirling Death, and across the board, leading in CS across all of the lanes, it's feeling like everything is going to plan.
Oh yeah. And speaking of time well spent, GH on this Coddle has a triple stack. He has not missed a stack on the big camp at the left and a double stack on his medium camp. There's a lot of farm awaiting this Coddle and Brewmaster when they fall back in the jungle. So they're winning the lanes while stacking camps.
Yeah, and thinking about that, being able to take it later, the cooldown reduction on the clap as well. It does look like Fenrir is going to move in again, is being revealed by that ward, so they realize that this was happening. Still does have Astral, going to use it now onto the Sniper, thinking about turning here. Wants to maybe get aggressive with Kuro in the area, and Miracle sensing a little bit of weakness. Has he overextended? He is going to go down. Freeze drawing first blood. You can hear the adoration of the crowd.
Yeah, Miracle just deciding not to back down, knew there was all this shrapnel on him, wanted to just fight for it, but good news for Sniper. Fairy Fire, Raindrop, he had all the small little items. Perhaps Liquid hadn't done the full check or at least slightly misjudged the situation there. So first blood secured means that Sniper at least gets a bearable trade with that exchange.
Still very far behind in terms of the CS battle, but you're going to take everything that you can get at this point.
Yep. You're losing the lanes quite badly as it is if you're in VGJ's shoes, so you take those one-for-one trades when you're the one getting first blood. That really helps freeze out.
Well, Fenrir now is going to be stalking Mind Control, out of mana at this point, so can't go too much further. And in the meantime, Matumba Man is just going to be keeping on getting larger and larger. Is there ever a point where Aggressive needs to be concerned about going down here?
Not so much 1v1. Theoretically, he can get zoned out of the lane. The Timbersaw can try and spam him out with the Arcane Boots now, so he may force a Rage and force him back. But he shouldn't be dying there. And yeah, he's got 2 triple stacks now. He triple stacked the medium camp. He's got a triple stack of the big camp. They can farm this. They've still got a Shrine to play around even. This is a lot of farm for these two in the off lane, as well as levels. GH is going to be close to level 5 off of this. I'd be very concerned right now for VGJ when this Brew and Coddle come back to lane.
This is how Coddles get fast Aghanim Scepters. This is how the Brewmasters get quick Blink Daggers. And if VGJ aren't careful, when those items come online at this early stage, it's going to be just a monster.
Yeah. Nah, they give most of the farm to Mind Control even. 44 CS, he is dominant right now as far as the net worth goes. He is top of the CS, good 700 net worth out of the Lifestealer. Tons of farm on the Brew. And he can find kills soon even.
I mean, theoretically, this is part of the reason why you would pick that Bounty Hunter as well, to go in and scout those out.
Yep.
But meanwhile, ROTK over here in the top lane, they bring in FY, going to commit the Stampede for this. They are going to be able to find that kill, and maybe GH to go down as well. Kuroki trying to save the day. It's not going to be enough. They are going to bring down ROTK, but well, it's a big price to pay.
That is such an important kill. That Brew was getting out of control, getting an immense amount of farm, had the early Arcane Boots, was working on a Blink Dagger, level 6.5 this early on, while dual laning with a Coddle. Cannot emphasize how important a kill like that is for this VGJ squad. Even losing ROTK in the process, definitely worth the trade there. 2 for 1, and we'll just deter some of Mind Control's aggression. Just go a little bit too keen to try and find an opening to perhaps use the Primal Split. He knows if he pops a Primal Split, the Stampede can kind of disjoint and get you far enough away from those Primal Split warriors that it wouldn't be a guaranteed kill. So he's trying to lure them in a bit closer before going for it.
Well, you're talking about those level 6s coming online. Matumba Man has his as well. Is there any chance at all that they try to make a rotation maybe towards mid or something to kill off the sniper, or just stay in lanes at this point?
I think they're happy to stay in lanes. They should recognize they're winning the lanes, picking up TP scrolls so you can basically counter gank. Like you want to wait to see what VGJ do, because they're going to start feeling like they've got to dive for some kills, go aggressive. When they've got Stampede and Lifestealer infest up, they may try and make some kind of a aggressive play, and that's where I feel like Liquid are going to be looking to react more than they are going to be looking to set the tempo.
Oh, Mind Control there, getting a little bit frisky with the Rubik. FY.
Akuria, this is perfect timing mid.
Yeah, Fenrir. Oh, he doesn't quite spot it, maybe on the back.
Perfect timing, but not aware of what's
Man
going on.
down in the bottom is going to end up dropping far too deep there, and with the courier kill to top it off, VGJ. Very nice little combo there.
Yeah, that's money in the bank. That's kind of what I talked about, how VGJ are going to be the aggressors there. I mean, Matu getting aggressive, but he wasn't really going for kills. He was just going greedy, trying to farm behind the tower. This does leave FY alone. The poor man just trying to get his level 6 gets, well, crit to the face with a thunderclap. That'll bring him down, but overall, a good sequence of events for the VG squad.
Phase Boots now there for Freeze. They give the kill over to the Brewmaster, as you mentioned, so that way he can build up towards that Blink Dagger. And that might be the signal for them to go for a bit more of a fight.
Yeah, until then, it looks like they're just going to keep farming the lanes. There's no real pressure or need for them to make any rotations. Matu just wants to be greedy. Like, diving behind the towers to try and force your opponents to react. He obviously didn't want them to get the kill on him, though. And the sniper TP down with all the magic damage was the killing blow. And if he's not too careful, there could be another rotation coming soon. Sniper's TP still on cooldown for another 7 seconds. But just a rotation you don't expect. It's like a mid-sniper TPing in. A bit of a unconventional TP, but it gets the job done.
Mind Control as well as Kuroki. Again in the jungle, they pass by at least Fenrir for the moment. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to spot him out or find a kill. They were looking, I think, for ROTK, who did end up heading all the way back to home.
Take some of that jungle farm, steal it away. And it looks like Fenrir is going to get the top lane now to get his level 6 track online.
Well, again, we're still sort of waiting. Rubik was able to steal Timber Chain, it looks like, there to the side.
Okay.
Obviously, Team Liquid having a really good laning phase to start it. In your eyes, when's the point where this starts transitioning into something else?
Probably will be that blink on the Brew. That's where they can group up more and force down some towers because they have a way to start a fight. Until they have that initiation tool, they don't really have the best means to force plays around the map or to try and push down any towers. But still feels like both OD and Timbersaw would rather farm than fight. These are heroes that really get strong with items. Matu is going to rush a Hood, so I think off of this early Hood, it does allow him to fight, but similarly it also allows him to just solo split push the lane. That sniper TP rotation doesn't work if he's got a Hood there, so this is definitely one of the most cost-effective early game items you can get on a Timbersaw to stay alive, and kind of suggests more to me that he just wants to be impervious to ganks rather than to try and TP rotate around.
Mind Control very close to that Blink Dagger. Should be able to pick it up, possibly with these last couple of creeps here. The other thing to mention is that you almost have level 6 up on Bounty Hunter. Far away from being able to get a Blink on Sense.
This is like the bigger thing, because Bounty gets level 6 and immediate infest top from the Lifestealer.
Oh, if they could kill Mind Control here, this would be so huge. They're thinking about using it. Stampede.
Tough kill. He's so tanky. They want the support. They take the free one.
All right. Well,
can't blame him there. I legit think they would not have killed Mind Control. I mean, if he pops an ultimate, they definitely don't kill him. And they can't kill him during the disable, so they're probably aware that, hey, if he pops ultimate, this gank's wasted. We want to guarantee a trap kill.
Oh my god, FY! Putting the screws to Matumbo Man there. Got to be a little bit careful, Timbersaw.
Yeah, that's... FY got in action.
That's the reason that they
He is 1v1ing the Timbersaw at this point. And coming out on top. This is the solution to this. Timber was like, okay, you can't really send 2 or 3 heroes down here to kill him, but what you can do is just send FY alone, it seems. As with all those levels he's gotten now, he's just having his way with Matu. But Matu, plenty of regen, about to complete that Hood, so doing what he just did gets a little bit trickier now with that item pickup.
And still to consider is that this OD has been farming away.
Yeah.
A little bit ahead of Fen or Freeze at this point, but
yeah, Sniper's in the jungle, so he's not even feeling confident enough to stick around too much in that lane. But his team's going to start creating some space for him now with the Infest skanks coming into play, the track. Aggressive's got his armlet up, so he's kind of reached that like first early game peak as well. Does feel like VG Gaming will continue to look to find pickoffs like we saw at top lane. It really does feel like a game of pickoffs and farm rather than team fights. Neither team is like looking for big 5v5s. That's just not the nature of either lineup. ROTK even goes for the early Hood, so he's not necessarily looking to force fights too early on. So does suggest a slower, more late game oriented play from both teams.
Maybe this is the moment things turn around at least a little bit. Liquid moving into the area. They have the Blink Dagger up and online. Smoke going to be broken. They jump forward, find Fenrir, commit the ulti as well. They're on top of him. Matumbo Man not quite able to find the kill. They do get it there. Mind Control picking it up with that boulder, and now the time to get out. At least, well, no, they decide to turn, fight back into RTA. They take him down in spite of the shrine just outside of the healing now, and looking for Freeze. Can they bring him down? FY trying to make the most of this. He steals Brood Split. Going to try and turn it against them now, but already 3 are dead. Is he really going to be able to do enough? If he can possibly bring down this OD, it would be some semblance of a turnaround. They get the lift up onto the Ogre as well. Another boulder getting tossed out, but I don't know if they're going to be able to take him down.
FY needs to be careful now.
Coming out of it, they get the Fire Blast onto the Rubik, looking for the chase. They are going to be able to run him down.
Okay, won't get...
Oh, well, aggressive here, as well as Fenrir. They end up getting the shuriken toss. They turn it back around and take down 2. 3 go down for Liquid.
Wow, FY, what a player. That fight went so bad for Vici at the start, but the Brew Split still changed absolutely everything. It gave them an initial kill on the Timbersaw. It allowed them to continue chasing for more, and then to finish it off, he's like in a 1v3 scenario. It looks like, okay, he's going to lose the Brew Split, fight's over, FY, your fun's over. No, he steals Astral, which he self-astrals, buys time for his team to show up to get a couple more kills, and when it's track money involved, that's big kills to be getting, so very, very impressive from the Rubik Master himself.
Definitely, and feeling like if this guy is able to pick himself a good amount of farm, this game could definitely go into the way of VGJ if they're not careful.
It was a wasted, I say wasted, I mean, ROTK thought he could save the bounty hunter there. That it was like the long-range boulder toss that actually ended up getting the kill.
Well, they're going to be able to control Matumba Man again. The chase continues, in some trouble, is going to be able to deal out a good bit of damage there to ROTK, trying to dodge away, but he is going to fall. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they're going here and able to take down Freeze. Well played there. Mind Control going to drop as well as ROTK makes the escape.
Track kills again, though. I'm not sure if both were tracks, at least one was. It looks like only the second kill was a track one, but money going the way of VGJ. Unfortunately, Sniper, one of their important core heroes to scale into this late game. You don't want only Lifesteal to have farm. The longer this game goes, will take a spill, and that puts Miracle well ahead of the Sniper at this point.
A very fighty start to this one. 18 kills in just about 15 minutes, but it's always been a little bit of these scrappy engagements with the initiations from the newly minted Blink Daggers, as well, they steal away a couple CS there from them. Just looking very strong right now. Is there a team that you feel like is maybe a little bit more comfortable with the pace of the game so far?
VGJ for sure. They're the team that wants to fight and just constantly brawl more often. They're the ones who get track money from the kills. They've got a Centaur with a Blink Hood who wants to keep fighting. It's Liquid with the OD, Timbersaw, who kind of want to play the farm game. Even Coddle is probably feeling like there's a bit too much fighting going on. I just want to farm up my ag. So I imagine GH is making the call to the team like, guys, let's just chill out. Give me a lane to farm and push. I'll create some space for us. That's what he's doing now at the bottom lane. Just to finish some items, it looks like he feels pressured into the 4-staff before the Ags. I know GH really likes his 4-staff, and I think this isn't the first time he's gone for it before the Ag Scepter, but does suggest that he's not going to have that vision tool at the earliest moment. But against the bounty, you almost need this positioning one.
Well, there's the jump onto Kuro, gone in an instant, and they're going to relocate in one.
They've still got Stampede, so you've got to really respect the VGJ initiation still. And vision on heroes as well, the other key thing here. The first track comes out onto Matu.
The big thing we haven't talked about a ton is that throughout all of this, Aggressive has been able to farm like a champ, has that Armlet and Echo Saber done. He's a monster.
I think the key thing for him is that he wasn't like matching up that great as far as CS and farm went early on in the as an offlane lifestealer, but he's made up for it in kills. He's been in 8 of these 11 kills. He's 5-0-3.
Well, trying to chase now, but maybe overextend a little bit. Miracle is going to be 4-staffed back away. Aggressive goes for the rage, turns onto Matumba Man, is going to be wearing off on that rage now. Looks like that's going to be it, though.
An Invis for Centaur could pose problems, but there is a sentry already prepped. Looks like FY considering a telekinesis here, but knows that Matu will not be the best target to go on. Very tanky now with Hood, and even goes for the Vitality booster over the plate mail. Just wanting that extra bit of health. Opts for 75 health over getting a mix of health and mana.
Oh no, he ended up getting caught there for a second and now stunned up Matumba Man. The Ancients, oh my god, he barely gets away from that one. Now they decide to turn. They end up taking down Mind Control before he gets the ulti off.
That's, a big kill as well. It allows him to push without fear. They've still got vision of Matu, but he's going to TP himself home. The bouncing Shuriken almost even chased him down. The vision from this track is proving to be so important. They keep finding kill after kill. Kuro, the next to fall.
They are just crumbling right now at this early stage. Not what you would expect from this Team Liquid team that have been so steady and stable throughout the entire qualifiers and everything.
It was the first time these two teams met in that best of 3 that went 2-1. Aggressive's lifesteal was actually banned in almost, I think, either 2 of the games or all 3.
Oh my god, RTK very low. Can they bring him down in time? They are going to be able to kick up that kill at the very least. Meanwhile, Aggressive shows up, going to be able to go to the low ground. Is his TP going to wear off? No, he's able to rage and TP fully out of there.
They're going to cut their losses. I think they realize they've kind of stuck around a bit too long as is. Mind Control seeing if he can get anyone on the retreat here. He's going for a casual hood as well. I can see a lot of respect towards the magic burst damage coming out from VGJ, but it's also where Aggressive is probably looking at this like, great, they're all going for magic immunity. Well, I'm going to go into a Desolator, and with a Deso, Armlet, Echo Saber, this lifestealer is the most farmed here in the game. Doesn't have the Deso yet, get another kill. But when he gets the Deso, he's going to shred through some of these Liquid squad heroes. They do not have much in the way of armor.
It's a huge problem. I mean, thankfully they do have these 4 staffs that are starting to come online to try and kite him away. But if you manage to stay on top of one, it's just going to be a huge problem.
Yeah, they've got even the second 4 staff with Coddle buying that before going down, but See a tower drop, mind control.
All right, fancy plays from the
The
Brew.
crowd like cheered for a second. They're like, wait a second, wrong team.
I think they respect good plays here, definitely.
I know, I think that's why they cheered. Like, oh, that was a good play, let's cheer. Oh, wait, that's not our team. It was this like moment of indecision where they're like, we should cheer that, but also maybe not. GH, oh, you got to be careful, my friend.
Aggressive after him, 4 staff away, and they are going to be able to make that retreat. But it looks like they're actually moving into the jungle, trying to just invade this VGJ, and Liquid kind of have to farm all together, holding hands.
I mean, VG do have 2 heroes up top, so this is not a position down bottom where they want to be too aggressive with these 3 heroes. Rotations towards the top lane, actually. Matu charging up there, but does have the support of mind control.
He's just going to play it, I guess, safe for the moment. Does also have the ice armor on him. It looks like Rubik just going to take the Timber Chain again. A little bit off the mark there with that. He's missed a couple of the chains.
I want to say he may have been aiming for the tree that FY stole. It's like, there's meant to be a tree there. I clicked it, but it's in fog, so you don't know it's actually being eaten up by the first Timber Chain.
Right, definitely. Well, mid lane again, they pressure it out. The Ogre Magi pretty good there for the Frost Armor.
Oh, they caught a clip of vision of Fenrir. They know he's nearby. The dust will actually hit as well. Fenrir needs to hide. He goes for the TP. Is he going to make it?
Oh my God, Fenrir all over it.
And top lane, Matu needs to be careful. FY knows he's alone now.
ROTK here as well. They're looking for the chase. Can they get the pullback? Stampede is there as well. They get the damage. He's gone in an instant.
Wow. That's like the kind of play you'd expect from like FY, but Fenrir is showing like, hey man, there's 2 of us F-Gods playing the support role. That was a sick reaction from him. Goes in the perfect little position between the 2 trees where he's nicely fogged off from the chasing heroes while dusted, and TP's out. And then the instant response. That's the other thing. Like VGJ, it's not just that Fenrir makes the play, it's that the rest of the team react and instantly charge at Matu. Knowing that he's alone, they get all the info they need out of the bounty hunter, and then they punish Matu for it. Matu doesn't really do anything wrong there. The second they go on the bounty hunter, he's trying to back off and retreat. He knows he's exposed and vulnerable, but the charge from ROTK secures the kill.
Fenrir has just been playing this bounty hunter spectacularly. And again, you talked about it. This is not a player that traditionally plays these roaming supports, but he's making a great job of it. And, well, we're going to have to see if the Team Liquid have a great answer for that. Is there anything that they can really do to try and shut down what the bounty hunter is giving them as far as vision is concerned?
It's going to be just being proactive and in the right place with those sentry wards. Kuro could theoretically get like a Satyr creep to purge off the track, but for now he's going for the Ice Armor, which I kind of like because they have all gone for all these hoods, so they don't have good bonus armor against the lifesteal. This Ice Armor is ridiculously value. It's plus 8 armor, and you can use on multiple heroes. So plus 8 armor for a pretty cheap cost in the Helm of the Dominator. So I like what Kuro's done, even though the Satyr maybe later on becomes more valuable against the track. But as far as what they do strategically to fight this one, smoking up when you think your opponents are going for Roshan, trying to meet them with the brew split, make sure you get the brew split off, which is not the easiest thing in the world. That's why the Rubik was second pick. Typically we've been seeing VGJ go for that early Warlock as a support option, but they get the Rubik in response to the Brewmaster. I'm sure that was a call from FY like, look, Warlock's good, we do well with it, but against the Brew, I can shut him down, I can make the play, steal the Primal Split, get the Telekinesis off before he even gets it, as we saw in that last fight, and that's really been a big part of Liquid's undoing. Brew and Coddle were ridiculously fun. They were dominating the laning stage, but the comeback was there.
Well, there's going to be the Stampede. It looks like there was a little bit of a misplay there with the Astral, but ROTK is still in some trouble as Matumba Man's on top of him. Does not look like they're going to be able to run him down as of yet, and OD going to be brought low. Matumba Man again in some trouble, but manages to get to the tree.
Still no, the Assassinate was used on the OD, so that means Matu, we bailed out. It's a lot of the reactive armor up, and
I mean, that could have been tragic. Yeah. Bloodstone newly minted there as well.
Looks like Miracle misclicked the Astral, meant to use it on aggressively on the Centaur as a setup, but perhaps double tapped it, had the self-cast on. Not exactly sure, but using a 4-staff aggressively to Astral yourself, that's like, hey, come and gank me, guys. Right next to a Centaur. That was the easiest Centaur hoofstop RTK's seen. Oh, good Primal Split.
Yeah, and this is going to be enough to kill him off, and maybe you can use a little bit of that Pulverize against the tower.
Yeah, typically you want to save the Primal Split for a team fight or to like force like a big fight, but at this point we haven't seen much out of it, so going for a single pick off, guaranteeing the kill, making sure there was a disable to stop his TP was the bigger part of that, and it did secure them a Tier 1 tower as well.
Bottom lane, GH in some trouble, is going to force Staff away, trying to make the escape, but not going to happen. Fenrir and FY, the combo.
Yeah, this was something the panelists talked a bit about. When a team's going to start respecting what Koddle can do, don't just let him silently farm one of the side lanes, pushing it out with Illuminate, farming up his Ags. Actually gank and punish him, and that's what VGJ have just done. While they were doing that, they even took the top Tier 1, aggressive, finished that off. So they got a tower, they got a Koddle kill. The Ags being delayed a little bit further as well.
Freeze on top of them.
Silver Edge, so break coming into play against Timbersaw, not bad. If he's got reactive already, it won't get rid of those charges, but prevents him picking up more charges and also reduces his damage output with the Silver Edge. One of the underrated aspects of this item is that damage reduction. Against high burst damage heroes like Timber, that can be fantastic.
Is this the type of game where you feel like they're going to need to invest in something like the BKBs? And I'd hold that thought. Mind control pulled in, going to get jumped upon, and they find that kill yet again. More track gold into the coffers of VGJ.
Yeah. BKBs for Liquid seem crucial. Maybe not too early, but well, for both Brew and OD, it looks like a necessary item. The Brew is just getting controlled when he goes in. He wants to be able to use like a clap and a Drunken Haze with the ultimate, so I imagine after his Vlads he goes for the BKB, but that's a lot of items to farm. And right now VGJ is playing very fast tempo. Great Blinding Light will push aggressive out and slow down this Roche.
Always frustrating to deal with there as Roche gets a little bash to boot.
Yeah, and just getting aggressive low means he's going to be second guessing. Once you're down to half HP, you're like, guys, I don't know if we still want to go for this Roche. If he was still full, they'd probably be sticking in the pit, knowing that Brew is dead and unable to come, but a half HP Lifestealer is deterrent enough.
Something else to mention here is we did see that Rubik stole the Chakra Magic, so he's going to get that cooldown reduction maxed out at this point. That happened down the bottom lane. He passed on Lifesteal, or maybe double Rage there.
Interesting. Yeah, that's pretty cool steal. Yeah, so not an instant double Rage, but pretty close to it. There's maybe 5 seconds of Rage downtime. This smoke from Liquid is trying to secure them a Roche if possible.
Oh, and ROTK, he didn't end up casting on himself this time. He's going to be on top of ROTK here, trying to bring him low. They get the stun. The right-click damage is going to be there enough. They get the lift up and actually able to steal the Astral, turn it back against them. Forced after away. He is going to be able to walk out of this one, trying to get down and aggressive. They are going to be able to find that kill. Now for more Fenrir. No, he lifesteal. He jumped inside of Fenrir, able to escape. Oh, the plays are really real here.
Is that detection? They've got dust.
Fenrir starting to drop low. Aggressive turns to fight, but is just going to rage out. But great play there by Aggressive. And Fenrir, presence of mind to get close so that he could jump inside of him with the
Miracle too aggressive, my friend.
Maybe it's some trouble now. Ends up going for the self-Astral, but they're going to be all on top of him as soon as they come out of here.
He smelt freeze, but FY so fast with the instant lift pulls him into the base. Under the tier 3 towers, and they want more.
Astral there onto Matumba Man now. He does have his Chakram out. Rage is going to be down low. Can they take down this tanky Timbersaw there? Trying to kill him off. Force Staff trying to get away, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. They get the Blinding Light pushbacks. That's going to be this as well. They got the Astral again. Now they need to fight this if they want any self, but no, it's not going to happen. Matumba Man goes down, and Save Your Buddy Syndrome. It strikes again as Kuro falls. 3 dead. VGJ.
Whew. Well, in good news, Bounty was dead, so they weren't track kills. In bad news, you just lost all of your core heroes. And VGJ, with a massive turnaround, will look to secure themselves Roche. GH is still there spamming Illuminate. And again, you get to this point where you're all very low. You want to try to get that open wounds onto Roche. Dodges this Illuminate. Where's the open wounds? Okay, now they can lifesteal off of Roche. Miracle
jumps in. Aggressive still gets it, but Matumba Man is in there as well.
They're going to bail. They're like, let's save this Aegis. Don't fight. Yes, he just blinked in aggressively. Fenrir's like, I'm on medic duty. Mechs them up. They get out. Very clear shot calling. This is something that I think some of the old FY teams kind of lacked when he was kind of captaining for a little while. Like they didn't have that great, like that in the moment shot calling. But that's exactly what ROTK has brought to the table. This big, loud voice, this leader, directing them around the map. And right now, VGJ find themselves ahead in Game 1 of the best of 5. Still a lot Liquid can do. Their lineup still scales very nicely. They've got 3 cores that can all use some good amount of farm here, but they also are going to have a tough ask. Sniper and Lifestealer, 2 great scaling carries themselves, especially when Lifestealer has a buddy. And the Centaur, that Ags, completed now, this is a big problem, I think, for Liquid. Fighting into this Ags Aegis is just not feasible. They got to split push. They got to play keep away. They still don't have the GH Coddle Ag, so they're going to be looking to avoid fights at all costs, but easier said than done against a Centaur who's going to be trying to hunt you down.
And it's just been play after play, good call after good call, and to me, FY has stood out as just been really the one to make it. Like the Astrals, the pullbacks in with telekinesis. Granted, there are a ton of great spells to steal on Team Liquid's lineup, but he's been getting every single one of them. And now aggressive also, we talked about how much of a monster he's going to be in this one. Does have the Deso done on top of Armlet and the Echo Saber.
He's almost got an AC.
It doesn't
I think it doesn't. Yeah, it does not stop there at all. He is level 18 and 800 gold short of an Assault Cuirass. He is solo pushing this bottom tier 2 tower, but again, Rage TP, no, is there anything that can actually even cancel that in this game? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, OD's actually going straight into the Hex as a response to the lifesteal and how farmed he is. So they want to have a Blink Hex initiation to take that Rage out of the picture. Because they have no disable for him. They can't actually stun or go on this lifestealer ever until this Hex is complete, so in order for them to stand a chance in any kind of a fight, or even like a gank up, smoke gank kind of situation, they have to have a Hex, and Miracle prioritizing that as his next item. Playing to win rather than to like stay alive with like a BKB type pickup. He knows that he may be fragile without a BKB, but this Hex could be something that can open up the game, allow them to actually take and bring down aggressive. Problem is the Ag Centaur also reduces that damage. You can use that anytime aggressive gets Hex just to bail him out of that bad situation.
Yeah, there's a lot of answers on both teams. Well, mainly just the VGJ team for the moment. You have the Aghanim Scepter done for Coddle as well. It's nighttime right now, but this could mitigate some of the problems they've been having with all of the Bounty Hunter shenanigans. Going in there, scouting them out. But in the meantime, 2 towers go down mid, and there's only 1 tier 2 left. This is feeling to me like Liquid very much up against the ropes. And in your eyes, do they just need to wait until that Aegis is down before they can really do anything?
Absolutely. As defending high ground, fighting into the Aegis is definitely ill-advised. Finding a pick-off around the map if VGJ is split while there's Aegis could work, but don't imagine VGJ really want to split up. If anything now with the AC, they've still got close to 2 minutes to force a high ground siege. I don't know if they'll go diving for kills necessarily, but they can easily have aggressive chipping away on the tower, using that Rage duration. It's that slow siege with Rage. Pop the Rage, hit for 4 seconds, use that last second or 2 of Rage to just back off to the low ground, get back to safety. You're definitely not pushing really into Blinding Light or Drunken Haze without Rage, so. And he's actually going BKB next. I was about to say, I was like, it just doesn't feel like he can do enough without Magic Immunity, so BKB is going to be the unconventional item choice for the Lifestealer. And here's the Rage siege. He hits for 4 or 5 seconds, backs off. We'll wait for the next Rage, and then he'll go in again.
Calm, cool, and collected, making sure that that fight is the way it needs to be. Another Astral Steal for FY. On all of
Rage
the
hit.
plays.
There's the free tower. Tower down means Shrines are also vulnerable. So even if you don't get racks off of this Aegis, which they still might, they still got close to 60 seconds, they can always fall back, take those Shrines, get some more money for themselves.
This one does feel a little bit bold now. They've got the mana leak there as well. Is this the moment where VGJ overextend? They're sort of back and forward a little bit. And
that's half of the HP on that Rage, which means next Rage could be the other half of that HP.
They really want this one.
Oh, he's low mana, though. He can't move up to the high ground right now, at least. He's going to wait that mana leak to wear off.
Team Liquid do not want to give up Arax at this point. They're going to go in for it. The right clicks are there, trying to jump in. They haven't been able to catch him. They don't get the ulti off as of yet. They are going to be able to bring down Mind Control. He has buyback, but Kuro's already gone, as well as Matumba Man in some trouble. They're going to pull him back out, but they do manage to save those barracks, at least for now.
Astral setup.
Oh, he's in some trouble. They're going to go for it now. They get the Hurricane Pike off. He ends up going for another self-Astral. Aggressive on top of GH, able to force staff away. They're on top of him yet again. He's already gone. Miracle might need to buy back, but it would be such a huge investment for this fight. They're trying to take down anybody that they can, but another Astral. FY saving him from the go-through, and they're able to get out again.
They don't have to force this, but they want kills. They know they're 5v3.
Well, jump forward. FY catches another in that Astral and is able to dodge away from the Matumba Man damage. Mind Control is going to be tracked. They jump forward, go for the ultimate, finally committed now. Can they find any kills? Freeze, four-staffed away. He ends up throwing the chakram. It's going to connect just on the very tip, and it does look like Freeze able to walk away. He's in the shadow blade. They don't have vision. They're not going to be able to see them, and, well, they are going to be able to bring down FY. That's at least something. The Stampede with the Aghanims, they're just running the hell out of here. Get us away, and it looks like VGJ might just be able to do that.
Oh, Miracle knows with all the buybacks with the lost racks, they got to chase and find more. They may just be able to get aggressive here, but he gets the infest.
Inside Fenrir, they finally find the dust,
Okay.
trying to jump out. Everybody just is going to four-step him away, and they find one. They find two. Liquid find some solace in this game.
Slight solace. They did not get the most gold for those kills because Miracle was still affected by the buyback penalty. So you'd see like 2K plus gold on Miracle if not for that. Instead, he's still 1,200 gold. He hasn't got his Hex still. So if you get those kills without the buyback penalty, it makes a big difference. But even so, they're going to look to force the buyback. So they're going to go back the other way. They don't really have the best pushing heroes. As good as their cores can scale with items to the late game, at no point do they really hit buildings all that well, and that's with a Bloodlust, so not sure they're even able to really force out those buybacks. They're going to tier 2 tower, and it looks like they do.
GH, they're almost able to break the TP with some fancy
Some
footwork.
heroes seem set on this mid lane, but yeah, I think they quickly realize that's just not going to happen. They want to fall back, complete some of these key late game items like the Hex, maybe even some of the BKBs. Mind Control hits level 18, so level 3 Primal Split, has an Ogre Club and some other pieces of money to work towards his BKB.
I'm looking at this game now, and in the lineup that Team Liquid build, of course, it's about winning team fights. It's about hitting this timing with the Aghanim Scepter, and they're losing team fights, and you almost have an Aghanim Scepter on the Rubik for FY.
Yeah,
this is going to become a lot harder before it gets easier.
Absolutely. This next Roshan feels like a very key objective for Liquid to try and contest. Giving that up again is likely going to result in what we just saw happen at top. Slow rage siege of the racks.
Well,
so alternatively, if someone gets picked off, we may just see like a high ground attempt come out because buybacks are on cooldown on a lot of the Liquid side.
Oh, there was a moment there, but
GH has a gem. He sees everything with the day vision, but the scan sees him coming.
Fenrir also, the mana leak is there. It feels really tough to fight 5-on-5 into VGJ here.
And now that they know Liquid's coming, they put aggressive on the front lines. He's got the rage. Could theoretically get initiated on by a Blink Hex, but I think they know that Blink Hex is not going to kill him with the Ag Scepter on Centaur. And bit of a fun item from RTK coming. He's going into Refresher. He recognizes just how game-winning Stampede is in these fights. As much for the damage block as the movement speed. So having double Stampede for that extra duration in a team fight, for that extra damage mitigation is going to be huge for this team, and they may not have to wait for an Aegis to push high ground. They've got a BKB coming on lifesteal. That may be enough for them if they want to go for it, but similarly, Roche up in a minute. Safer option may just be to take out the shrines and secure themselves Roche.
And they are just massive right now. We talked about it. AC already done on aggressive. They've got all of these big next tier of items up, and even if it's not one that you would normally see, it's certainly got a ton of value in this, the Refresher on ROTK. I'm kind of just wondering at this stage, like, if you're Liquid with nighttime, can you even come and contest Roshan?
I think the first question is, can you contest it? Second question is, do you have to? Because even if you think you're at a disadvantage there and contesting is going to end badly, you may just feel like it's a necessity. Like, if you don't have buybacks, we saw it happen. They only they didn't hold their melee racks. They didn't win the fight, and that was with buybacks used. So I think next time gets even worse with the item pickup. So contesting Roshan to me is a necessity, even if I feel like they probably can't contest Roshan. I just feel like they have to. So they may make a go at it regardless, or even try for like another Aegis steal. That was what Miracle went for last time. If he got that Aegis steal, this game would probably look a bit different here. If he's managed to steal that, we wouldn't have seen Vici Gaming able to slow siege the high ground. So definitely could tell that there was like a clear idea in mind. Like, okay, we got to buy time. We need much more in items. We need the Hex on OD, the BKB on OD, maybe even like a Shiva's Guard. Like, there are so many items they need at this point, and they just don't have time to farm them, and that's where contesting Roche, stealing Aegises can make that difference to buy that time for you.
I guess the other thing to keep in mind is that in those last couple of fights, things didn't go as planned as far as Team Liquid being able to execute their strategy. Both times, Mind Control got lift before he was able to get his ultimate off. You had people getting picked off at the start of it. So maybe now, with everything here, they can find the team fight that they want.
They're going to contest Roche, but Fenrir's in the perfect position to scout the smoke and force staff himself away. That's exactly what it'll...
Right on
They're too
top
late.
of it.
Yeah.
They're actually going to pop Stampede now and look to try and take this. Do they spot out? There's a refresher. They pull back in GH, able to force staff away. Still fine. Is that blinding light stolen by the Rubik as well? It might just be, and that would be a huge one.
Not sure if he'll hold on to that, but definitely nice against the OD, who does not have BKB. They don't get the catch. I think at this point you do wait that Stampede. Okay, 35 seconds. How is that really waiting? Not really. They're going to have that mid lane pushing out so they can heal up. Offer that with open wounds if they need to, and they're ready to go onto the high ground. It's actually Freeze taking the Aegis this time around, which suggests they're not as concerned. Well, they can siege with the sniper. That's the other thing. It's not just Lifestealer who can siege, and theoretically, Lifestealer doesn't need the Aegis. He just needs Raid. So he can hit for a couple of seconds, give Sniper vision, and Sniper can also provide that little bit of extra damage output as well. But getting the creep wave to the high ground is going to be the frustrating thing. Coddle Blast, Chakram, there's a lot of good high ground defense from the Team Liquid side.
Well, the unfortunate part is that they have a sniper on the side of VGJ, so he can kind of hit it from pretty far away there. And aggressive, BKB still available, as you mentioned. We'll just rage back out, and nothing really lost in this. The pullback, maybe need to be careful. God, Force Staff's the name of the game in this one.
That was clutch. They've got the Solar Crest as well, giving that extra bit of armor and evasion to whoever gets initiated on. Means this Lifestealer is really more effective as a building hitter than hero killer at this point. With the full staffs and Solar Crest, his ability to do damage in these fights is going to be a bit more limited as this game goes on, and you can see the uncertainty in VG Gaming's side. They actually TP back out. They're going to look to play more of a starvation tactic, but they did show the sniper bottom, and it looks like Liquid are considering pressing forward to defend their shrine.
Aggressive is there, is going to just rage and back out again. RTK in the area as well.
Has the BKB for a secondary burst of magic immunity, so while Matu can go charging forward, he also may be a bit hesitant. You're up against double Stampede. It's just so hard to take team fights into this. Like, it's absolutely absurd how much damage block they're going to get.
Yeah, it's so hard to kill off these heroes, and I guess the only thing you might need, like, do you need to be worried about Liquid buying enough time where they come back into this by virtue of items, or is it just something where they're going to be fine starving them out consistently?
Yeah, there's definitely a point where they match up a lot better with when the OD gets 6-slotted. Timbersaw's Aghanim Scepter gives him a big boost in his damage output as well. The Brew is not going to scale too much further, I guess, is one good thing. But OD can still get a lot more in the way of items. He's got a BKB slot, a Shiver slot, a Refresher slot. Like, he can do a lot more as this game, if this game drags.
Oh, is the sheep stick used as well? Matumba Man is out there. They're sending out a Centaur just to stomp up Fenrir for the moment, but a Stomp going to be able to connect another Force Staff, keeping that Coddle alive for the moment, but no, he's going to drop, and they're all over him at this point, forced to use it. They are going to use the Bruce Split over here to the side, maybe going to be able to get the lift up on ROTK. Matumba Man also there, can deal a good bit of damage if they can stay on top of one, but they're just actually back on top of him. ROTK, he's found the initiation on a Miracle. He is going to fall, peeping away in the backlines was Freeze, but 4 heroes potentially going to go down as Matumba Man is being controlled and right-clicked. Another Astral saving him for the moment. Well played there, but they're on top of him. Good sheep stick as well. Matumba Man out of the base for the moment. Throws out the Chakram. They're trying to chase, trying to kill, and they do find that one. Just too much.
It really is too much at this point. No buyback on Brew. OD just committed his. Even if you somehow hold, it just feels like Liquid's in a close to unwinnable position. They've just invested too much for this defense. They've chewed through the mana of the lifesteal. They need to find kills here. Pushing back VG Gaming is not enough. Getting kills is a necessity.
Oh my god, the big Sanity's Eclipse able to bring down one. They're so low right now, but because of the bonus moves, they take down one. All right, Fenrir gone. More. Possibly going to be able to take down RTK as well. They got the Chakram out, and Miracle on the other side was able to take down FY. 3 are already done. RTK trying to get out. Blink Dagger up. He blinks the other way. Nice play there to the side.
Regen.
Picks up the regen to boot. Why not? ROTK with the luck on his side here.
Okay. I mean, they got kills. That was like, to me, in my mind, an absolute must for them when you commit those buybacks. Holding your racks is like, when you're behind and you buy back just to save your racks isn't enough in its own. You just spent like 3.5k gold on buybacks or something. You got to get kills as well. So both Matu and Miracle using buyback. That is very expensive for the 2 carries, but still, you're only down 1 lane of rack, so the game remains in a winnable position for Liquid, even if those odds are not looking all too good. They've bought out enough time for the Aegis to expire. So they kind of trade buybacks for an Aegis expiring, and now it's like, what can they do with that Aegis down? Can they look to find a fight? Perhaps they look to it as a period of grace where they try and farm, get the BKB on Miracle, and then smoke out for a fight, but that BKB is still 2,000-ish gold away, so it's not exactly going to just turn up overnight here.
You know, one of the things that we could also look to, and we saw it in that last engagement, is OD with his level 25, getting those Arcane Orb stacks up, starting to really put in the int gain and then drop that Sanity's Eclipse.
He's still not quite 25, but when he gets that, then we're looking good.
I mean, even then, it's not going to be the easiest thing in the world, but they've got that bust. You can get the added attack speed and potentially build up the stacks to the point where you can just one-shot these heroes who don't have the highest int in the world.
Timber's got his 25, but not the best level 25. The 20 plus 20 strength makes him a bit tankier, but it's really all it's going to do here. So yeah, OD's level 25 is a very big one. 60 seconds extra on it still is a big deal in a game like this. Another 25 sniper plus 100 attack range, not really all that massive. Maybe I've even seen snipers go for the shrapnel charges. It's definitely, and with the cooldown reduction in the shrapnel DPS, I think he actually will be going for the shrapnel charges. We'll have to wait and see, but 7 shrapnels is pretty damn nice with the bonus damage that he's picked up. Lifestealer, 25 talent. I don't know. With the way they're sieging, the rage is probably better. The armor is, most games, I think, going to be what you go to, especially against physical damage drafts, but this is like a more magic damage. Timber saw OD. You don't really need the armor, so I think we'll be seeing the extra rage duration from him.
Well, another movement now in towards the mid lane, and it looks like they actually want to set up for a fight. The tower is already down, so they have vision inside of it. They pop the ulti there on top of GH. He's gone, buys back immediately. Miracle, Hurricane Pike trying to escape, is going to go inside of that, and the Brew ulti does come out as well, trying to turn this, but BKBs are popped all around. Matumba Man in the midst of all of them. Can they kill off Miracle? He's so low. He gets another Astra, dodging away from the assassinate. Needs to force tap as soon as he's out. Nice blink away. Well played there. Maybe they've dove too deep here as they're trying to look to pick up a couple kills here.
Miracle. They've dove way too deep here. Aggressive. He's exposed.
Controlled for the moment. They're still stunned up. Hex now down on top of him. They're able to steal it, and this is an Aghanim split as well. Can FY do enough with it? Another Astral trying to save Miracle. The Force Staffs have been so clutch for Liquid throughout this, but they're fighting almost under the tier 4s at this point. Aggressive, has Kuroki in a corner, able to find the kill with the Infest come out as well, and now Matumba Man tries to take down Aggressive. Mind control there again. Right clicks coming through. The drop the Sanity's Eclipse. Rubik gets up, stealing it. He turns it back around. It's an Aghanim's Eclipse.
Oh my gosh! The Ags OD ulti, it does something lyrical! And here Reddit told me it was the worst Ags upgrade in the game.
Oh my goodness. They're chasing down FY, who is going to end up trying to get out of here. Has a Blink Dagger up, and one lift up could come, is stealing away the Chakram, the blinding light back, but FY is going to die. It got TK out at least.
He didn't escape. Okay, it's still the worst. Still the worst. We're fine. Phew. Whoa, that was... I understand the mentality. Dive Miracle, kill him. Even if you're killing him in the fountain, he has no buyback. It's not like they were tunnel visioned on him with good reason, because if they kill him, likely the game is over, but some great defensive plays. That last Astral dodged the sniper assassinate. Lifesteal was raged on top of him, but he blinked out of it afterwards. It was just some great individual defensive play from Miracle, keeping Liquid alive, and they're going back the other way. That 300% pulverized. There's no alacrity on you, my friend, though.
It's still doing a good bit of damage, brought down to about a quarter, and lifting up the Pandas back and forth. They get another lift up there onto ROTK while punching away at this tier 3 tower. It actually does a lot of damage.
At this point, they may just give up the racks here. It's not worth using the lifesteal buyback, but Sniper may be able to hold on his own. It looks like that's going to be the case. BKB TP out. Does mean you can kill shrines. Take away that slight point of map control, and they're chasing for some kills here too.
Shuriken bouncing. They're on top of Kuroki, wanting to save their buddies, but is it going to work? They end up going for the E-Blade now onto Kuro, but he's going to take bonus damage from that, from the Assassinate. Matumba Man needs to find a tree, is going to get it, and still the chase continues. The Lifestealer's on top of him, able to get away again. These Timber Chains, just by the skin of his teeth, he's escaping.
How are they going to push back? They know, Ogre no buyback, that's not really incentive enough to go for a push, but yeah, VGJ definitely kind of forgot about objective gaming when they went for that dive. They could have perhaps slow sieged the racks using Rage and BKB Lifestealer, I want to say with that magic immunity, it would have been like a guaranteed racks. They may have died to get the racks, but they would have gotten. And hey, they died to go for the kills, which they did not get it. So this game's suddenly a lot more even. Miracle close to that level 25. Is going to have a Scotty soon as well. This is purely being picked up for the stats, as well as that slight bit of kiting against heroes like the Lifestealer. Very good late game item for him to have. And boy, things going to start getting interesting if VG Gaming cannot get a lane of racks with this Aegis. And even if they can, this is kind of getting to that point where it feels like you need mega creeps to seal the deal.
49 minutes in, this is going to be the next Roshan going down. Looks like they're going to be handing it over to Freeze at this point. Just the second one, so I don't believe that we saw cheese from that. And I guess the question is sort of rinse and repeat. Did they just run down mid again? Is that the play?
But go for the buildings, perhaps? I think that'll be the shift in tactics, you know? Diving the heroes, that didn't work. This time around, OD will have buyback too. And problem is when you...
Oh, bottom lane again. They're just going to keep on doing this.
He needs to survive, though.
I mean, it's a lot of damage coming in onto this Panda, and he does have Blink when he eventually comes out of it. He takes the tower.
He's dying. He's dead.
He's going to be willing to live his life for that.
FI was like, come on, bro, why are you going to kill him? I want that steal. But if he blinks away and TP's out, that would not have been worth it. But buys a little bit of time. It's actually, well, Brewmaster, minus 35-second respawn time. That is putting the talents in. I'm looking at this like, I don't think this is worth it. You know, you take a tier 3 tower, but you got to buy back, not worth. But that is actually great use of a level 20 talent. That is how you use talents in a game of Dota. You split push, you force your opponents back, and you respawn incredibly fast. And guess what? You just bought a minute and a half off that Aegis. You're going to be alive for the high ground defense, not have to use your buyback. And Aegis has lost some of its valuable limited time.
Oh my God, look at that Hurricane Pike, ROTK.
Free in. That's level 25 OD.
This is going to be here for a while now. They push back again. Aggressive going to be force-staffed forward. He turns now onto the barracks. Eyes on the prize.
Well, they should have done perhaps earlier, but I think they're still in a position where there's some wiggle room to at least get this second set of racks. Question is, can they get more?
Oh, looking for more. They actually pop the Lincoln Sphere, but he's going to be controlled for the moment, and is going to also get out that Ghost Scepter, so fine for the moment. They're on top of him. Aggressive takes down the melee. Miracle in some trouble.
E-Blade.
Another E-Blade from two separate teammates is going to keep him alive, but they do finally bring down Miracle. Buys back, and now VGJ realize they cannot stick around too much longer.
A little bit too aggressive. He did not want to throw away his buyback that freely, but he thought he could make that flashy play, buy some time and space. Wasn't able to do it, and bad news is Aegis is still up.
Going in for the tier 3 tower in the bottom lane now. I mean, they can blast, illuminate all they want, but if you're Magic Immune, you don't really care all that much.
There is no BKB on the Lifestealer, giving him just the rage to work around.
I mean, the fact that they've got this and Lincoln's on top of him and all of those force stats, well, it's just so frustrating to deal with, I'm sure.
He's a menace right now, and Centaur throws Return Aura into the mix. He's hit level 25, so we're seeing more level 25s come into play.
Mana Leak now stolen by the Rubik as well. Another great spell for this guy to use.
Yeah, that's actually brutal for the Matu to deal with on his Timbersaw. He doesn't have a Lotus Orb or anything to get rid of it.
Are going to be able to go in again, aggressive.
He's ignoring heroes. He's hitting towers. Objective gaming.
And they need to find some other way to make this
Matu's
work.
out of mana here, too. He's going to be very careful how he plays this.
They're on top of him. There's the stun, able to push him away again. They're on top of GH now, 4 staff away. Still fine. That's going to be the Panda ulti as well used. Controlling Freeze for the moment. They're lifting up ROTK. It does look like they're going to have to call it good for there, though. And this is Panda ulti down. RTK lifted again. But Tumbo Man is having to stay in place.
Now the mana leak.
It's so frustrating to deal with. They go in again with the Storm Panda, but aggressive, continuing to focus down these objectives. They just do not have an answer for this Lifestealer. Matumba Man, he just can't do anything. Refresher ulti now is available for Brewmaster.
He's got to use it soon, otherwise they'll just lose another melee Rax.
All right, aggressive, hitting away. They really cannot stop this. Freeze might be vulnerable here, but they get the Lotus Orb onto him, so Sheepstick isn't going to do it.
This is their last Rax, Lyrical. I don't think they can play against Mega Creeps. They've got to just engage.
All right, jump forward, trying to find it. Aggressive is
Another
there.
rage.
They've got Miracle as well. This is not going to be a buyback if he does go down. They're on top of him, trying to chase. They're going to be able to do a bit more damage, but now they've stolen Astral from Rubik as well, so another saving spell is there. The OD forced to Astral himself for the moment, and man, this Sniper is just doing so much damage in this team fight. ROTK OG continuing the chase, and there it is, a die back for Miracle. ROTK, too much of a menace. Matumba Man running away, but going to get pulled back in by FY, lifted. And this could potentially be just about it, as Freeze just barely alive, but still dealing so much damage. And GG is going to be called. And you can hear the elation of the crowd.
I had hopes for like VG Gaming making this a series, but they came out and played the best Dota they played all tournament. Individually, look at the smiles on these guys' face. Right here is ecstatic right now. These guys just played the best Dota game they played in a long, long time. And Liquid are probably shell-shocked right now. That came out of nowhere. That lifesteal from Aggressive, flawless, but still it's the FY Rubik that stole the show.
Definitely. Really impressive display there. It does beg the question. I mean, you have 3 amazing Rubiks in this series here. You know, GH as well as Kuro and FY. Is this something that's going to be first round banned out in your eyes? Is it worthy of that?
It's like not quite the first stage ban-worthy hero. Maybe you try and take it before your opponents do. There's just so many other value heroes here that it's going to be interesting to see, because it is a best of 5 now. Yeah. So even within this one best of 5, things will kind of develop. Its own best of 5 metagame will exist. So there'll definitely be a response from Liquid. I think play-wise, they didn't do anything horribly wrong. It was just VG Gaming finding great pickoffs. ROTK Centaur leading the way all over the place. Everything they did this game was just, I'm blown away, because Liquid played decent. This is the Liquid we've been seeing most of the tournament. Yeah. VG Gaming, they stepped up. They're playing like they're in the grand final. Liquid need to do the same.
All right, well, we're going to come back in just a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Liquid facing off against VGJ. It's going to be a good one. We'll see you guys in a few.
Gaming Bets, online betting for every esports fan. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, CSGO and Overwatch, StarCraft 2, the choice is yours. Express bets for multiple matches or live bets on the game you are watching right now. Know your way around Dota 2? Make a prediction for picks and bans. Playing CSGO? Guess the number of rounds in a certain match. Daily quests for all participants and all the best choice of payment systems. More than 600,000 users have already made their bets on the spectacular matches since 2011. EGB.com. You know for sure who's going to win.
dengan sikap politik itu?
Itu adalah pandangan yang disampaikan dan saya sebagai seorang calon menawarkannya program. For every esports fan, Dota 2 and Hearthstone, CSGO and Overwatch, StarCraft 2, the choice is yours. Express bets for multiple matches or live bets on the game you are watching right now. Know your way around Dota 2? Make a prediction for picks and bans. Playing CSGO? Guess the number of rounds in a certain match. Daily quests for all participants and all the best choice of payment systems. More than 600,000 users have already made their bets on the spectacular matches since 2011. EGB.com. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome back to Starladder I-League Star Series. Grand final time. It is 1-0 right now. We had our first game, and VGJ took that game off of Team Liquid in a very dominant performance from them. And let's discuss that game further. Welcoming in my panelists, Jake Merlini and Odie Pixel. Now, that game, what went wrong for Team Liquid? Let's just start with that. Ben.
FY got Rubik. That was he made a lot of plays.
He did. He's back.
It was very hard to not die a lot, and he stole Astral, made so many huge plays, saved people. I also really like the Silver Edge pickup. Yep. Usually Timbersaw is quite vulnerable to a hero like Slardar Lifestealer, but there was no Slardar in the game, so they kind of had a substitute so that Lifestealer could actually chew him alive, and the Silver Edge break. Freeze was really good about breaking him at the most opportune times too. What do you guys think went wrong for Liquid?
What went wrong for Liquid? A lot of things. I mean, who was that team? Can I just say that? I mean, I've never seen VGJ in such a form before. We've seen them win games because, oh, well, they got a really good pick there, or, oh, they were dominant here but not there. But, my God, it was just straight A good Dota the entire time. What went wrong for Liquid? They faced a team I've never seen before. That's what went wrong for them. My God, I couldn't tell you.
Odie, anything to add to that?
No, I mean, what Ben said, hats off to FY again, giving us another incredible performance on the hero.
Yeah.
I really like watching aggressive play as well. I loved what he did in terms of the item build. He basically built saying, I'm going to stay on the front lines, I'm going to hit your racks, you're not going to be able to do anything. He had a BKB, he had Lincolns, he had a Deso and AC. These are the four basic items. I'm sieging high ground, and you can't do anything about it. But Liquid, to be fair to them, they did do their best in terms of fighting, especially considering they had 3 cores that were behind the 3 cores of VGJ coming out in the mid game, but still, we consistently saw defenses where Liquid were able to force VGJ all the way back to their half of the maps. I mean, it looked like there was a point that even though Liquid were behind, they were holding. You know, they lost one set of racks, but for a long time of the game, they were making it very hard for VGJ to siege the other lanes.
But that's kind of where the problem lies, right? Because you're delaying the game. You have a great lineup to delay the game, even. But what are you delaying it for?
Well, they didn't have the physical damage that they really needed. Their
Yeah.
position 1 was a Timbersaw, which is generally pretty good. But when Lifestealer is magic immune for like 20 seconds, you can't really do anything to him. So I think that was one of the bigger issues that we saw develop later on. But I don't really think they expected it to get that far. I think their 5-man was supposed to be a little bit stronger with the Brewmaster.
Yeah,
they were
for
gonna
sure,
take
not
down
with the
some
Brew, yeah.
towers. And,
Yeah.
you know, they would try to end the game with the Pulverize on the towers very early.
And perhaps they weren't really expecting the laning to come out from VGJ as it did with the Lifestealer on the offlane together with F-Rise Rubik. It made sure that the laning stage for Liquid was even rather than them dominating the laning stage. I think, Jake, maybe that was something that Liquid kind of just underestimated.
It could have been. I mean, we've seen a lot of the struggles coming out from Jeremy Lin Jr.'s coming
Yes,
out.
well,
Yeah.
I'm totally on board with that name.
Hey,
by
that
the
is
way.
the official name, okay?
Jeremy Lin Jr.'s.
He's part of the team. He calls them up every month. That's an okay name for me to use.
Yes.
But anyway, so we've seen them have some laning issues before, and then they've been able to fix that. But not this time. A different story, a different team. I mean, we talk a lot about the best of 5 meta. We're seeing it right now. This is a completely different thing that Liquid has to deal with. I am just so impressed, though, about those Rubik plays against one of the best Rubik players in the world. You can't.
All right.
Kuro.
So if you're gonna mention 2 Rubik players that are the best in the world,
Yes.
they are in this series. It is Kuroki and FY. Am I
Yeah.
forgetting anybody that might be taking any one of those places?
I mean, there is a lot of good position forwards that feel have Rubik performances.
Yeah. But as
Lil,
good.
you know,
But as good.
Lil is very much up there in my opinion.
I think
Jerax
FY is just
can
super
play a really good
consistent.
Rubik, but I think FY, he's always kind of over all time. I think you've really got to put FY in that top
Yes.
spot. Kind of all-time Rubik players across multiple patches, across multiple teams. Of course, I'm sure he's had a few bad games, but
Of course.
the majority of the games,
His bad game's still like an 8.5 out of 10.
his
Sure.
bad
That's the
games
thing.
are like a 10K performance. You know.
Well, suffice it to say, when you have 2 thieves going at each other, Rubik and Kuro, 2 Rubik players, this shouldn't happen. I mean, there should always be one master thief that bests the other. And
I think we
can't
saw
believe
the
it happened.
Master Thief.
Oh, Shiver.
Master Thief
Oh.
FY.
My God. All
You
right.
can call him that for now. I'm sure he's also stolen a lot of hearts in China.
Yep.
Damn.
I'm sure he's stolen a few girls.
Okay. Well,
Why stop there?
the first band coming
All
out
right.
is going to be Nyx Assassin as well as the Lone Druid the Bear.
Yep, Liquid goes on the dire side for this game. As indeed mentioned, it is a best of 5, so it's all about adjusting to the other team and to be the one to adjust best and fast. Because you do have
Aw.
3 games potentially. Magnus gets removed.
That makes me sad. I love seeing Magnus, and I love seeing FY play it.
Oh, come on. You
And
can't
Liquid,
let them have
Liquid
it.
are denying us
or
that.
RTK Magnus. I wasn't disappointed when we saw
Oh
that
yeah,
earlier in that
I mean
tournament.
both of them.
Yeah.
Is it going to be a Wisp ban?
We should hope so. I mean, if there's
They
one
might
thing,
not.
I think they might leave it in.
They might leave it in and go for Bounty Hunter again. Maybe even Timbersaw on their side early on.
They might just ban the Slardar again.
Yeah, but if you ban Slaughter, you give away Wisp.
Many have made that mistake against Liquid. You play against Liquid, you don't ban Wisp, you think you can counter it, and
I
then
think
you
you
lose.
ban Wisp and give them Slardar personally.
This is the game to try it out though. If you do think you can beat the IO, a game 2 where you're 1 game up, that's the game to let it through. You shouldn't let it through if you're behind. They don't let it through. They do back out. So Slardar's still in the pool. We've seen openings of more like Centaur, of course. Keeper of the Light is still in the pool. There's so many good heroes still left in. It's all about Slardar's important. Centaur.
Slaughter is way different.
Worked out well for our TK.
Yep.
We want to have a bit of a slice of that pie.
Yeah, I'm interested in how a Centaur warrants a first pick there, Ben. You really think that was worth it?
Well, what do you give up in return? You can give up Slaughter or Lifestealer, but Centaur has been that strong team fighting ultimate, and you can get the Ags, which all the Centaurs seem to get Ags like a really good timing. I'm not really sure how that happens every single game, but they get it like 25-30, and then none of your cores need to get BKBs
That's it.
until like very, very late. that Ags is one of the best Ags in the game if you can get it at the timing that they do.
Previous game, RTK obviously had the Bounty Hunter helping him out with that little bit of extra track gold, and there were a lot of skirmishes, so there was a lot of track gold involved. But let's see what VGJ is going for here. Is there any combination that you don't want to give away for the Centaur? Because we have seen a lot of Centaur Warlock pickups together.
Yeah.
Do you want to take the Warlock away from them?
I think Lifestealer is actually pretty good versus them. So Slaughter Lifestealer is kind of one of the ones that you want to go for. Slaughter Keeper.
Yeah, I think they got plenty of time to lock in the Life Stealer. I mean, I'd much rather grab that Keeper early.
I like this.
Oh.
They have to pick, if they want to play it, they have to pick it up there.
Yep.
Otherwise, it will get banned out, and they're going to need to bring their A game Liquid. I mean, letting VGJ open with Slaughter and the FY Keeper of the Light, it's risky. I mean, this boy on the old man and his horse.
Yeah, they need to ban a couple of heroes though. You can't give them Keeper and Storm, and Keeper and Storm is really, really good. We saw it actually, I think, in the prior series too.
Yes, we did.
The question is, with the Invoker picked up, do you ban out the Brew?
I mean,
Or was
I
it
don't
just
think
last
they could
game
do
a
that.
testament you can deal with it?
I mean, I think that we saw that Brew in the last game. It was good, it was impressive, but it wasn't what they needed, and it wasn't enough. And they know what they're going to be looking for if they pick that up again. So I would be surprised, Sheever, but you never know. You could be looking at the next level strat, Chiefs.
the amp you can actually use to kill the Earth Panda too. So even if you do give it away, it's like not. I personally wouldn't ban it out here. At least you know it's coming. If they do pick it, you just need to make sure that you draft strong enough team fight. So they ban out two of the good keeper partners, Naga and Storm.
Yeah, and there's the Life Stealer.
They managed to get it in this second phase, which is.
This feels
quite
like
lucky.
so strong for VGJ. I mean, these three heroes, it feels like the three heroes that they would have wanted to have, regardless of what's been banned out. I think the Storm ban, as you mentioned, Ben, that Liquid should have done and they have done is very good, as that would have been perfect in what VGJ have so far.
I wonder what other tricks they have up their sleeve, though. I think VG has shown that they have more interesting things in store than any other team in this tournament.
Absolutely.
Bounty Hunter, we haven't seen at all. It's been banned sometimes. The Naga Siren, the only win here with Naga at this tournament. Storm Spirit was kind of just off the radar. Everyone thought that the hero sucked because of the changes to root, but they've used him also quite successfully. So how deep is their pool?
Yeah.
FY on the Safe Lane Magnus? What? Like what?
All right, well, this next pick coming out from Liquid should tell us a lot. I mean, pretty easy to guess that they're going to grab that Invoker for Miracle God, but where else are we going to be going with this draft? Anyone's
You said
particularly
Warlock is safe. Warlock is definitely a safe pick, but
Yeah.
What about just going for an SD Luna game?
Come on, please.
I mean, you're down a game, you say, screw it, we'll
Oh,
play
and
SD Luna.
We saw SD Luna
alright.
once this tournament.
Yes, you can read how
It lost.
SD Luna did on DC's gravestone.
Yes.
I think Lifestealer is really.
I don't think she was very happy with that.
What are you talking about? She's laughing. She's covering. She was happy.
He was just embarrassed.
Yeah.
Just an embarrassed lady. Anywho,
I don't like SD Luna.
no one likes. And there's the Warlock. All right. So
Warlock is by far the safest pick.
Absolutely.
Just go for mass team fight. They don't have the Stampede to counter it. And you have some form of anti-BKB against the Lifestealer. That was really big last game, that none of their cores could deal with BKB.
I mean, it's such a long cooldown.
Oh, come on, Owen. You were the one who said it would work.
I feel don't you feel they're going to need something else to go through Magic?
I actually like the Axe a lot versus the Lifestealer Starter, but Axe kind of takes the same position as
Yeah,
Centaur.
we're really fit in with it.
So there's not that many anti-BKB supports that you can pick nowadays. SD is like okay, but he's very mediocre.
Yeah, Team Liquid does like to pick people up with kind of long stuns to pair up with their Invoker. So you're going to need somebody.
Well, we still have a support hero left to be picked up, so there's still plenty of time to pick up that core that does it. And hey, who knows? Maybe they want to go back for the Sven. That's a stun right there.
No.
Not the Sven.
Please don't bring out the Sven
Hey,
again.
they picked it. They obviously thought it could work.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just
So-
it's just Sven though. You get kited.
Yes, and we saw that
Yeah,
exactly.
it's just a little rough.
Yeah.
There's very few situations that I would actually like to be a Sven as the carry. Maybe if you're versus a Meepo, some other specific situations, but in general,
All right, so who do we want to see here for VGJ?
But we're not sure where the Slaughter is. We haven't seen ROTK play it, so I'm almost positive it's actually going to be FY.
We normally see FY play it, but they are keeping it open by picking up that Ember Spirit right now.
I like having the root. The root is really good for Centaur, and the counter initiation with Stampede. Stampede is really good at like resetting a team fight, so you can reposition yourself.
They are picking it into an Invoker though, so Liquid already
okay.
have a bit of a way of getting rid of that Flame Guard.
I haven't seen Miracle play too much Cross Wedge.
No,
Most
for
of the
sure,
times he
yeah, that
plays,
is not
Cross
his
Edge
optimal build.
But I don't actually think that counter is that bad, actually. The Ember Spirits, like, before it's like, oh my god, I can't use Flame Guard, but now you just wait until the Tornado to use Flame Guard, and then you go in again. So it's not as bad. Also, a lot of them have picked up the one slight early to dodge the EMP in lane, so it's pretty good, actually, I think, versus Invoker. Not amazing, but playable. Juggernaut. Magic Immunity. One of the better cores versus Lifestealer Slaughter. You want a core that can like survive on its own. Luna, you just die every time a Slaughter Lifestealer. Jug, you have a decent shot of escaping. You Manta, you spin away.
Sure.
Whatever, you're good.
Diffuser Blade Karis is something else that can kind of deal with the Ember if you want to build it that way.
And also you can actually siege buildings versus a keeper. That is super important. Last game we saw it. Lifestealer, Rage, bam, hit towers, you're good for 6 seconds. Juggernaut, same thing. You spin, you hit towers, you're good. Like, you don't need to pop a BKB or a Manta or have a Lotus on you or MKB. Actually, you can't MKB and hit buildings, but like, you don't need any of these things. You have an innate skill that deals with keepers' high ground defense.
All right. Let's see here. Now, who are we looking for? Who's our missing puzzle piece there, Sheaves?
The missing piece of the puzzle. And you're asking the host.
I'm saying the player. The player. What player are we looking for?
Well, which side?
Jerax
Which
for
side?
Liquid.
Yeah.
Jerax for Liquid.
That's Jerax for Liquid. We just
And
want to see the
ROTK
place band
likely.
out.
Yeah. I'm just trying to cycle through here the
Yeah.
ROTK.
Earth Spirit is, I think, really good for Liquid.
Yeah,
I
I'm a
like
little
the
surprised that's still available because I don't know, that could be good for Jerax.
Disruptor, I also think it's like okay, but I think I prefer Earth Spirit. But Earth Spirit, I like the instant disables versus the Lifestealer Ember, or else you're never going to be able to kill them. How are they going to stop them from actually popping Slight, popping Remnant, popping Rage? There's nothing right now except for the last pick that needs some sort of instant cast, I believe. Sinking, sometimes used. Lions, okay, but not very popular nowadays.
I mean, for VGJ, ROT Ags could be very good for them because then they would have that disable themselves through
do like
Jug's
the
Magic
Ags.
Immunity.
Oh, hey guys.
What's up?
Underlord?
Yeah, Underworld is decent too.
It
Doom?
really feels like...
There we go.
Hey!
That's the stun we're
Like
looking
it.
for.
Liquid doing it again.
Oh,
Ooh,
yeah.
That is a great pick.
That
That
be
is
bad.
tough. I mean, Enigma is good. Like, VGJ's team fight is pretty terrible.
Yeah.
Their AoE stun is Slardar, and they have no, like, bam. They have Warlock ult and Enigma ult, both pierce BKB.
Dude, so good. The team
It's
fight is
actually
incredible.
really
And
good.
if you missed game Series 1, the Enigma pick by Kuro, he was unbelievable by being able
it
to
was
catch
incredible.
that Ember
He
Spirit.
was
was
top
incredible.
of the net worth at the end of the
Yes.
game. Darkseer. That will be it.
Well, that's kind of some anti-team fight right there. You know,
Darkseid is fast.
Yeah.
Like, you can
Yeah.
fight in between the Infernal and the Black Hole cooldowns, but I'm still very worried about, like, them just getting crushed by the Enigma.
Yeah.
All right, so you're thinking that this is going to be a 1-1.
I like Liquid's lineup more.
What about you, Odie Pixel?
Yeah, I got to agree. I want to see Liquid pick up something else that's going to deal through the Magic Community and they get themselves the Enigma. I think it's a really, really good finisher.
Is it going to be unanimous here?
I'm going to have to say so. I mean, they played so well. I know I'm making a dumb decision, but I can't go against that Kuro Enigma. It was so good, and it'll be good again.
I can't really hear you over the crowd. That is definitely siding with VGJ here.
I believe so.
But you guys at home, are you ready for the second game? I'm sure you are. So sit back, relax, and let the lovely voices of Lyrical and Gods fill your ears.
Thank you very much, Shiver and the panel, and welcome back, everybody. Game 2 is online now. It is VGJ facing off against Liquid. We're going to hop right into it. Gods, do you like the Enigma pick? It's a hell of a lot of hate to throw out there on top of somebody's head.
It is. Kuro played a very good Enigma. He'll be picking up again. This seems like one of the few heroes where Kuro will kind of swap over to that full position role, take up a lot more farm. He likes the direction he can take with the game, I guess, when he's playing the Enigma. Sit in the jungle and just see what's going on, try and time their movements. It kind of reminds me of when he used to take away some of those carries from Matu when he'd play like the Drow. I think he just feels like in control when he's on the hero that's like kind of the tempo control. You get your mech, you're ready to push. You get your level 6, you're ready to smoke kick. Like, he can dictate the flow of the game through this hero, and does feel like a very good pick against the Lifestealer. Not a whole lot that can cancel it easily. There are disables, yes, but there's very close range disables with the Slaughter Crush, the Siri Chains, Vacuum, maybe one of the better ones, but also one of the ones you're going to be looking to use at the start of the fight. So we'll see how it does. For VG Gaming, though, ROTK Darkseer, this is historically one of his best heroes, and a very strong combo with the FY Slaughter.
Yeah. Oh, and you talked about being able to pick up that quick mechanism. I mean, if the game goes well enough, we saw him go for the Midas into, what was it, Blink Dagger, and Octarine Core as third item. Not often that you see that.
That seemed a bit clowny. I don't know if he'd do that in the close game, but you've got 4 active spells, reduce all those cooldowns. Why the hell not? Tank up a lot, so we'll see. Will be the Fenrir Coddle. This is one of the teams that does play that kind of. Last time they did this, it was with the Sand King Coddle. It wasn't the best. But we'll see if they can get away with like the greedy 5-position Coddle this time around.
It does look like we have a bit of a pause. I'm sure it'll just be a second or two as we're getting close to start this game off. But, another thing to talk about a little bit is that this VG Gaming lineup last time around, they were just able to continuously siege high ground with the Rage Lifestealer. It's still something that you can sort of do a little bit. Like if you drop the Golem or the Black Hole and it ends up getting canceled, then you're kind of in a worse spot than when you started.
Yeah. And they've got Omni Slash as well, so they've got good ways to deal with them in the Rage. And you also got to get in a position where you're sieging high ground too. So I think the bigger focus is still going to be on like the early mid-game stage, and it's a nice thing to have to fall back on. I mean, Ben mentioned the same thing with the Juggernaut. You can actually siege versus illuminate. So I think both teams have ways to high ground siege if they get to that point. So any team that does well in the early to mid-game can end the game in timely fashion with an Aegis.
Looks like they are going to be able to deny out one of the creeps from the mid lane. Miracle not going to have a range creep this time around. It looks like he's also going to have a little bit of help from his buddy, Mr. GH the Warlock. Taking Shadow Word at this early level means that an already tough matchup is going to become even tougher against this Invoker.
Tri-lane mid, guys. Kind of what this is. Losing a range creep, having a Warlock there. He's like, what else can you throw at me, guys? FY, please come and help. Looks like FY may focus more on the harass. He finds Kuro in the jungle. He's likely going to try and snipe some of these Eidolons if possible. They do give good money as well as good XP. And also just block perhaps the respawn of this medium camp.
It's, I think, something that's kind of okay. You look at the way that they've kind of developed their game plan throughout this tournament, and sometimes they've been willing to sacrifice freeze and allow them to catch back up later on through team fights. So that's something that we could potentially look for. But yeah, as you mentioned, we can see now FY in the jungle, going to soak up that experience. And I mean, is he really going to be able to contest the farm of the Enigma?
No, not contested. He wants to cancel Clarities, which there's still 2 more of. He should be able to get close enough for this one. There we go. Cancels 1 Clarity, will take a bit of damage. Has got boots, though, so he can maneuver around. He wants to also farm these islands. There we go. 26 gold. Can't kill anymore because they split, but tiny chunk of gold. He's just being disruptive. He knows he's not going to be able to stop the Enigma farm, but he can at least slow down the farm and slow down the level progression by sharing that experience. So he's being annoying more than anything else. He's going to get a couple more Eidolons. This is actually good farm. He kills off, I think that's 3 total or 4 total. So decent start for the FY Slaughter.
Oh, in the meantime, down bottom, Matumba Man has already used his spin and going to get chased down a little bit here by Aggressive. He's going to be forced back out of lane, at least for the moment. This is kind of a scary lane here with the Lifestealer Coddle.
Yeah, and Aggressive picks up boots. Sunstrike.
Oh, Miracle.
This is wrong, and not.
That was a scary
loses his
moment.
salve there. He runs in aggressively with the salve, which was interesting. Miracle turns around, gets the easy cancel, but looks like both players have their shrine available. But I say that Miracle needs to be careful going for his shrine. FY is waiting on the high ground. Whether he can get to that shrine or not will be the big question. Once he heals up a bit more, he should be fine, though. Yeah, he's got enough HP now.
I mean, that's sort of the nice part about it for the Invoker is you have that point up in Quas, can get the heals up as well. It does look like they're going to rotate in with the Haste Rune and healing up Miracle. Make sure that he's going to be all fine and dandy, and he'll give a couple pot shots to Freeze on his way through the lane.
Bit of a role reversal. Game 1 it was Liquid winning most of the lanes, having a very good start. This time around it's VG Gaming with CS across all 3 of their cores. Top CS on the Darkseer, the Lifestealer not far behind. Ember doing well enough against an Invoker, which isn't a very favorable matchup for the Ember. So, does feel like things in the lane stage at least looking good for VG Gaming. And Kuro's Enigma just being disrupted by the Slaughter. That will not continue though. He's tucked himself away in a safer jungle position and Slaughter's not really on top of him anymore.
GH is also going to be forced out and is going to need to TP back home or at least over to the shrine.
Perhaps calling Kuro over to use that one. maybe it looks like Matu, Blade Furying down a wave, is going to come in. So a 3-man shrine.
Oh, Miracle turns to fight, wants to take this one. They get the kill, is going to end up fairy firing, trying to stay alive. Also had wand charges. No, that was the Invoker had wand charges. So they do take down the Ember in the end. That was really close to being great for Miracle, but ends up dying.
Early slide of fist. What a player. He thought he was perhaps dodging the Sunstrike if he timed it exactly right, but he gets the kill anyway, so does end up being a win for the Ember. Freeze, this young player, solo kill on Miracle. If there's a player with a solo kill in your competitive tournament debut, Miracle is definitely up there.
Uh-oh.
He's getting just in Miracle's face. Talked about this 1v1 matchup. If Ember can get in the Invoker's face with the Flame Guard, it does become a much tougher matchup for the Invoker.
And now a DD rune as well. I mean, a little bit of good luck going his way, as well as some very evident skill. It does look like Matamba Man again going to be forced to use the spin in this bottom lane, and all of these lanes really not going into the favor of Team Liquid at all. The Warlock is going to be forced back. Can they find the kill? Fairy Fire trying to stay alive, but he is going to die. And, well, maybe they can find something of it. They're able to take down Fenrir.
FY's got no mana for the TP. He's trying to clarity up. Going to be close. Matu's hunting. Doesn't look like he'll find him in time. Or will he?
Oh, no, he turns back the other direction. And, well, Matamba Man heard something maybe from the crowd and realized, oh, can I go back and check it out? But he was already gone. Well, nonetheless, Freeze in the mid lane. Going to get Sunstrike, anticipating the dodge, but was not able to find him.
Looks like Miracle has stabilized things a bit here. He's still fairly healthy. This raindrop is a key item to have early on against the Ember Spirit, able to block the Searing Chains damage. Will make this mid lane a little bit tougher for the Ember Spirit to go too aggressive on, but he's got friends coming. He's got a 2-man smoke gang ready to try and find another kill on the Invoker. Sentries are there too, so no Ghost Walk escape likely to be possible.
All right, well, and Miracle again is going to get wrapped on. They've got several heroes here. Chains connects. They also are going to be able to get the crush. He's pretty quick right now.
Yeah,
and
nice Stampede save.
Will survive. Sunstrike. FY. Oh, just barely off the mark.
He saw it coming, it looks like. He sidestepped that one. Triple run to mid.
Wants to find him. They get this Chains. It's going to be able to do a good bit of damage.
The Illuminate misses.
Right there, though. The Malefice to turn. Freeze. Maybe in some trouble is going to fall. So gets a little bit aggressive and is punished.
Ooh, not sure if he slightly missed the Fire Remnant damage or possibly it's just the raindrop negating some of it. It did look like the damage was slightly out of range when he remnanted it in, but we'll have to watch the tape on that one. Either way, a great juke coming out from Miracle. Raindrops paying off for this Liquid mid laner. And the aggression from Freeze, this time getting punished. You know, you kind of get a bit kind of keen and eager to go for those kills. You're like, I already solo killed him once. You can kind of feel that things are going your way. Your team's probably kind of pumping you up as well, and you go for another, and this time around, Miracle gets the best of you. Well, he's very good at doing, but ROTK crushing the top lane, level 8.5 to the about to be level 7 Centaur, and with complete utter free farm on Darkseer, not to mention probably a decent chunk of jungle creeps in there as well, making full use of the Darkseer.
I mean, top of the net worth, and this is with FI hanging out here as well. They are thinking for the moment about going on to mind control.
Stampede about to come back up, though. Oh, vacuum into crush, top.
Trying to go for it, going to be able to connect. They got the Ion Shell on top of him, slowed up for the moment. Is he going to be able to get that Stampede off? They need to find him, and it looks like with the chase, with the crush, they'll get the kill. VGJ is making it work.
Yeah, great positioning from FY, using the fog right by the top lane and waiting for the vacuum to come out. Gets the setup he needs.
FY a little bit afraid about, what could potentially come as far as Sunstrikes.
This top tower is likely to go down now with the creep wave being skipped by ROTK. There's a creep wave on it as well. This is going to be a tower getting down to a couple hundred HP. FY can TP himself home, but seems he's going to wait a little bit longer. But yeah, tower doesn't go down just yet. It should be an easy claim if VG Gaming want to commit perhaps 3 heroes to this top lane. And FY is staying at top because he's got Tranquil Boots. He's actually going to slowly regen himself back up, so just going for that little bit of extra efficiency and uptime.
Well, in the meantime, Freeze getting aggressive again onto this Invoker, just trying to whittle him down slowly over time so that eventually he could get another one of those Remnant plays, perhaps.
Didn't see, but perhaps just breaking that last raindrop of Miracles. I know he's been using those very effectively to stay alive in this mid lane, so sometimes just throwing away mana to break a raindrop can be value in itself. look to be the case. Matu is invis, though, with an Omni Slash, now down bottom. This could be a dangerous place to be for not just Aggressive's Lifesteal, but even more so the Coddle, who is tucked deep in these trees. Without a rock, he can rage. Oh, he can't rage TP away from a black hole. Kuro is here, ready to stop that TP out.
Oh, bottom lane, I think there's something that might be a brewing if we could get on down there. There it is, black hole a little bit off the mark.
A little bit.
I couldn't see a damn thing anyways. Aggressive jumps inside of a creep.
Yeah, good thing for Kuro that that one maybe not fully caught.
Don't worry, nobody saw it.
Ooh, very far off. I think he was expecting the lifesteal to back, like his smoke popped, so the reaction told me, oh, you smoke pop, gonna run away. No, he just kept charging forward, which was perhaps an unexpected maneuver, and that should have been the black hole Omni Slash kill. Like, yeah, you're gonna commit 2 big ultimates for it, but it's worth it to stop Aggressive's lifestealer, and instead, he gets out, he knows there's no black hole, he's getting aggressive on this bottom lane.
Man uses that over here towards the mid lane. They find the kill onto Mind Control with Freeze rotating top.
Yeah, top kill, which means it's also a top tower. Centaur dead, opens up this lane, will be a free tower, and Team Liquid will continue to bleed here in this early game.
Man, this has just felt, I mean, you talked about it earlier that it's been a little bit of a role reversal where it's actually going to be VGJ having the really good laning stage to start, and I'm wondering how this is going to translate into the mid game. Like, can they really start roaming around and just taking down these towers?
Absolutely. You've got good vehicles for the lifesteal. Even before Slaughter's blink, you can use the Ember Spirit if you want to. Aggressive at bottom. Not going to go for the TP out. Instead, just tries to run his way out of this one. Stick plus Omni Slash coming soon.
This is a scary moment. They get the Omni Slash there. Sunstrike is going to, well, doesn't really matter. They get the kill regardless.
Yeah, bit surprised he didn't just go for a rage TP out there, but perhaps expecting the Omni Slash damage to kill him off. Matu's stick charges were actually on cooldown until that very last moment there. Freeze at top, looking to set up.
Well, let's see if he's going to be able to catch him. There's the Remnant forward, looking for the catch onto Mind Control. It's going to be breaking down some of these trees. He goes to the right, Freeze going to the left.
Nice juke, good use of the Quelling Blade. Chopped his way through, and Mind Control doesn't even have to TP out. He's just all the way back to safety. But yeah, that's a nice kill in the lifesteal, slowing down the armlet timing. That would have been the go time, I think, for Aggressive. He would have been like, all right, team, I can infest into whoever, go for a kill. Darkseid's got mech. Vici Gaming very much ready to fight at this point in the game. So getting a kill on the lifesteal will help slow down some of their aggression early on. Kuro has gone for the Midas, so that's something you may look to exploit if you're Vici Gaming. The fact he hasn't gone for the mech, has gone for that same build as earlier before, does limit what he can do should some constant aggression come out from Vici.
And you can certainly do that with the Darkseid, who's now picked up the mechanism. You got the high mobility, as you mentioned earlier, the ability to go in with side of the Ember Spirit and the initiation. Just a ton of team fight built up already from VGJ, and Aggressive going to chase down GH right now, immediately going to go for the TP, but there's the vacuum, and that should be the kill. Was that Stampede used as well?
Yes, it was. So the Stampede being used, and possibly will guarantee this bottom tier 1 tower. And the other great thing about Ember and Lifesteal, these are great heroes to put Iron Shell on. So we could see not just aggression around the mech, but also the Iron Shell, Ember Spirit, and Lifestealer can pose a big threat.
Oh, triple Remnant in. It doesn't end up doing damage to Matumbo Man, though, and he's going to be able to back out.
Yeah, despite getting the first blood on Miracle, Freeze is the one player who's kind of struggled. That top push and gank actually really helped salvage his early game because he got a kill in the center and got the tier 1 tower gold as well. If not for that, I feel like December would be even further behind. But does manage to get some more tower gold thanks to his team. Bottom lane, Aggressive, gets a tower and gets aggressive onto GH. Finds another kill.
That is just so spooky. This little guy running at you constantly and so much damage coming out. It feels like if they don't address this Lifestealer soon, which they tried to do with the Black Hole earlier, he's just going to get out of control.
Yeah, GH, I think it's a tough game for him, not because of, like, he's put on a different role. Like, this is as much as, I think Kuro the Enigma, like, can suit him and all that, but Warlock doesn't really suit GH. He's a player that likes to go around being aggressive, making plays, whether it's his Slada, like, going for kills, whether it's his Rubik doing flashy things, his Coddle like aggressively split pushes lanes, but you can't do that on a hero like Warlock. You're a much more defensive natured hero. He has 4 Observer Wards on him. He's not even used to buying wards. Normally that's Kuro's job, but Kuro playing the farming Enigma, so there's no vision up for Liquid. And I think we're seeing a clear kind of disconnect between GH and playing the 5-position support role. Very capable player. I'm sure he plays it plenty in like pubs here and there if he needs to, but in terms of like Liquid as a competitive team and as like a functioning unit, he hasn't really been able to hit a good level 6 timing. He hasn't been able to just play that defensive support role to great effect.
Well, they're going to need to turn this back around soon, and it feels like it has to be off the back of these big team fight ultimates, and maybe now
Ember's
is
ready
a
to
chance.
go. I mean, he's not going to get a good rock off if he gets found.
Oh, they find him right away at the start. Can't get anything off. He's just going to drop in mid lane again. They're going to be able to pressure this out. You got heroes rotating in, but what's Matumbo Man going to do at this point? He can spin and pull the wave maybe, but...
Yeah, he's going to try to delay it, but doesn't really offer a whole lot in the fight. Needs to be careful not to get vacuumed as well. Could pull him into a tough spot if Slaughter's there for a crush, but good news is... Oh, no, bad news is FY's got a blink. He just picked this one up. He's ready to come initiate. I don't know if Liquid are ready for this, and
Curl does have a blink as well. He's hanging out there behind. They're ready for the counter initiation
with a rock,
play.
too. This could be the team fight Liquid need.
They're smoked up. GH over there to the side. FY, he's in the trees waiting for the initiation to come.
They ideally want to burst down the Warlock without committing too many heroes. If they can kill the Warlock with like a Blink, Slaughter, and an Ember, like a 2-hero commitment, that's great, because Enigma can't really go for a 2-man black hole. He needs to catch everyone with his counter initiation.
10 heroes mid.
I like it.
A whole lot of damage going on in just a second here. We have to see where the initiation comes from.
They recognize the threats. The Warlock, the Enigma. These are the 2 big heroes. These are the heroes you've got to initiate on. Kill one instantly, take out one of those big ultimates. The Warlock's probably the better target, and then then the plan is you just don't group up. Problem is, if you go on the Enigma, the Warlock's going to probably hit everyone, even if you're not grouped, because of that AoE.
Looks like VGJ chicken out first, at least, in that game in the mid lane that went on. Probably for the best. I think that it's hard to fight into this lineup with Fatal Bonds and everything else getting thrown out.
They de-warded, so they took away some of the dire vision, but then they also realized, like, okay, Warlock's positioning very defensive, and not a whole lot we can do to get on top of him. And they also hadn't seen Enigma in a while, so perhaps unaware of the blink, but also something they probably know the timing of. With that Midas, they're expecting it to be up at this point.
Well, 7-4, 16 minutes in. Not necessarily that frenetic pace that we saw in the last one. Looks like FY, well, he baits out the hoof stomp by Mind Control.
And aggressive going for his next infest into the Ember Spirit of Freeze. Perhaps the unexpected partner.
All right, FY, he's just putting on a show right now.
Here comes Ember.
This might be a little bit too much for FY. Needs to be careful. They're on top of him already. This is a Mind Control down. Just again, VGJ continuing this dominant performance.
Aggressive is hungry again, playing this Lifestealer and playing that fighting style. All he needs is the armor. He's going to get the Helm of the Dominator creep potentially as well. This is a lot of gold. Killing these is well worth it with the patch changes. Plus 125.
Ain't bad. I'm looking at this VGJ lineup. It feels like they're doing everything correct constantly all around the map. And, I mean, what's this team's limit at this point? How do Liquid even respond now?
I mean, Liquid want to go for the big team fight. So that's why they backed off that mid-tier 1 tower. I think VG Gaming recognized, like, we're pretty good at team fight initially because we had this mech, we had a really strong level and farm advantage, but now that Warlock's hit level 6 and an Enigma has a blink, the team fight swings back Liquid's way. They just need these few items, and Black Hole plus Rock is going to win them fights much more so than like a vacuum into Slaughter Crush can. So VG Gaming's strengths with their draft is going to lie in the pick-off area. They want to keep finding these little kills, use their global mobility with the Ember Spirit boots of travel. They've got great mobility with the Slaughter, Sprint, and Blink. The Darkseer can blink. He's also got a very early blink. So they're using like this ganking style to try and beat the 5-man of Liquid at this point.
Well, it looks like, again, Freeze in the mid lane is going to throw out one of those remnants. Wanting to stay
Be
alive.
careful, they're
going as well. There's going to be the black hole. It's down onto 2. It's huge. It's going to be a kill onto 2 of them, and now going to be able to find a bit more. Miracle already with the double. Can they take down Aggressive? Curl is getting turned upon, but Aggressive is kind of left on his lonesome. They have him inside of a creep wave. But man, oh man, what an initiation.
Wrong. He went for the deny on it. His team were like pinging one of them and trying to figure out which one the lifesteal was in. They're auto-denying these.
Now again, they're up there inside of them, and Aggressive is going to end up falling. So another great pickup. Matumbo Man takes him down. A flurry of action, and suddenly Liquid back on top.
Yeah, and they finally found a way to use some of these big team fight winning ultimates. I mean, Kuro gets a nice black hole. Ember was so fast to react, but problem was his remnant was still inside the black hole, so he didn't actually have a good escape. But this is the downtime of the big ultimates. They're playing these long cooldown ultimates, and VG Gaming will be much stronger for the next 2 minutes. Without black hole, without rock, VG Gaming can go for Roshan, they can go for this tier 1 mid. I'd expect a tier 1 mid and possibly Roshan as well to fall without Liquid able to do a whole lot in response.
Big crush. Now on to Matumba Man, but he can just spin it out and back off there. So it did feel maybe a little bit like the rock was slightly overkill. If they hang on to that, then maybe they were going to be able to not lose this tower here mid. I don't know. It's tough to tell.
Curious to see where VG go next. They know them. Oh, that makes Huston. That could be punished.
Yeah, they're on top of him. They dropped the wall as well. A bit more damage, slowing down that mind control centaur. Maybe they farm it here for a second. I don't know.
Yeah, without Lifestealer here, they are struggling to force the issue, even with those ultis on cooldown. So back to about a minute without ultis. Tier 1, I would expect to be a freebie. Aggressive's here, and he'll raise, but he won't get the last hit.
Mind control, just doing it with every hero. Last time it was the Brew, this time it's the Centaur.
And here's the Roshan, as mentioned. Should be go time for VG Gaming to get as much done as possible. Anytime those ultis are used, you've got to achieve something. But with Invoker and Centaur, they can still delay this and also cause problems.
Sunstrike comes in, they realize what's happening, they're going to get that initiation off, connect onto 2, there's a deafening blast, 1 is already gone, Aggressive is out of there. Can they take down more? Chain's going to be able to contain them for the moment, but they're able to take them down. Freeze now needs to remnant out, but this with the amp damage on top of it might be Liquid's Roche.
They're stealing Roche without Rock, without Black Hole. Illuminate will try and deter this, but there's a healing ward. They can't get in there, and the amp actually helped out Liquid for a bit.
Oh, Malefice thought about it, but FY.
They can't stop this. Darkseer, Lifestealer, no buybacks, and looks like Lifestealer committed the rage to try and bring down Roche, not expecting Liquid to come and fight it, and they got punished because when Liquid came in and engaged, Rage was on cooldown. That really backfired, and VG Gaming, I mean, the mindset is there, and I think you have to have the mindset, like, when those big ultimates are down, go and fight, go and get something done, but perhaps they should have approached it differently and use smokes there. Don't just go in blindly into Roche knowing that your opponents can throw Sunstrike, throw tornadoes, media combos. Try and smoke up, find the kill, and turn the kill into Roshan, because your opponents are not going to want to fight into like the initiation of a Lifestealer Infest. Instead, you get no value out of Infest. No value. Rage was used on Roche, so your Lifestealer was a melee creep at that point. A melee creep that does a lot of damage, but he's also getting stunned up and controlled.
Well, and now looking at this as well, you do have several Midases online for Liquid. You've got one on Kuro, the Invoker, and the Warlock. This is a lineup that, to me at least, feels like it's incredibly terrifying going into the late game against.
Yeah, I mean, Miracle's Invoker is one of the scariest things in late game to verse. Lifestealer also not the dream late game carry. If you've got like a good mid-scaling carry, you can typically get away with it, as we saw last game, but I don't feel like the Ember is going to offer quite the same this game as far as a scaling late game carry, especially with his farm. He is 7k net worth. He is dirt poor. Freeze has had a rough game, and that's with the solo kill on Miracle, as mentioned. So he is not getting farm at a quick rate whatsoever. VG Gaming find themselves in quite a big spot of trouble. We're going to see Kuro again go into that Octarine build, it looks like. He's got the soul boost. He's just incredibly tanky with a build like this, and just roaming around the enemy jungle, seeing what he can find. Reduce that cooldown on your Midas, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gets
Why
the
not?
120 GPM talent.
He is stacked up. There's no question about it. And the other thing about this, too, is you look at it, like, he is always going to be able to find that initiation pretty much because there's the threat of the rock. And it's not as if Warlock is going to be poor either. Like, if he needs to, he can go back for a Blink Dagger himself.
I mean, the ability to scale late game script, but it also means they can farm incredibly fast right now. They're going to force a high ground push here. Matu, with Healing Ward, with Blade Fury, isn't too afraid of Illuminate. The whole team isn't afraid of Illuminate with the Healing Ward up, and you can't easily get to that Healing Ward. You haven't got any good heroes to bring it down.
Oh, they're on top of him, trying to get it. Vacuum wall into the crush, but the rock counterplay is going to be there. Everybody from Liquid is still alive for the moment, but so is VGJ. It looks like they're going to be able to call it there. A good initiation comes in for mind control. They're going to drop the rock. They're going to also drop the Omni. Takes down that Lifestealer right there at the start. Matumba Man going to be crushed for the moment. Miracle pretty low in this one. Is he going to fall? He does end up burning through the Aegis, but it is just the Aegis.
Looks like they're going to disengage. Lifestealer buys back. That's already a big win in itself, and VG Gaming feel pressed to chase.
Well, they've been able to pull back one, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, and they're in the ice wall now. So frustrating. GH doesn't want to reveal himself there. It looks like they're at least going to be able to keep eyes now onto ROTK.
Okay.
They're thinking about it. Black hole is there. Can they hit it? Is going to be able to get the initiation from mind control. They're trying to set up for a big black hole. Curl looking for the angle. This could be huge if he is able to find it, but
Aggressive has no rage here. He's going to be very careful. 5 seconds.
Kuro drops it. There it is, right on top of him, and this is another one, a dieback. This could end up being more.
Yeah, without an Aegis, they probably don't care as long as Lifesteal is dead, and ROTK slowed down as well.
No way out of this one. They've got the cold snap. He's going to end up falling from bad to worse. VGJ just in a terrible position, and it looks like they're going to be able to run down the Kato as well, and a 24-minute GG. Liquid responds strong.
That's making a statement. I mean, they win the game 24 minutes in with triple Midas. Like, they're picking up these Midas, getting some levels and all that. Normally you think, oh, triple Midas, they're looking to play late game. No, Liquid strike hard and fast with the black holes, the rocks. That Roche contest was really that's the big play to go back to. Felt like VG Gaming just needed to go for a play with a bit more finesse. They couldn't just try and brute force the way into Roche Pit, even though they had those 2 ultimates down. I think it was this kind of misguided sense of security because there was no black hole and no rock. Invoker Centaur still very disruptive, still very good at just stopping that Roche from happening from afar. Just a Sunstrike on that lifesteal, going down to like half HP. He also used the Rage, so he comes out without a Rage, and that fight there loses VG Gaming the game.
Well, that's going to do it for game number 2. They tie up the series. Liquid showing that they've still got a lot in the tank left.
Yeah.
Even after a long day of Dota for both teams. Are you expecting to see anything really different come out as far as the draft is concerned? It felt like there wasn't a ton change. They kind of switched up sides a little bit.
Yeah, I think VG Gaming have done well when they've had strong team. I mean, they had decent team fight with the Darkseer, and they probably thought the Darkseer Slider duel was going to be good for them as they scaled into the game, but Liquid responded by just one-upping them. Enigma, Warlock. So maybe we see more emphasis on the Warlock. I think that's a hero we've seen Fenrir play quite a bit. I think GH had a pretty shaky game on Warlock. He was not comfortable playing that 5-position role. He got caught out a bit in the offlane, got a very slow level 6, but the overall strategy from Liquid was what really came through in this game. So I mean, hats off to Kuro. Very good draft that matched. I think picking these big team fight ultimates against a team like VG Gaming, who are either going big on team fight or they're going like big on like 5-man and big on aggression. This is a very aggressive team, except for the one game we saw them do Coddle Naga, and the key thing was they banned Naga. So
yeah,
I think Liquid's thinking like, oh, we ban Naga, we'll force them to go aggressive or go team fight, and we'll beat them in team fight.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see if they're going to be able to make it happen again in game number 3, or if VGG are going to be able to pull it back in. Stick around, everybody. The grand finals is going to continue just after this.
Gaming bets, online betting for every esports fan. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, CSGO and Overwatch, StarCraft 2, the choice is yours. Express bets for multiple matches or live bets on the game you are watching right now. Know your way around Dota 2? Make a prediction for picks and bans. Playing CSGO? Guess the number of rounds in a certain match. Daily quest for all participants and all the best choice of payment systems. More than 600,000 users have already made their bets on the spectacular matches since 2011. EGB.com. You know for sure who's gonna win. For every esports fan, Dota 2 and Hearthstone, CSGO and Overwatch, StarCraft 2, the choice is yours. Express bets for multiple matches or live bets on the game you are watching right now. Know your way around Dota 2? Make a prediction for picks and bans. Playing CSGO? Guess the number of rounds in a certain match. Daily quests for all participants and all the best choice of payment systems. More than 600,000 users have already made their bets on the spectacular matches since 2011. EGD.com. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome back to Starladder I-League Star Series, where the series is tied 1-1. And with the series, I mean, grand finals. That is right. VGJ was not able to beat Liquid a second time around, and now the score is indeed a 1-1, which means that all our panelists were correct in their prediction for this match. And you can now gloat. Jake, go gloat.
Well, there goes my gloat. No, I mean, it wasn't anything to gloat about. For sure, VGJ played very well. Kuro, I was just expecting him to do very well because he has a very unique Enigma build that he does. I still don't understand it, but
It would not have mattered what build he went.
no, it was just his
he
plays.
I'm pretty sure he could have just done like brown boots, blink, and save up 10,000 gold and still win the game.
Why do you say that? I mean, what was so good?
I mean, he was building up just in case, like minus Octarenas for constant team fights later because they had a faster pace lineup with a starter lifestealer.
Yeah.
So you're looking for the pickoffs. Like the one big opportunity that they actually tried to fight in between the big black hole cooldown as well as the rock, they went into Roche and they still got demolished. So they didn't even really need the black hole to win the team fights. But just in case things went wrong, Enigma did have the farm to back it up.
But Juggernaut was so poor the whole game.
Doesn't matter. Still
Doesn't
have better
matter?
team fight.
What was the story of the
Midnight
game for
Pulse
you, Ovi?
does a lot of damage. Midnight Pulse is actually ridiculous. It goes through magic immunity.
It's crazy.
Well, you just said that they didn't need him, but then you just said Midnight Pulse did all the damage.
I know, they can just drop it. I mean, you don't need
Well, then you need 'em
you
to
don't
be
need
able to-
items for it.
Oh, okay. You're saying
Like,
the items.
Yeah, he really didn't need that many items though, which is the crazy part. Their team fight was superior. Their laning was a bit better, and their play that game was better. Freeze choked a little bit too.
Yeah.
He missed a couple of
There was a
remnant
few
bombs.
questionable remnants, yeah.
Yeah.
So, the remnant bomb that he missed, there was a point where he went back into the black hole.
Yep.
It was...
That happens.
I mean, it happens. This is kind of what we come to get used to when we watch Freeze. He's a guy, whether he's playing his Storms, his Ember, he does plays like this, and then the next game, he blows your mind. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
nothing surprising really there from Freeze. You've got to really, for me, point out Miracle's Invoker.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're seeing once again why this hero is very much favoured where in terms of bans when teams are going up against Liquid, and every reason why Liquid did pick it up at the early stage in the draft so they could secure it for themselves. Consistently, every team fight, just perfect control. He was hitting the combos, but the thing is, what I noticed that Miracle stands out from a lot of other Invokers is, that they'll commit the combo and then they'll kind of back off. But Miracle, he commits the combo, doesn't necessarily look to finish off the first targets. He then immediately blinks across, looks to then move on to the backliners. He drops the meteor elsewhere. He doesn't just throw everything in the middle. He's a very calculated chef. He doesn't put it all in the same pot. He looks to make a 3-course meal. He's like, here's your main course, there's your dessert, and that's your starter.
Can we get that Invoker set? He has like a chef's hat. That'd be
He
great.
should have a
I
chef
like
set
it.
on.
Wow.
Yeah.
And he's like cutting. Wow, that'd be great.
He's a culinary master.
It would just be like Benny Hannes. The balls, he'll just be like,
Benny
Throw-
who?
okay.
Well,
guess that's
I
an
know what you're
American
talking
thing.
about.
Hey,
I know what you're
USA.
There was one right next to the Summit House too.
Don't worry about it. Anyway,
We'll take you. Ben, it's like what do they call it? Hibachi?
Hibachi.
Japanese hibachi? Okay, it's like Do we really?
Isn't
need
that a
to explain
category
this?
of video?
We'll give you a nice
It's
treat. one day.
related to food.
Oh.
Wow.
Suffice it to say, though, Miracle was serving up something spicy in that game, and spicy it was. So
He was under a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
It was as well, yeah.
He was at some point the only at the start, the only one on his team that was doing really well, and he was the one needed to buy some time for the rest of the team, which he definitely did.
So what
And,
we saw different from that game, though,
yeah?
I think, is, as Ben said, I mean, just massive amounts of ownage on the team fight. We saw
Yeah.
them get denied the Warlock and picked it up, and we saw that kind of style of those big save, those big grab-ya team fight heroes like Enigma be picked up by Liquid this time, which is what has single-handedly saved VGJ several times in this tournament. So I'm expecting to see more of a very heavy team fight build this time.
Yeah, and so far, 2 things. Keeper of the Light, highly contested, lost both games now.
Yep.
High ground defense, not strong enough, apparently. Centaur, highly contested, won both games now.
Okay. Those are 2 very different horsemen. One is
They
a
are.
horse and one rides a horse, and now I know which one is better.
I was thinking Slardar is maybe a poor man's Centaur.
Wow.
Is that fair to
is-
say?
Nah,
I'd say he's rather
Slaughter's
different.
Slaughter's way more flexible too.
Slardar's a
Yeah,
fish.
more flexible, but he
He's-
in the end, when it comes to it, he does almost the same thing.
Well, they both have a blink
they're
stun, but
different.
other
Yes.
than that, they're kind of
And
different.
then Centaur can
Centaur's
help
just way
you
better team
initiate
fight
better
because
with the whole team.
The Stampede global save, like it saved Invoker in
Yes.
mid,
I mean,
so
yeah,
you don't even
yeah.
have to be there.
Slardar has a one-man stampede where he takes more damage. Centaur's like, mate, I make my whole team run. We take less damage. What's this crappy little sprint?
Exactly.
Oh, look at
So-
me. I run really fast. If you touch me, it really hurts.
So,
It's
so
like
that is a poor
sprint
man's
is basically
Centaur.
anti-stampede.
Yeah,
It's like stampede myself
He's
in the
just
head.
reiterating my point. I just want to say that.
I mean, true.
Yeah.
They're like polar opposites. You know,
I wouldn't do that. No,
I am
Slardar is
so
basically the
lost.
offspring.
I am.
that
You
got
just said that they were the
outcast, you know.
same, and they're polar opposites.
They are definitely not polar opposites.
I would have to agree with Owen, but suffice it to say, an interesting point you raised, Sheever, and quite the follow-up, Owen. But I think that we'll probably see both those heroes highly contested in
Yes.
this game.
Even
Slaughter
so,
lower. He's going down in stock.
Yeah, really.
Centaur's going up.
Isn't
Sell,
Kotl
Slaughter,
going lower in stock as well? Isn't it going down?
Who?
Kotl.
Kotl, yeah, just in this series, I think. One of the big problems was they couldn't invade the jungle. How long was Miracle sitting there in that spot farming all 3 camps? Probably
about
like
5 minutes and 22 seconds.
Yeah, I would believe that. And they couldn't stop it just because, okay, what if they black hole us when we go up that hill? And
Jug first pick, boys.
ooh,
And
It's on.
Invoker ban and Stentor ban.
Oh, where's my Magnus? Come on, FY. He's doing it. It's coming
Whispers?
out.
Maybe not Whispers, because then they'll respond with Mag, and
You're
maybe
gonna go
even
Jug Mag?
Enigma themselves.
Yep.
This is where we get the Miracle Magnus come through.
The Miracle Man.
I don't think you first
Who's
phase
the
Magnus
Nias?
for your Liquid.
Do you let VGJ get it?
I think you
He's
just
pretty
wait
strong.
until later.
Okay.
You can. I think you can respond with Rubik in more team fight easily if they go for a first phase Mag. But you know it.
Oh, la la. I actually think that Owen's right. I feel like if they don't do something with that Magnus now, they're absolutely going to pick it up. I mean, it's been a staple of their games, especially with an early game Juggernaut pick. So we'll see, though, as the first picks here come out from Team Liquid, taking their time, despite having the first 2. And yeah, they are actually going to go with the IO.
It's looking good for Mag now.
Hell yeah, it is. But they do have a lot of global presence. You know, they got Vision to be able to find people, IO to be able
Who
to
cares?
drop on them.
5-on-5, bro.
That's what Magnus want, baby.
That's what Magnus wants.
And there it
Relocating into that
is.
RP.
We're going to see it once
All
again.
right.
This is
Now-
scary for Liquid.
This is an open draft, though, because we've seen FY Magnus and we've seen RTK Magnus.
It depends if they get Undyne. You know which way it's going to go, as we heard from FY himself.
Indeed.
He can't play Undyne because RTK thinks he's too noob on it.
Yes.
So they banned out Rubik. He's one of the best heroes versus Magnus. Very low cast point, can steal RP, can prevent the skewer, which is very devastating. So Magnus is actually very tough to deal with. I've seen Puck actually is one of the best heroes versus Magnus because all your stuff's instant and you can kind of control him around in team fights. Quap kind of destroys him in lane, but we rarely see Mag mid anymore. But how do you actually deal with Magnus? You need more team fight.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen people pick up the Warlock for kind of the counter initiation. Gets a nice RP. Warlock makes sure not to get caught up, and then boom, give it a little bit of time for your team to react. But
Warlock IO sounds
horrible.
horrible.
So that's not going to be happening here.
I think I kind of like.
What do you like?
Oh no, I don't. Yeah, I do. Maybe.
What is it? Tell us.
Kuroki picking up the Dazzle this game, having the Dazzle IO combination, grouping up.
It's very
not being
defensive,
afraid of
though,
VGJ
and you
coming
don't
to the
have a
fight.
lot of disable either.
I think they're team fight.
Well, that's why I think they banned out the Storm and the Lifestealer because I mean, they've already got some to stay with the Beastmaster, but maybe their second support it could be something like a Dazzle.
I think they're both just good versus the Wisp. You can just kill the Wisp with the Storm. Lifestealer is just all these magic immunity with.
Or
the
Liquid still going for the Keeper of the Light. We saw them earlier in the tournament where they had Keeper of the Light and Beastmaster, and they have like all the vision in the world. But it's also still.
Dazzle.
See, I like that Dazzle ban. VGJ, you know, they're smart. They think like ODP.
Indeed.
Huh?
So smart.
Beastmaster opens up more strategies, though. You can actually push very early on. You can maybe even push before Magnus gets blinked, depending on what role the Magnus is in. If you have like a Vengeful Spirit, position 1, or even Lycan. I think Lycan's not that bad, but it's so risky doing that. If you don't win early, everything's gonna get cleaved down if you do a Lycan. So maybe Avenge would be better if they want to push early.
Hey,
there's your instant cast point to deal with the Magnus.
Gosh
you know what I mean?
darn it. I was actually going to say that because we've seen it before. We have seen this exact draft come out, vision provided by Hawk, going with that instant cast point, making sure that Magnus could initiate, and what do you know, it worked out absolutely perfectly. So,
even though you hate Lion.
Well, I learned a lot. That Lion pick actually changed my life. I could not talk for the rest of that panel because I was so confused.
Not. This is true.
And now I know my lesson. And here it is again. Was that against these two teams? I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I can look that up for you if you wish.
Well, thank you, Cheever. One of us is prepared anyway. VGJ coming out here with their next pickup.
Vision disadvantage.
Yep.
They need to enable the Magnus to be able to actually get off good RPs.
You are correct.
Yeah.
It was against this
See?
team in
Darn
game
it.
2. They had Keeper of the Light Lion, Beastmaster, Terrorblade, and Timbersong.
Indeed. So, again, Team Liquid using that vision advantage and that 0-point cast, and it was super successful. So, these guys know that they beat them last time with it. Let's see what their response is.
Could they maybe run something, again, like the Fenrir Bounty Hunter, so that they have that kind of hero to scout out the situation and allow the Jug
I
Magnus
like
to be
the
set up?
idea of it, that it provides vision. I think it'd be pretty good for them.
They're going to add a bit more into the wombo. Get that Sand King in.
That is a lot of wombo.
You know, I don't know if I like Sand King on this one. I like him in those defensive drafts with a Warlock. I like him reacting to stuff rather than, like, jumping in there along with a Magnus and helping out.
Get in there, dude.
I guess so, but...
It's to create chaos in the fights so that they don't have to rely on the Magnus. One of the times that we saw Magnus use like kind of their only team fight, and FY delivered, but that's a very difficult role to perform in. With the Sand King, it's much easier. It's like, oh, okay, they have to keep eyes on the Sand King. Sometimes they have to roar him. Sometimes they have to sick the summons on him.
Doesn't it seem very all-in from VGJ?
You can look at the team fight part, but just the fact that you've got the Jug Mag, the Jug can just farm as well.
Yeah, you can just
an
take
insane
it late.
pace. You got a lot of options. That opening of those two, if you know what you're doing with it,
yeah,
you do have versatility.
So Ember is very good because he has an instant cast. He's also can just jump the Magnus. I really like Ember because they don't actually have that great of lockdown for them. Oh man, that is all team fight.
This is
VGJ.
starting to look pretty scary for the
day.
high ground defense.
Yeah, but as Merlini said before, there's so much pressure on Magnus to get it right. I mean,
no, not anymore.
I mean, yeah, they could just drop a chaotic. They're going to have 3 heroes that can start the team fight effectively.
I think they're going to lose the lanes terribly.
That's right.
Ember plus Wisp, as we saw earlier, is very tough to deal with. And the Beastmaster also puts a lot of pressure in the lane. It's very difficult for a solo support to zone it out. So if they try and play greedily and have ROTK in the jungle or whatever hero it may be, I think they're going to get crushed in the lanes, and Wisp Ember Spirit will take over like we saw a little bit earlier. And what cooldowns do they really have to rely on for Liquid? Pretty much just Roar, and I think Beastmaster is very good without Roar because they go to 0-4-4 max inner beast build, so you can just right-click people all the time. Whereas Vici, you have all these long cooldowns, Epicenter, RP, Chaotic Offering, Omni Slash even is quite important for the team fights.
But if you don't use them all at the same time, at least you have Fatal Bonds and then one of the others.
That is true. That is one of the big benefits of Warlock. He's still very, very useful without his ultimate.
God, if this was a pub, I would fast lock Silencer so hard. Look at all those things you could destroy and screw up. I don't care who plays it, please.
Not their style.
Not their style.
Not their style. Is there a hero that VGJ can pick up that would help them win their lane still? Because that is what they're lacking. And what are we expecting that Sand King to be?
I think it would be the ROTK.
Probably ROTK.
Yeah. I'd like
But is it then an FY Magnus? Are we missing the Freeze hero, or is Freeze playing Magnus? Who knows? Right? Or
Well, that is true. Yeah, last time.
there is a bit of flexibility that they have here.
ROTK Mag, I guess.
Yeah,
you can't Freeze play Mag.
I was going to say, but can
We don't
Freeze
know
play
that.
Magnus? I mean, this is a team that swaps stuff around. You know, we're yet to see Freeze play it in the mid, but they do have that versatility to switch things around. You know, with the ban on the Terror Blade, Liquid are, by the looks of it, assuming the Jug to be mid and the Mag
Magnus
to be off lane.
Yeah. Freeze
Which
did
is
actually-
understandable because Jug can do pretty well against the Ember
Yes.
in the 1v1.
Definitely.
So understandable why Liquid are wondering if VGJ will look to take that matchup.
When VGJ went for the FY Magnus earlier, they went for the aggressive tri-lane. How is that looking right now with the Legion Commander pickup?
Oh, Legion Commander is so good versus Beastmaster Lion and even the Ember Spirit. Oh, the Morphling.
I do like
Throwback.
the Morphling finisher.
Why do you like the Morphling, Owen?
I thought that they were going to go for it anyway, because there's no kind of silence. He can play it relatively safely.
Duel.
You got an IO. IO takes you out. He says, "You're not fighting today, baby," and you know brings
Or
him
you
back
duel
home.
the IO, and IO just gives free damage.
But then the Morphling doesn't die, so it's a win-win.
Well, he'll die with the fed damage later on.
I do like Morphling a lot here. I think he can actually survive the combo because you're not going to drop an RP and a rock on him. He'll just strength morph.
Yeah, you've got all the
No
control, not
problem.
necessarily the huge amounts of burst.
Yeah, usually you're
that
like,
you
oh
see
god, don't hit me with those ultimate. I'm just going to die immediately. But I do like the Morphling. But I don't know. That team fight's hard to stack up against. What do you think?
I gotta go with VGJ on this one. I mean, comfortable Magnus pick, a lot of team fight, and I feel like they've seen this exact draft before, and they were thinking, how do we beat it? Now they know.
I'm with Liquid. I think the Ember Wisp is going to own that early game, and Morph is going to carry them late.
Yeah, I got to agree with Ben. I really like the Morphling last pick. I think you can really trust in Matu to just have an absolute blazer of a game and carry it through.
All right. Well, the EGB odds that you see below changed a little bit since the start of the series. It's a lot more even than what it was before. So 50-50 from them. Let's find out what our commentators have to say about these odds. It is over to Lyrical and Gods.
Thank you very much, Shiver and the panel. We're here, game number 3. It's all evened up. Team Liquid with Morphling could only be right. Do you like the
Very
pick, though?
fitting, you know, fits the theme. I'm not as sold on it as maybe some of the panelists. It can work if they can buy time and space for it to come online. They wanted a split. They want to go very split push heavy. You've got 3 cores that all can split push in the Beastmaster, Ember, and Morphling. They've got the relocate as well, so even a support that enables split pushing. They want to avoid this 5-man team fight at all costs, and I think this was VG Gaming's reaction. They're like, man, I thought we normally had the better team fight. What happened last game? We didn't win on team fight. Let's correct that. This game around, they get Warlock, they get Sand King, they get Magnus, they get everything they can to throw in that team fight to make sure Liquid doesn't beat them there. And Liquid, it feels like Liquid knew they were not going to be able to team fight and have gone very heavy on the split push. So they found a response. I like seeing Freeze on the Legion. He's, I think, his second time playing at this tournament. He's going to be going mid against the Ember, which is good matchup for him. Also a hero that can deal pretty well if it's a dual lane mid, so he's not going to be too afraid of Io helping out the Ember because he can always press the attack off the Searing Chains. So very nice hero to run mid against this potential dual lane.
Yeah, and you can see that this is also going to be a situation where you don't necessarily have to bring those other heroes in to help out the Legion Commander too much. This means that Magnus, of course, heading down their bottom with the Sand King. Now, do you think that that bottom lane is potential to maybe get aggressive and punish this Morphling pick who can sometimes be thought of as traditionally a weak laner, particularly with the Lion?
They've got 2 range versus 2 melee, but that doesn't necessarily mean the range heroes are going to come out on top. Morphling doesn't offer a whole lot. He's also not a very long-ranged hero, so Lion also, if you use the tree lines and get a Burrow Strike on him, can be punished and bullied a bit as well. So it does look like the dual lane from Liquid is going to play defensively, use their pulls, and not look to fight into the Sand King Magnus from the start at least.
Well, and we were looking at it for a little while there in the mid lane. So far, Ember Spirit and Legion Commander very evenly matched. We're not seeing a whole lot else that's going on bottom as of yet. Maybe as the levels start building up, the things will change around a little bit in this one.
This is the Shockwave last hit to steal from Kuro. Kuro got it from the trees, but they are going to try pressure Matu underneath his tower here. He knows there's a creep wave on him, wants to get on top, but I think VG Gaming missed an opportunity to go for the side pull on the big camp here. They're going to go for it now, but Kuro's going to immediately stop that one. So he could have gone for it. Oh, no, okay. Gets the Centaur pull over still, so does salvage that pull slightly.
Well, Kuro pulls it back
Gets
again.
it back, yep. All right, so this pull game at bottom is going to be the key thing between the two teams, and I think missing that first big camp pull, instead they went for the stack, is a bit detrimental to this Vici Gaming lane. Now there's 3 heroes down here, they will be contested a bit more.
Yeah, and this does mean that Miracle is going to be left alone in that mid lane. Not necessarily the greatest of matchups for him, as you mentioned a couple of different times, the press the attack, being able to take off those chains. The one lane that we haven't talked a whole heck of a lot about is up there in the top with the Beastmasters. Anything we need to be really worried about up here?
Not really, not until there's level 6s coming into play, or it's a Warlock, so there's no stun or slow from this hero. Mid lane's a bit more interesting.
Taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's almost dead. Miracle doesn't have a Searing Chains for some time, but right-click damage, no, not going to get the job done. He's going to get back to his shrine at least, so still has that available, as GH will fill up his bottle with the Arcane Rune.
The sort of, tug of war, if you will, of GH moving between the bottom lane and the mid lane is kind of catching VGJ a little bit off guard, it feels like. And we've seen what this Miracle Ember Spirit can do, or when he just kind of dominated the early stages of one of the previous games as, waveform forward. Matumba Man getting a little bit aggressive with FY there.
Yeah, I think he knows that once that burrow in with Caustic has been used, there's no Sandstorm. If you wave on the Sand King, he doesn't really want to fight a very heavy Agi-morphed Morphling. And the good thing about this build is that he's getting extra value from these Tengus. He's healing up, and also the Magic Wand. He gets a lot of heal out of these 2 items, and Matu's being able to play pretty aggressive. He has chewed through 7 Tengus. He started with 8 in this lane, but because of the constant harass, he really needed it.
Yeah, it looked like he also even dropped a couple of those trees down to get the bonus regen out of it whenever possible. So very heavy harassment going on, but he's been able to get his farm. Clearly not as well as the Juggernaut has, considering the Warlock is there. Just a really hard support to zone out that Beastmaster.
Yep. Yeah, top lane being pretty handily won, while mid lane is slightly Legion favored. Miracle had already used his Shrine when he almost got the kill on Freeze, so it kind of evened things up with both players having to use their Shrine, and kind of see now that Legion has a slight edge in terms of CS and even an HP advantage. So Miracle's going to be banking on trying to find a 4-minute rune here.
Well, you can see also Observer Wards planted there to the side in the bottom lane just to make sure that they get eyes on any potential pulls that come in. It feels like, at least for now, VGJ not really wanting to try and get too aggressive, but is it something where they need to be worried at all about the Morphling getting free farm? Like, how does this hero fit within our current meta?
It's not a worry if you get a lot done when you get your ultis. I mean, the big thing you look at with VG Gaming's draft is just how strong they are in teamfight and with ulti. So if they can take objectives, get an advantage, and play around those spells well while not getting split pushed, then it's not a problem. But if they don't manage to take too many objectives and use smokes and teamfight well around those ultis while Morphling farms, that's when you do worry, because the longer this game goes, the more it's going to swing back the way of the Morphling.
Oh, Miracle getting aggro here with GH in the area, but as soon as that press the attack comes out, they back out.
Has the raindrops here. He probably knows what they did against him when he was playing the Ember, and after last game will be playing with those defensive items.
Well, Man going to waveform back, not wanting to get caught out there. We've seen just how powerful that ROTK mag is going to be eventually.
I mean, they're constantly harassing Matu, but he's still farming, and he's not even being zoned out of this lane. The Tangos and now the Ring of Health and the Magic Wand charges seem enough to sustain him in this lane. And this is with a very heavy Agi morph. So definitely a well-played lane from Matu so far, but it's also a farming Magnus. ROTK has Arcane Boots already. He's got a ton of CS and levels as an off-lane Magnus, and Beastmaster you're looking at, 10 CS, 12 CS. He got most of that in the jungle, I believe, as well. So no way near the farm on the Beastmaster as there is on this Magnus. So lane's being won, at least marginally, by VG Gaming.
Well, now the initiation comes in. ROTK, he's going to be able to get out of that one. Actually going to be able to skewer away as the Hex came out, and they're not going to find a kill with that rotation. There wasn't a ton used in that engagement, really, but would have loved to pick something up there.
They don't have their Shrine, and Kuro has an Impale waveform. They've got the first blood.
Nicely played, and now FY is going to get the Sandstorm, so that keeps him alive. Could try to trace a little bit from Matumba Man.
Doesn't want to chase for that waveform coming up, so does go for just like a cheeky little value Caustic, but we'll have to back all the way off and probably even head back to base to heal up.
So level 6 is now online for Freeze. I imagine we're almost going to be there as well for the Juggernaut. Do you think that there's value in trying to make those rotations, or are these heroes just a little bit too hard to lock down for Team Liquid?
Rotations for the Juggernaut or for doing Liquid?
the Juggernaut rotating into
Yeah.
either mid or the safe lane of the Liquid.
I think he can if there's a dive. Like what happened just then at bottom lane, you can TP in, but I don't think you want to TP in and then expect your Sand King to be able to get a Burrow Strike off. So if a dive happens, he's got the TP. He's bought the TP, but I think he's going to be using this more as a reactionary TP than like a setup TP. So he'll wait for perhaps a call from a teammate like, okay, come and TP in, they're diving me, let's counterplay this. So for now, he wants to just stay top, continue farming, aggressive. As much as he's known for like the CDC days where he would TP in as soon as he hits 6 to the offlane, that isn't quite his playstyle so much these days.
Yeah. I guess one hero that could potentially make that happen, though, is the Beastmaster, who does almost have his 6 and Roar online. But aggressive, going to keep the pressure on to this Tier 1 tower in the top lane. Could potentially even think about dropping a healing ward soon and just keep the siege going.
Tower claims in the safe lane going to become a big part of what the two teams can do now, and that's where, Beastmaster goes for a rotation. It's great to perhaps find something early with the Roar. He does leave that tower exposed, so perhaps more so he may be calling for like a Ember plus Io rotation up top, depending on what runes you find. This is where getting a high impact rune can make a big difference. You find a haste, you find an invis. Those are the kind of difference making runes at this stage of the game that can set up some kills.
ROTK there.
Oh, they smoked for Freeze up top.
Trying to find him. Chains are going to be there in just a second if they can get into range, but
that was heads up from him. He didn't even go for the rune. Kuro was smoked and everything, and he felt the aggression coming his way. That was some really good map awareness from Freeze.
All right, well, the player, a couple people had some questions about his ability early on, is certainly showing up in this one, at least in this game, as Matumba Man takes another couple right clicks in from FY, going to continue his farming, and you can see that, between him and the Miracle Ember, they've been able to top the net worth pretty much at this point, having themselves a good old game.
A little farming truce, I guess, for now between those two, but yeah, Legion Commander not quite keeping up with the Ember. Ember had, I think, a triple stack that he farmed with the Io because he was losing this mid lane. That's the key thing to know here. Freeze is probably like, how's this Ember get all this farm? But a triple stack from the Io that Io helped him farm has made the difference there. Matu needs to be careful.
In some trouble. They got the RP as well. The counterplay comes out, though. Lion making it work. Is Matumba Man going to be able to walk out? Oh, a great Hex is going to be able to keep him alive for the moment. Also, body blocking now. They're trying to find this kill desperately onto Miracle. They drop down the Omni Slash as well, but it's not quite there. The epicenter, they're continuing the chase. He doesn't have the mana, though. Matumba Man in trouble and is going to fall. Aggressive with the double. And now Lion as well. Duel to boot. Triple kill for aggressive at just under 10 minutes in.
It was such a good move because they saw all the Liquid heroes mid. That top rune smoke from Kuro left Matu's Morphling exposed, so they go in the Morphling knowing they can like burn it. Even if he replicated, he went full strength, so they couldn't initially kill him, but they also know he can't replicate out. He can't wave from away, so they're going to get the kill eventually, assuming Liquid don't respond. They do respond, but they kill the heroes coming in. That Omni Slash works out better because not using it on the Morphling meant he still had it for the Ember. They get that bigger kill, and then they eventually clean up the Morphling as well. That was the dream outcome for Vici Gaming. They shrine up as 4. They're ready to go and fight again. They don't have ultimates, though, and that's definitely something you have to be a bit wary of. They want to fight around ultis. Warlock does have level 6, but the rest of the team not quite ready to go with theirs.
And of course, this also shuts down the farming potential of that Morphling down there. Tower not going to be up, and well, Matumba Man is constantly going to be under fire from now on throughout this game.
He's going to be perhaps looking at that off-lane rotation soon where he's going to lose control of his jungle and have to go to that off-lane to farm. Mid-lane Jewel.
Oh, they just drop it right there on top of Miracle, and guess what? They're going to be able to skewer him back in. Ooh. Barely able to escape. Kuro with a little bit of a heads-up play there as well, throwing out the Earth Spike.
FY's Burrow Strike just a little bit far away. Perhaps could have used it sooner. That was level 4 Burrow Strike, but luckily, Miracle escapes. I don't know if he realized there was a Remnant up because it seemed like he was hesitant to try and Burrow Strike it. But either way, not too much missed out on there. They have their ultimates coming back up, so it feels like, they want to force the issue at this mid lane. Jug in the front lanes with Blade Fury is a pretty hard hero to go on, and they've always got the press the attack to bail out anyone who gets initiated on.
Well, and you see here in the middle lane, Miracle able to dissuade them from going any further, and does look like VGJ, they're content with that early start, particularly killing off the Morphling, taking the tower. They're just going to go back to farming for a bit.
I mean, they can play the farm game, even against the Morphling, because they've got an Empowered Jug. He was farming a double stack of Ancients. He's able to farm very efficiently early on. You get so much more money from killing Ancients than you do neutrals, that if you have heroes that can kill Ancients early on, like Legion and Jug, that means you're going to heavily outfarm your opponents. Morphling can't really kill them all too easily on his own. So something where VG Gaming will have an economic edge for the time being.
So smoke now in the mid lane. It looks like Lion is heading off somewhere. I'm not exactly sure if that was.
Oh, has his level 6. It looks like a warding mission. More so than anything else. Wants to get perhaps vision of the Ancients. Walks into aggressive. They see the, I think they see the ward. Fast Blade Fury, and when that smoke pops and you see just a Lion, you're thinking like, is he really smoking to kill us, or is he just putting down a ward? And you're a bit surprised if that doesn't get dewarded fairly quickly. Yeah, it's taken out right away.
Immediately. They knew it was up, and well, maybe he could have even killed the Lion there, but you got to play it safe. Make sure that you don't end up getting killed.
I mean, a smoke pops, you don't know if that's 3 heroes. You're about to get Hex roared. He had to go for the Insta Blade Fury to stop a Hex or an Impale, so just safe, calculated play.
Well, good bit of DOT there coming in for Miracle again. And they've got all of this magical damage. You know, you think about Adaptive Strike as well as sort of a waveform forward through it with the Lion Finger, all that other stuff. But it's not really been a pace of the game where they've been allowed to find those pickoffs that they might want with this lineup. But there it is, going to be the relocate coming in, trying to take him down. Remnant forward, in trouble. The rock counterplay. It's not going to be enough, though, as it looks like Omni Slash dropped. Miracle barely left alive. One more punch, and Fenrir takes him down with the Golem.
Yeah, ultimately acceptable trade for VG Gaming. They do use 2 ultimates, and I think last game we talked a bit about, like, oh, ulti's on cooldown, go and get stuff done on the map, but they've got a lot of big ultimates. They've still got Epicenter, they've still got RP, and that's a Blink RP and a soon-to-be Blink Epicenter. FY just a couple hundred gold short of his Blink Dagger, and with the rock still there, they can actually push this Tier 1 tower. So, early aggression from VG Gaming, paying off for the most part. Legion Commander not the biggest hero to lose as well, but it does look like Liquid want to try and defend this top lane. They still have that Finger of Death, and that's definitely a cooldown I see them wanting to use early on to find some of these key pickoffs.
Still the battle of this 5-man versus the split push. Morphling is getting farm in the bottom while all this is happening, but it does look like they're going to be able to press the issue a little bit as now Kuroki gets initiated on. There's the RP, the Epicenter, they're all gone. No way out for Liquid.
Yeah. Taking advantage of the Morphling pick is really what this is. They know this is a hero that does not want to fight. The only reason Matu would TP in is if there's a tower dive on equal terms. Like, he'll TP in if a Roar or a good Impale came out. He's not TPing into a lost fight. He's only TPing into like a somewhat neutral or Liquid favored fight to clean up. Fight like that, he just wants to keep on farming. And VG Gaming, no. We have no Rock, we have no Omni Slash. Doesn't matter. They have no Morphling. Morphling is not going to try and fight. If we get the jump, we win the fight. They take the tower. Miracle similarly doesn't. It looked like he just wasn't able to TP in. His TP was on cooldown. He was at the mid lane, and as a result, VG Gaming find themselves ahead here in the early game. All 3 cores doing well. The support Sand-King had a 14-minute Blink Dagger. This is a dream start for the Chinese squad.
And potentially now thinking about going for that next round of towers as well. I mean, they do have a couple ultimates coming off of cooldown pretty soon with the Omni Slash almost there. It's feeling right now like VGJ, the only thing slowing them down is, you know, the slow decision making that they've been making in terms of going from turn to turn. But there's going to be a catch. Burrow Strike, just messing a little bit with Miracle.
Maybe bait out an Invis Rune or something, but doesn't look to be the case here.
Dual damage isn't very high on Legion Commander, but in this game it feels like it's a little bit more about the lockdown than anything else as the smoke comes.
You're not too worried about Legion snowballing and getting lots of dual damage. There's more than enough damage going around with the Fatal Bonds Warlock combo, the Epicenter, the Omni Slash. Dual damage is just like icing on the cake if you get it. Mind Control, nice bit of play at top, is getting a Tier 1 tower for free, but he thinks they're not here because they didn't defend the tower, but turns out, yeah, they're here.
Well, cherry on top coming in just a second as they take him down with the duel there, and Kuro tried to get the counterplay out there with
Kuro. Here comes a Blink Burrow soon.
Earth Spike trying to TP. It's a nice play, but no way out of that one. The right clicks come through, and Kuroki is going to die. Double kill for Freeze. They're set up to go in on the top, but guess what? They're
space for bottom, though. They want to try and get this Tier 1. Aggressive's ready with an Omni Slash, though.
Well, they're on top of Matumpa Man. Immediately going to replicate back.
They've got to run fast. Sand-King has TP'd in, which means Blink Burrow Strikes are there. Looking GH, Miracle will both TP out. Good call from Liquid to get out of that bottom lane. They felt like the space from top lane almost could have been enough to get them Tier 1 tower, but with the Omni Slash, the Jug already in position, they had to run away from that. It will be a farming game from Liquid. They fall back, they're going to farm up some Ancients. Matu's got a double sack there, but also doesn't feel all too confident. to farm it, knowing that his jungle is being somewhat invaded by Vici Gaming.
And sort of reminiscent of what happened in the last time. This is a Midas Warlock now who's winning, but...
Are they going Roche with this? Necrobug is... Yeah, I think they're sneaking Roche.
This would be huge if they're able to get it. I mean, 2 to 10, they need something to go back into their favor.
That's a really nice call. They're going to show heroes elsewhere on the map as well. They see Ember. You look at this lap and you think, can they Roche? You'd say no. But Necrobug, Agimorph, they can. If Vici Gaming read this Roche going on, I would be shocked.
Well, great play, and it does look like, at least for now, down below half HP, they're going to be trading out sort of the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane for it. But, I mean, if Liquid do take this Roche, can they come back and defend this and take a fight?
No, this will be, in my mind, at least a farming Aegis. Even with an Aegis, this doesn't change the situation for Morphling. Like, he still does not fight into the 5-man of Vici Gaming. I think more than anything, the biggest thing this accomplishes is it stops Vici Gaming getting Aegis. Because Vici Gaming with an Aegis can look to break high ground. So you've now forced Vici Gaming to spend the next 5-10 minutes taking out of towers and not really wanting to push high ground. Remember, middle get away. So, in my mind at least, they're not fighting with this. They're farming, they're split pushing. Perhaps Matu can use it to split push. Maybe he gets caught, but then still has a replicate escape when he respawns off of the Aegis. And as said, it's the block. It's preventing your opponents getting it, because an Aegis on aggressive Juggernaut could be game-winning.
And now Morphling does have that Lincoln Sphere completed, so even if FY finds him here, it's not going to be a kill in any stretch of the imagination. He's going to be able to head back there to the sides. I mean, considering that VGJ do end up losing out on that, they can still, as you said, move around the map and take down the tier 2 towers potentially.
Tier 2 towers, playing the vision game, get wards up. I really like the ward they have in their own jungle. Normally you wouldn't see a defensive ward right by where they're standing now. But that's the kind of ward that's going to catch out the Morphling. When he's split pushing, he'll split push the top lane, then fall back and farm those 2 jungle camps. So this spots that dire jungle camp, which is mostly farmed by Radiant carries. That top left jungle camp is a commonly farmed spot for Radiant carries. So keeping vision of that, vision around the secret shop. They're looking just to find pickoffs through the warding game right now and punish whatever they can, because Liquid will not be looking to team fight them. And if they're split pushing, at some point you need to kill heroes. You can't just win the game purely by killing buildings unless you're breaking high ground, which without an Aegis might be a bit tricky for them. So aggressive goes into the blink on his Juggernaut. All of these catch and pick off items are coming up for Vici Gaming.
And I mean, you think ever since that disastrous fight towards the top, it's basically been VGJ moving around the map and doing whatever they want unhampered. Yeah. But now you do finally have some counterplay coming out as Liquid were able to move in, take down that bottom tier 1 tower. They're pressuring the tier 2 as well, at least for a moment. Now it looks like they're going to back out again. Matumba Man replicating away.
I mean, Freeze has the hunting item. He's gone straight into the Shadow Blade.
Fenrir is going to get relocated upon. They find 1 kill, and that's a decent one.
Yeah, if Liquid are getting the pickoffs and they're the ones split pushing without getting caught, that is very much their advantage. Freeze found no one at the bottom lane with his Shadow Blade. I like the Shadow Blade more than the Blink because it's better at dealing with split push, because you can Shadow Blade through a creep wave, whereas if you get the Blink and you want to go, let's say you want to go into this Radiant jungle, you've got to walk through the lane where you maybe reveal yourself, but having a Shadow Blade just gives you, it's kind of like a pseudo smoke in some ways. You can go through lanes, past where there's normally vision, and find pickoffs. So in my mind, it's the perfect item for this game, but it's how he uses it, where he decides to TP and look for those kills, that's going to decide whether or not he finds pickoffs with it.
Oh, and so far, Liquid have been doing a pretty decent job of avoiding all of these ganks. GH here might end up running his spirits into a couple of these heroes, but, well, there is going to be the Burrow Strike connection, and GH going to give away a bit more damage here, as it looks like mid lane able to find some more. Maybe going to tell up Matumba Man, who's going to get skewered, pulled back in, still switching over to Strength 4, but is going to walk out.
He's still got a replicate. Well, it's a replicate at mid, but yeah, he's still got Aegis. That's kind of what you get the Aegis for there. They can't commit too. They could have thrown like another ulti or 2, but what's it going to do? You're wasting ultis on an Aegis, and then he's going to escape afterwards. And mind control split push in the bottom lane. This is perfectly played from Liquid from a position up behind. Like, don't get me wrong, they're still at a disadvantage. It's still entirely Vici Gaming who are like kind of controlling the tempo, but Liquid. Oh,
yeah, that'll happen. And Kuroki now, 1 quick hit. There was a duel up in 6, but don't want to tempt it.
Yeah, so while Vici Gaming are the tempo setters, it's Liquid who are like the disruptive force in this game. The split push will keep forcing people back. Mind Control almost took down that tier 2 top tower, just didn't quite have the damage to go for it. He is using the Hawk. Vision is so key this game. When you're split pushing, if you have vision of your opponents, it makes such a big difference. And he's using those Hawks over this top tree line to constantly scout things out. And he has finished his Necro 3. It's just back at base waiting for him once he's done split pushing up here.
So in your eyes, what is that item that allows Liquid to be able to start to take the fights? Is it just the E-Blade on the Morphlane?
There's
not really
there's no
much.
one item.
It's
There's
a
no
lot.
item where it's like, all right, let's go team fight. At no point in this game will Liquid ever say, let's go 5v5, guys. It's going to work out great. If Dire have ultimates, they will always be split pushing.
All right.
At 600 even 600 Morphling, I want to say they will choose to split push because that's just how good this Dire team fight is. But
this is going to be a replicate down, but just a replicate for the moment.
But the Ethereal Blade will make a difference in that Matu is no longer just a split pusher. He's also a pick-off hero. Like, he can find ganks, he can find pick-offs around the map, which makes a nice little boost in what he's no longer just creating space by split pushing. He's killing heroes. He's slowing down the push. If he can burst a Warlock, like let's say VG Gaming are like, all right, we've got an Aegis, let's go 5-man push. Matu's job is then to get to the backlines, find the Warlock, shotgun him down with the Ethereal Blade combo. And while that doesn't necessarily lead to a team fight, because I still think even with a Warlock down, the Magnus RP, the Epicenter, the Omni Slash is too much to fight into, it stops the push because it's one less heal, it's one less team fight ultimate, it buys you time. So this will constantly be a game of split push and buying time for Team Liquid.
And you can see this continuing to happen. They do get the top tower denied by the Legion commander, but it's another tower down.
It's so frustrating right now. This is VG Gaming are just getting pulled apart around this map.
Oh, Kuroki, looks like they could be trying to set up there. Fenrir is also in the area. Now it looks like they will be able to walk out.
Again, mind control. He's just made a home in these trees up top. Really good radiant vision around him from both the Hawk and the Observer Ward.
Oh, aggressive also here.
The thing is, if VG Gaming had that Aegis, they would have perhaps forced a high ground push. If they managed to somehow push the lanes out enough such that they can go high ground, and that's why Jug's gone this Linken's build. It's a very good game to go Linken's against the Raw initiation, against the Hex initiation from Lion. But you've got to be able to have you ideally want an Aegis to protect you if you're going for that high ground push, even so. So taking that Aegis was such an important play from Liquid. Like that really, if not for that, I think we would have seen VG Gaming attempt a high ground push. Instead, it's all tier 2 towers down, but nothing more. And VG Gaming's just sitting around. They're twiddling their thumbs right now. They're like, what do we do? Let's go stop the split push. The second you head top, they're going to hide in the trees. Maybe you kill a support here. They're actually Liquid, have numbers. They want to go fight this? Nope.
This could be scary. You have the rest of VGJ that's moving up. This could be a huge pickup.
TP's out.
Oh, look at this, though.
As I said.
They know what they need to do. All right, they got an IO.
It'll get a cheer, but it's not a win. This is not a win for VG Gaming. Do not be confused.
Oh, my God. He get the relocate. Is he going to get the TP?
He's on cooldown.
All right. Well,
he's going to buy out at least, but...
Space created. Freeze.
He gets dual damage.
That's going to be at least a little something going for him.
I mean, the crowd did not end up cheering for that one. I think they realized, like, wait a second. That was like a good 30 seconds to a minute of time where they were Morphlings free farming. Like, that was... that's not a good sequence of events for VG Gaming. Not really bad by any means, but it's not progressing the game for them. They need to progress the game to a point where they're going to take racks. That's how you win this game. You're going to... It seems like Liquid are closer to taking racks than VG Gaming are. Liquid's the one constantly pressuring tier 2 towers. Next is going to be tier 3 towers. VG Gaming are perhaps going to be all in on this next Aegis to break high ground. They're going to need perhaps some boots of travel early on to deal with the split push.
No. They do have heroes that can push out lanes very quickly, particularly Sand King getting more farm on him, being able to use that caustic as well to keep those lanes pressured.
The problem, Lyrical, is like when you're pushing out lanes with like one hero by themselves, is they'll get picked off. That's where the IO comes in. You've got this relocate, you've also got a shotgun Morphling. So Liquid not only have split push, but they have great pick-off. So any attempts to solo defend lanes will be quickly punished by Liquid. That was what they were attempting to do up top on Freeze.
Man, and just continuing to pull them around the map. Look at that. Miracle pulls in ROTK, is forced back to try and defend the Sand King, and then is able to get out and away again. So the tier 2 tower taking damage, and you can see the sort of stagnant net worth lead that's slowly been building. It kind of feels like we're building towards this point where Liquid are going to take a pretty big win, though.
Rad is back. It's somebody call up Bulldog. He needs to know it's his time to shine again in competitive Dota may be here. That's the pickoff on the Warlock I talked about. It's such a free kill for a Morphling to get at this stage of the game. There's a casual cloak on the Warlock to try and give him some survivability against this. He's going to go into a Glimmer Cape. I think he realizes this shotgun is a very problematic thing for him. but this game is swinging Liquid's way in terms of the graphs. It's an 7.5 8K gold lead for Vici. It's been a gold lead for them for the entire game, and it's even been slightly increasing, but tactically it's been a very well played and reacted game from Liquid. They've kept themselves in it. The big test comes with Aegis, so we haven't seen Vici gaming with an Aegis. That's why this game feels odd, because normally a team gets this far ahead, they get that Aegis, and then they at least have an attempt at the high ground, and then you're like, all right, can they push high ground? Yes, no, that question's answered. We haven't had to even ask that question for 15 minutes, despite Vici Gaming's lead, because of that Roche sneak.
And I mean, you look at the way also that it's played out for Liquid, and we haven't seen a Finger of Death. We've seen maybe 2 roars. Not a whole lot of anything else from them. It's just been all hit creeps, hit buildings, and you do have the BKB that's there for the Legion commander that was newly purchased, but you're also getting to the point pretty soon, I would imagine, with Matumba Man's going to deal enough right-click damage to just kill him off regardless. Like, the Manta style, I believe, is almost done, if I'm not mistaken, on the Morph lane.
Halfway there, yeah.
Halfway there, and then once after that, it's usually just the Scotty out, if I'm remembering correctly.
These Lincoln Spheres are just so problematic because it takes away the catch. The duel, you can't Shadow Blade in a duel. You can't blink Burrow Strike. And both Ember and Morphling with Lincolns have instant escapes. The Replicate or the Fire Remnant out, the second that Lincolns gets gone and pop, you just instant escape. You have a one-button push that's instant and you're out of there. So no real reliable way to initiate outside of the RP. And as a result, ROTK going for a Shadow Blade as well on Magnus. This, to me, is a must, because that RP cast time means if you're blinking into RP, this is Miracle we're talking about. This is Matu. These are your 9K MMR players. These guys have some pretty good reaction times. They will dodge that blink RP.
Oh, God. This is so well set up. Freeze must have realized that he was getting hit by those creeps, though, so he is going to back out of there.
He's still vulnerable, though.
ROTK is also going to be there.
I mean, they saw ROTK with the Sentry. They know it's a trap now. I think, smart from Liquid. The second they see ROTK,
every time, they're just gone. And now look at this Miracle again in the mid lane, just going to keep on hitting them.
Gosh.
It's whack-a-mole, Dota 2 style.
Tower deny. This crowd has gone completely quiet. That is astonishing. I mean, Vici Gaming up 8K gold, 13 kills to 4. This crowd knows a thing or two about Dota because they recognize that Vici Gaming are not getting much done at this point. That can very quickly change. All it takes is one misplay, one great catch from a Legion or a Magnus, and it'll quickly swing Vici Gaming's way. They want to go for that Roshan. This is a Roshan that Liquid may just say, they don't need to contest Roshan is the thing. If they can keep split pushing, now that the first Roshan they needed to contest by sneaking because they didn't have items. But now that they've got items to split push with, they're not afraid of Roche being claimed.
Yeah, and I mean, even if they are all in this area right now, Vici Gaming J, you have the Morphling down there in the bottom. They force out another fortification.
Another tower deny.
I mean, the towers are still going down.
You don't care about the money so much. I mean, it'd be nice. I feel like this gold graph would be a bit more even if not for the tower denied. It's like the 3rd or 4th tower denied, but
I mean, GH has a mech. Like, he's pretty farmed on the IO. It's the Lion that's definitely hurting a little bit.
Lion's Blink Dagger doesn't seem to be coming anytime soon. That's a pipe dream for Kuro, but this game is not going to be decided by a Lion Blink at this point. Perhaps later on it becomes more of a necessity when you want to pick off some of these heroes. But yeah, Roshan remains exposed. 2 Radiant Wards suggest they might consider contesting it. I'm not really sure if that works all too well, though.
Yeah. Seems like it would end up being a little bit intense.
They're just going to rat. They see Roche going on. They use the Roche to go for the high ground. There's no glyph.
This is going down super quickly. And RTK, I mean, he's in position with the Shadow Blade.
They've left Roche open.
This is just an immaculate performance from them.
Liquid get Roche?
They're pulling him back in. They're able to relocate and now could potentially even take the fight. The Omni Slash is there on top of Matumba Man, but they're pulling him deep inside. Wow, what a great play. And now Miracle, he's just gone. They dropped the rock. It doesn't do anything. They've already killed off the Warlock.
They're going to lose bot racks at this rate.
They're getting pulled completely apart. Legion Commander is gone. Oh, Liquid just putting on an absolute killer performance. Matumba Man takes the barracks. Where are VGJ? They're all over the map. They're nowhere at the same time. Burrow Strike off the mark.
Liquid are pulling all the strings.
Oh my God.
To split Vici Gaming up, and they will take Roche for themselves while taking the bot racks. It's not just that they get one of the two. They get both. That is impressive.
Matumba Man, oh, they dropped the RP
He's
onto one. Maybe
angry.
it's something, but aggressive. Well, double kill for him, but they've got the Aegis on Matumba Man, and that feels like it might be good enough. He is still fairly low in this. He's going to throw out an adaptive strike. They've lost Miracle, but he just waveforms out.
Oh, my Lord.
What an impressive display.
Defensive E-Blade blocks that. He's going to waveform out of here now. Matu's just like, see you later, guys.
Has a Manta style as well to boot. GH is there for the defensive save if he needed to be. And that was one of the most outplaying maneuvers I've ever seen in Dota. That was absurd.
This is the kind of game that, you know, there's some Twitch emotes to describe what you want to do to yourself in these kind of games. It feels bad. It feels really bad to be in VG Gaming shoes. You feel like you did everything right. You won the early game. You won all 3 lanes, more or less. And you can't push. You can't get Aegis. You just lost a range tracks. This is like rubbing salt in the wound at this point. GH is just going to hide in the trees, relocate Matu out. Just has to stay alive for 3 seconds.
Oh, freeze.
Yep, not going to happen.
Well, and you know, you're taking a look at it. It was still a 7,500 net worth lead. Now back to almost about 0. This is feeling like Liquid without even barely taking a fight. They have 2 more kills than they had previously, but it's just all those objectives.
And look at Mind Control top. He's sneaking in. He's going for the little sneaky deaky play. He wants to go in this top lane if possible.
Alan Radiant scanning just to make sure he's
fine.
fine.
No, it's his scan. I thought that was a dire scan looking for him that missed. But yeah, he's like, all right, I'm safe. Is he going to go for a relocate? No, they've got no relocate for 28. He's just going to hide in here and wait. If bottom lane ever pushes in the high ground, he can blink in. And this is just dirty stuff from Team Liquid.
And, I mean, it is going to be pushing that just natural pressure from the super creeps. It looks like he is going to head out again. We haven't seen too much split push in this meta, but Team Liquid showing that it's still very much possible.
It's kind of like this age-old, like, rock, paper, scissors with Dota. You know, there's this, like, there's 3 kind of, like, if you want to, like, very much simplify, like, how you play Dota and what strategies there are, there's, like, the 5-man team fight, there's split push, and there's gank. Those are, like, kind of the 3 kind of general areas of Dota. And split push beats 5-man, and 5-man is better than gank. If you're versing a ganking team, you want to go for, like, the 5-man, so they can't gank you. But if you're versing a team that's trying to 5-man, you want to split push, so you force them to spread apart. And that's exactly what Liquid have done.
Well, they're going to drop an RP right down there in the bottom lane. Miracle on an instant. That is painful.
Hoping that the follow-up disables could get there in time, but not the case.
And Matumba Man almost has the Scotty.
This game just feels like there's nothing VG Gaming can do. I mean, they have this incredible 5v5 team fight, and you ask, like, what item did Liquid get to 5v5 fight? There isn't one. They're just going to keep on split pushing till the bitter end.
All right, duel there. The E-Blade's going to keep him alive for the moment, but they do finally find that kill, and Matumba Man now forced to relocate, or rather
they go for
away.
the GH? Okay, that's... he's going alone. Cancels it.
Now, he's going to be out of there. Mind Control also trying to escape. ROTK is there. Can they break it? They are going to be able to break that TP. Ooh. Mind Control in some trouble. So already lost Miracle. Now going to lose the Beastmaster. They do both have buyback, but it's something for VGJ, and you can see the crowd needed it.
No need to buy back Beastmaster with the minus 35-second respawn timer. They do steal a gem, which is perhaps one of the nicer things that could have happened out of that. IO couldn't quite get the tether off to relocate out the Beastmaster there at the end, but end of the day, it's still a very Liquid-controlled game. All it's going to take is one more split push effort, and they'll get that top lane. Matu's going to have even more damage output with this Skadi. More stats to shotgun people down with, and, well, that is a concern. VG Gaming have not had a team fight since the laning stage.
Well, this is something, too, where I'm thinking about just the macro sense of this series. This is the type of game that VGJ would want, where they're grouping up together, taking down towers, running down lanes, and it feels like Liquid have found an answer not just in heroes, but in play style. I mean, if this doesn't go well and VGJ are unable to close it out, it's kind of making you a little bit worried for the rest of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think VG Gaming have just been a bit slow to adapt. This game is still very winnable for them. I mean, you go back to like the difference in gold, it's already swung slightly back in their favor. The key thing is finding those pickoffs and pushing out lanes. I think they need to just forget about this whole mentality that their draft is purely about 5-man team fight. They need to recognize that, wait a second, we need to be able to pick heroes off and push out lanes. That to me needs to come first. If you get enough kills and progress to the late game with some items, like you get a Refresher Magnus, you get Legion Commander some dual damage, you get Sanking with a Hex, you get a 6-slotted Juggernaut. He's got Butterfly Lincoln's Manta. He's almost 6-slotted already. Like, your lineup goes very well late game. Empower Jug. Like, this is scary stuff. Refresher Magnus. Like, you can... Morphling is not going to be able to carry this game in the late game. He's going to still have to split push, I feel. All of these Liquid heroes, at no point in this game do they want to 5v5. So, VG Gaming just need to be more disciplined, I think, with defending their lanes. They don't need to force these 5v5s. Like, they tried to force Roshan too much out of this feeling that their lineup has one purpose, which is to 5-man down lanes, to force team fights, to force Roshan, but their lineup can do more than that. I think that's what they're starting to realize. Those kills up top, they've even just since then played more passively. They're just farming the lanes. They're farming their jungle. It feels like they've adapted, and with this ward, they actually see Matu. Not sure if that means they can kill him, and it doesn't look like they will be able to. They see GH instead, perhaps a smaller kill, but a kill nonetheless.
Now trying to get him. There's the Burrow Strike. RP even used, and that's pretty emblematic of what you were talking about, that this is a lineup where you don't need a 5-man, just make sure you get the kill.
They just gotta, I mean, they made it, this is like the kind of thing where you're just gonna say, guys, let's just play this game as if it's gonna go 50, 60 minutes. They're never gonna teamfight us. So you use an RP for an IO, that's worth it at this point, because teamfights aren't happening. It does mean you lose your main initiation, since your single target initiations are blocked by Lincoln Spheres, so Ember and Morph are free to split push like hell right now, with the RP on cooldown. The Sanking Burrow Strike, the Jewel, unreliable at this point. Freeze doesn't have any good way to break a Lincoln's, but he does have a teammate with him, a potential Burrow Strike into
this
Jewel.
Would be huge if they could get him, but
no.
Looks like they're not going to end up going for
Freeze
it.
has to run now. They're hunting top, so.
If anything, it almost feels as if Liquid are the ones that are trying to make more stuff happen now themselves. If they are the ones that are maybe even under the gun a bit.
Yeah, probably not feeling like too much pressure on themselves yet, but they also know like they're the team who has to be applying, like pushing out lanes aggressively. They can't just sit back and let VG Gaming scale. Oh, nice play.
That might be it. He is still going to be able to switch over to the strength form, taking so much damage. He is going to fall. They find the kill. That's some more dual damage for him, and maybe off of that they can make something happen.
Using the Jewel against the Morph. Very, very effective way to lock him down and prevent that stat Morph. Aggressive at bottom, does have Lincoln, so isn't too vulnerable right for Kuro. Looks like Kuro doesn't have any observer wards left. He's just trying to be in a sneaky spot here. Maybe thinking a relocate could come in. But again,
mind control, Roar. They have the Necro books down as well, trying to take him down. They relocate. RP is used as well as the Rock onto two of them. Miracle is still there as well. They're trying to survive and turn this fight back around. GH is dropping lower and lower, but they've got him taken down. Omni Slash is there. Ends up popping out of it. Nicely played. Miracle all the way.
He'll take it. It bounced off the Beastmaster to the Ember, which meant mind control was free, and then he could just fire Remnant away.
Wow, now they've got another as well. Kuro here, but they get the duel off. That is going to be Kuro dropping down, and meanwhile, it's a little bit further. Miracle was forced back.
Still a Remnant out. He is so good when he's playing aggressive there. He already Remnant out once, and he had another one to escape with. Ooh, aggressive. He blinks in. Can he find him with the bash? He needs a bash. Not going to get it. That was close. Great blink escape from Miracle. He blinked away from the Jug and insta-TP'd, knowing that he had no Remnant. Oh, he had a Remnant left still, but perhaps was a bit low in mana, and if Jug found him with a bash, that could have been a kill.
A very tumultuous couple of moments there, but still nothing really lost. And I guess the big thing is that this is still going to be Morphlane, who is back up, didn't have to expend buyback or anything else like that. So about a 10,000 net worth experience lead is roughly where we're sitting, almost 40 minutes into this game. And in your eyes, I mean, do you feel like either team has sort of taken a bit more of an advantage? I feel like it's so hard to tell right now at this stage.
I feel like we're back to kind of this more even state, mostly because VG Gaming, from the outside, feels like they've calmed down. Like they've adapted, finally. For the longest time, it was like Liquid's in clear control. They were split pushing. They split push bottom racks while taking Roshan. It almost feels like it took losing a lane of racks for VG Gaming to realize, like, wait a second, we're not under pressure. Our lineup can scale late game. Our lineup can just go for these kills and they don't have to worry about pushing lanes. There were two set, by pushing lanes, I mean going for a lane of racks. Like, they need to worry about pushing lanes out, but they don't have to worry about 5-manning down mid with an Aegis to get a racks. And I feel like that was their mindset with that second Roge, and that's where they got punished. Now that they've lost the lane of racks, it feels like, all right, this is fine. We're not going to lose the game. we got a Jug with Empower. We can push these lanes out fine. Magnus with the Refresher. Like, we're going to have so much late game potential here, and all they've got to worry about is the split push. But they are concerned about this Roche.
Oh, they jump in immediately and take down Kuro, and now going to be able to find another. This would be a huge one if they can finish it off. Skewer pulling him back in. Matumba Man, though, Ghost Scepter, going to keep him rather healthy.
Mid lane, meanwhile, the Rat continues.
Oh, they're taking it down, but Matumba Man able to get the TP out, and as you said, mid lane is being pressured quite heavily. They take down the tower, force out the glyph, and Roshan still stands.
Morph didn't die. The big thing, I feel like Liquid's game plan there was to split push, and if they engaged at Roast, they wanted to relocate Morphling in for the split push, but the key thing is they kill Io. Taking out relocate is incredibly important. Miracle's back in, though.
Oh my god, this guy just continuing to do it.
Taking the range racks, you know, bit by bit, he wants to just break VG Gaming's spirit.
RP is down, too. This is filthy. And Skewer, yeah, no great answer for that one. Going to chains him for a moment. They burrow strike. They're just going to be able to break it, but I mean, at the same time, he doesn't really care. He's just going to be able to get out of there after he takes the range barracks.
Yep. Top lane already being pushed out by Mind Control as well. What a tricky game for VG Gaming. Again, it's... I said they'd settle down and change their mindset a bit, and then it shows like, all right, we killed the IO, let's go push down mid. And the second they try and group up and push, if they're ever grouped as, show themselves grouped as 4 or 5, that's when the split push gets them. But the problem is by not moving out together as a 5-man unit, they don't contest Roshan, and what's going to end up happening is Aegis and Cheese for Team Liquid. This is perhaps the point where Liquid can take a 5v5 engagement if they get, maybe not 5v5, they want to find a pick-off ideally to start it off, like get a Roar pick-off or an E-Blade pick-off, but they can very quickly turn a kill into a team fight or even just rush the buildings. There's no glyph. Without glyph, this melee racks at mid will die incredibly fast. Morphling has Aegis, he almost has money for a Butterfly. Liquid sense victory here in game 3.
Smoked up, ready to look for the initiation. You do have Sand King down there on the low ground. Mind Control is there as well. They get the initiation to start it. There is going to be a rock drop on top of one, but Miracle is already there. Matumba Man on top of him. They're trying to find this, and, well, it looks like the Sand King backs out again. They get the duel off. It is not quite going to be enough. They are already taking down Kuro, and it looks like Mind Control, after blowing out for the Roar, is going to end up going back, but they take down the range melee barracks.
This IO relocate Rat Dota plays, they're going to keep on happening. Even the Manta Illusion's getting the tier 3 top.
Oh my god.
Just whatever bit of damage they can do, and they still have an Aegis to play around with. Frustrating stuff. You take the fight that Liquid present you up top, and then IO's like, all right, there's a team fight. We might win it, but why risk it? Why not just take a Rex?
Mag already gone, just so rapidly evaporates, and they are going to try and come in now. Freeze as well as aggressive there. But they just back out again. A bash, maybe something coming here as Matumba Man taking a good bit of damage. Another bash as well. He does still have his replicate away, though.
Yeah. And he still has an Aegis, too, so this is just trying to break an Aegis. Aggressive will have to back off. He went for the level 2 travels, so I kind of like, because he's going to have to split push out a lane and may have want to TP onto a Jewel. So having the TP onto a hero is definitely nice, but ultimately it's not going to win you a game here. And I think that's what we're finding. Freeze picks up a Halberd. This is a Lincoln's breaking pickup for me. I mean, Evasion's like, okay. Everything else about the item's kind of meh. It's really just single-handedly being picked up to break Lincoln's Sphere so that Freeze can go for Jewels.
And look at this again. Miracle moving along the top lane. Not really anybody here to try and stop it. Aggressive does move in, but this has just been the same frustrating thing for VG Gaming over and over and over again.
Yeah. Got to give credit to Liquid, though. They played their draft incredibly well. They've gone for the exact strat to try and beat this 5v5 team fight lineup of VG Gaming's. The Roche sneak was really genius. Mind Control and Martu getting in there, and they've set themselves up to win this game. It's not quite there yet. 2 lanes of racks. With an Aegis, they could perhaps go for the third. They even ping out a DD rune. Oh, God. They can fight like backdoor protection with this. This might just be enough to go for that top lane.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. That is a whole heck of a lot of damage that comes out.
Full Agi, that's pretty absurd. He can even tell his team, force a fight up top and I'll go for tier 4s.
All right, well, this could potentially be the moment as, I mean, this is a moment where you kind of need another scale Oh, Burrow onto Miracle. They've got the duel as well. Kuroki gets a ravage off there with the Earth Shock. Now they turn it around. The first finger of death of the game. A double kill now from Matumba Man. They do have an Omni Slash there, doing a good bit of damage onto Mind Control. In some trouble. They managed to find that kill, but he's going to be hexed up. Over here, it's going to be Matumba Man getting the right clicks off. That DD paying off as well. And they get the RP followed up with the rock. Can they take them all down? Triple from Matumba Man, a double. They end up all going down, but still, he's too large. This Morphling
Still got Aegis too.
cannot be stopped. It looked pretty. It looked good. Oh, was over on Agi for a moment.
Well, that's still a no Omni Slash. And with Io's here to heal him back up, Matu's in.
Not stopping for anything. They do pop the glyph, but continuing to hit away at it. They just don't have any way to stop it. He's going to wave for him forward, just evaporates Fenrir. They try and bring him down, but as you mentioned, Aegis is only going to be popped just now.
Miracle.
They're controlling Miracle. They pull him back in. Do
He
they have
died
an answer
back?
from Matumba Man? He's taking a good bit of damage. As you mentioned, no 2 minutes without the...
They gotta kill Matu.
Ember, he's actually Morphling. Woo!
Is he out though? Freeze is still chasing. They see vision of him, but they also recognize they got to defend this last range racks of theirs. Is it now or never? It feels like it is. 100 seconds, Ember died back, go for the win, or... I feel like you just got to let that last range racks die when you go for the win down mid, because I don't think there's any real late game at this point where VG Gaming can turn things around. They chew through so many buybacks. They are pushing out this mid lane, but Jug with Boots of Travel could come back in. This looks like an all-in kind of moment. No refresher on Magnus. He'll have just the one RP.
Oh.
Fenrir doesn't have ultimate either.
And look at that.
Oh,
oh my God. All right,
okay.
they take him down. Kuroki's gone.
It's a Lion. Minus 25 respawn time, you know?
I mean, you picked up also a Deso now on the Beastmaster. It feels like they might know
that's
what
dirty.
play they need to make. Yeah, he's going in right now.
Oh, okay.
And actually, Matumba Man, they go for the relocate, going to go for out-damaging the backdoor protection.
And he leaves the IO behind. GH will walk into the fountain. It's the safest place to be, you know? You're away from the enemy heroes. And instant escape. So now with Mega Creeps, Vici Gaming, all in.
All right, they're on top of him. They get the duel. He does still have buyback, though, and they're trying to heal him back up. GH saving him just barely. There is no relocate. The Shrine Fountain to heal him back up a little bit more aggressive, going for the Blade Fury, just trying to bring this down to whatever possibility they have. But Matumba Man turning on to aggressive now, trying to deal the damage they have to deal. The Burrow strike again going to connect. There's an RP and good Earth Spike there for the second. Eki Center coming out as well. Matumba Man pops the Manta style. They buy back on GH, trying to save him. They do finally bring down Morphling. He's forced to buy back.
Mind Control's going for the throne.
They want to take this down. Are we going to see them be able to take it?
Matu's also going for the throne.
Over there, it is an exposed Ancient at this point. Over on the Dire side, go put vision on it, and it is going to end up being the game. GG ends up getting called as Liquid rat them to death.
Yeah, I mean, good safe shot calling in the end there. It's like, we could fight them. We have Mega Creeps. If we fight them and win, we win the game, but why risk it? Just go for the throne there. You know they are all committed for the 5-man. Mind Control was such a big player this game. Like, he didn't even have to, I don't even know, I was curious how many kills he was involved in. Probably very few. Yeah, 1, 4, and 9. This is like the best 1, 4, and 9 Beastmaster I've ever seen. He was instrumental. He was probably like the leading force of the split push, providing all the vision he did. Whew, that was... Not often you see a team with 16 kills to 32 win, and it feels like they won somewhat convincingly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the moment where you feel like we need new metrics to be able to show people who's in the lead at this point in Dota. It's hard to do.
Even the net worth graph was in VG's favor like most of the game, but a lot more comes down to the outcome there. So,
well, as the panel was saying, no silences really to deal with the Morphling. Weren't able to itemize to deal with it either. And well, Team Liquid now with a 1-game advantage, only 1 game away from being able to secure that top spot. Gods, I mean, do you think this team has what it takes to take it all in the end here?
They definitely do, and a game like that is going to shake Vici Gaming up. That is such a demoralizing way to lose a game, so they're going to have a tough ask to bounce back from that, but we've seen Vici Gaming do it before. They were down in a game against OG. I don't think they have run out of strats just yet. I think there's going to be more coming out from them, so look forward to seeing what it is in Game 4.
All right, well, stay tuned, everybody. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, back to the panel, and then back to some more Dota Grand Finals. It's all happening right now. Stay tuned.
Gaming Bets, online betting for every esports fan. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, CSGO and Overwatch, StarCraft 2, the choice is yours. Express bets for multiple matches or live bets on the game you are watching right now. Know your way around Dota 2? Make a prediction for picks and bans. Playing CSGO? Guess the number of rounds in a certain match. Daily quest for all participants and all the best choice of payment systems. More than 600,000 users have already made their bets on the spectacular matches since 2011. EGB.com. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Don't write on that.
Betting for every esports fan. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, CSGO and Overwatch, StarCraft 2, the choice is yours. Express bets for multiple matches or live bets on the game you are watching right now. Know your way around Dota 2? Make a prediction for picks and bans. Playing CSGO? Guess the number of rounds in a certain match. Daily quests for all participants and all the best choice of payment systems. More than 600,000 users have already made their bets on the spectacular matches since 2011. EGB.com. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome back to the grand finals of the Starladder I-League Star Series. We just witnessed our third game, and boy, what an extraordinary game of Dota 2 did we just see played, OD Pixel.
Absolutely. I mean, I said it before coming into it. I said, Matuma Man, he's on his Morphling. You're going to have a few issues. I mean, 24 minutes in, he hit that timing where he had the Lincoln Z-Blade. 45 minutes in, you know, if you've not killed this Morphling more than 2 times, you know, you got a water issue. It's, you know, call a plumber and get Super Mario. You know, this Morphin was doing more DPS than the Arctic Ocean in Titanic. I mean, he was going ham sacks.
That's a little soon. My great mama died on the Titanic, OD Pixel.
So did VGJ just then. They got hit by water and they're all out.
What tarnation
But they'll be back
is going
for
on
Titanic
here?
2. One more game between them and elimination from the finals. I mean, Liquid, look at that.
Liquid indeed, sir. A really impressive performance. I had my my ducks in the row for
Can we
VGJ
please stop
on
with
this
all the
one. I'm
water?
not doing anything. That's a real expression, Cheever. But I really thought that they would be able to do it because we had seen Team Liquid pull this strat before.
Yes.
They picked the same heroes, but they played completely differently. A style that we haven't seen all tournament and just super impressive. Just the outplays. Merlini, what were your thoughts?
I'm thinking about what VGJ could have done in that situation. When you're stuck with better fight, when you have a better net worth, but you can't actually pick these heroes off, and it's actually a situation that you see a lot in pubs, and the item builds I think have to differ than your normal builds. For example, we see a lot of like the Echo Saber, Silver Edge, Bloodthorn build on the Magnus actually instead of like a Blink Force Staff, because you don't like your Blink RPs are gonna be kind of inconsequential because you can't actually end the game. So he did go for the heavy initiation build later on for the refresher, but he couldn't ever get solo pickoffs. So I think that's actually what they needed a little bit more to deal with like the Ember Spirit. If you keep the Ember Spirit down, it's a little bit easier to actually deal with the Morphling. But that's kind of in hindsight. I think their strategy, it was pretty sound, but they couldn't overcome the Morphling in the late game. And it's kind of a huge divergence in build how you actually want to tackle that.
It started really well for VGJ. ROTK on the Magnus.
Yeah,
he was everywhere. He was hitting the RPs left, right, and center.
I mean, you could kind of just edit a lot of those plays in kind of fake news style, and it would look like the VGJ show. You know, they were hitting combo after combo, these RPs, epicenters. It looked fantastic, but at the same time, as we've already said, it was like, well, this is nice, but is it going to win you the game? No, definitely not.
Yeah,
because the strat from Liquid was just, it was uncounterable.
Those are kind of
but there was a
alternate
certain
facts
point.
there,
I mean,
Owen.
as I said, Matuma Man getting that amount of space at the start, the game was, I mean, they had that one kind of gun-ho down the middle.
There's a reason why we don't see Morphling that often, though, because often you'll lose before he actually comes online.
For sure,
or
but because you got to a certain, I feel like halfway through that game, it was like, how do VG
you have to prepare for
really
it.
look
Like,
to finish
how
this
often,
one?
like they didn't get the Diffusal for the Eth Blade. How many times did he just Eth Blade and walk away? Right, Diffusal Blade destroys that. Also, they didn't have enough Bloodthorn's size,
But
which
the
is how
thing
you
is,
deal with
it wasn't just the Morphling. It was the pressure being put on by the Ember and the IO. You know, Beastmaster consistently pushing out lanes.
The same items though counter Ember as well as a Morphling. So I'm just saying, like, they geared up for a lot of team fight when it actually wasn't team fight issue. But it was hard to foresee, right? They had the mobility from like the Beastmaster, the Hawk. You can BOT on that, the relocate, the Ember Spirit with Remnant, and the replicate. Like, how do you actually catch these heroes? And it was a very sticky situation that they were in.
They had no way to force those fights, it seemed, at some point. And, well, then at some point the push was just too strong. So every time they tried to lay down pressure on Team Liquid side to try and create that fight that they really, really wanted, Hey, there's a Morphic on your racks. There's a Morphic
Wisp
at TFG
changes
Tower.
the game so much.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I don't think we'll be seeing another Wisp. I mean, after that performance, he is
I think Vici might pick it.
sure,
first.
but he's definitely not giving it to Team Liquid. I mean,
I wouldn't put it past them.
sure. I mean, we've talked a lot about you can't let Liquid have that Wisp, you just can't let GH do it. And now, if he ever makes another appearance on Team Liquid, I'll be super surprised in this series. But as you said, itemization could have changed things a lot there. I feel like general kind of play was a big factor in that game. They really focused on Roche at certain parts, key critical parts that they didn't really need to, did they? I mean, they could have just manned up, made it happen, and it's all that confusion of having to worry about our racks, having to worry about the Roche, and just split them up, and then Liquid said, oh, we can split you guys up? Sounds good. You'll never see us again. So, yeah, but anyway, will we see the same kind of thing coming out this game? I'm not sure. That's the power of Team Liquid. They're fluid, Owen. Nice and fluid. And
that's the thing. Like, oftentimes we talk about, that's he's getting.
Well,
in there.
we are coming into the picking phase, Ben.
But you often ask, why don't you draft more team fight? Why don't you just go all team fight all the time? And that's why we often talk about drafting a lot of team fight as a good thing, and it generally is in this patch. But it can be countered, but it has to be played to perfection. I think they were down like 20-something kills. At some point. But
would it have fixed it if, let's say, one of the heroes on the side of VGJ, they would still have this massive team fight lineup, right? But one of the heroes was a bit more push-oriented as well, so that they could force the fights, and even if the enemy doesn't want to fight, which happened in this game, they would have been able to push down towers faster so that they basically had to fight them. Is that the solution to this, or?
Either that or a support that actually picks off a little bit better. Like Warlock is just awful at dealing with Ember and Split Push. Like Lion, for example, that they actually had, is great versus Morphling. It's also great versus Ember Spirit. So I think that hero was actually a very good pick on the side of Team Liquid for the way that they want to play. Terrorblade, as we've seen, is just like really good at just ending the game, but not good synergy with the Magnus. So, you know, I mean, their strat was great. It was like, in hindsight, they could have had more pushers. They could have dealt with the split pushing a little bit more. But overall, Liquid did actually find a solution to the mass team fight without out team fighting the.
It was a pure case of one strategy versus the other that were both severely different, and just one better than the other, better executed than the other, outplayed. Not a drafting issue.
Outplayed.
Not every team could do what Liquid did, and that's why they're here in the finals here today.
True indeed, and they are preparing for their fourth game coming up already in the best of 5. And this fourth game, I mean, adjusting from game to game, that is what you do in a best of 5 or best of 3 even for the matter, but best of 5 in this case. How do they adjust further?
I mean, I think as Ben kind of said, it's the IO that you're looking at. Between the two of them, that is the hero that you, if you're definitely if you're VGJ, that you do not want GH to get his hands on. Don't let
Absolutely.
Liquid grab that one, because it just opens up this sort of style of play that Liquid. They did it with this lineup. There's many other heroes you could have switched around and paired up with the IO, and you could have achieved a very similar sort of effect against the style of play that VGJ wanted to do.
I think Enigma is also a hero that has to be looked at, because if you ban out the IO, they're more likely to go back to the game 2 strategy of having way more team fight than the other team. So you might need to look at the Bounty Hunter again that we saw in game number 1. Like, there's going to be a lot of elements pulled from previous games in this series.
I don't know what just happened.
Banning phase is very interesting here. We've seen Lone Druid banned a lot, but it hasn't actually been banned yet by VGJ. Are they actually going to dip into reserve time to think about the Lone Druid ban? Is it going to be a Wisp? Is it going to be Invoker? What?
I mean, it's understandable as well. I think, whether they ban it 1 or 2, obviously not really mattering, but.
We saw in the second game today already, Liquid's not afraid to pick it up in the first 2, and they won with it. And
they would love to have it.
Yeah, so first phase ban, that's okay.
I do like the respect kind of ban from Liquid. Taking out the Magnus. It obviously didn't win the game for VGJ, but I mean, TK showing us how good he is at finding the position to get those huge RPs. And as we've seen before, they do have the flexibility with it.
Liquid has a huge dragon advantage.
Oh my goodness! How are you gonna do Lone Druid?
They might change things up though.
They could, but they know if they don't pick it now, they're not gonna get it.
Centaur might be a first pick too, because they might be testing to see if VGJ are actually willing to pick up Wisp in the first round. They might be able to pick up something great and then Wisp.
Yep.
Why not?
Sure. Only Kuro knows.
But Liquid have first pick, which I think is highly advantageous in this particular matchup.
Oh, you're
bang
calm.
on, man.
They're going to
Yeah,
go for this.
you don't have to pick the Wisp because VGJ, like, are they going to play with Wisp? Maybe.
Yeah.
It might be like what we saw with TNC with the Wisp. I know FY can play it, but
I mean, I
is
hope
it-
we don't see what we saw with TNC and the Wisp.
But it's the same thing where they're cornered into picking it when they don't really want to pick it. Do
Right.
you want to give away Centaur, which they probably expected a Wisp first pick, and maybe they wanted some like Timber Cell strat, but instead they might get Centaur and Wisp, and you're like, oh god, we just got boned in the first phase of the draft,
Yeah.
which kind of looks like it might have already happened.
Jeez, I've never been more stressed out in a draft before.
It
I
is.
feel like I'm on that team. Jeez.
It is. So now what do VG want to do? I still think Timber is really good. Timber is really good at dealing with Centaur, and it's really good at dealing with a Wisp. I think you can actually first phase it in this particular game. What else have we seen a lot? We've seen a lot of Rubik. I don't know. I mean, there's other supports, but I think you need to take a more contested hero that actually does.
Heyo.
All right.
Ooh.
They've had the Storm banned out against them every single time in the second phase.
Yep.
They want freeze on that Storm.
That's dangerous, though. First phasing a Storm,
Oh, yeah.
there's, oh man, it's rough.
I mean, who's your hard storm counters that we've seen so far? We did see DC try to pull out a Anti-Mage against that. That didn't work out too good.
It did not work out that well. I think you could shut him down in the lane pretty hard.
If you're Team Liquid, do you give priority to picking up a Storm counter?
There it is.
Or to pick up the IO, I was going to say, but there's your answer. There's my answer, even.
That's rough.
That
It's also
is heavy.
interesting that Slaughter has been ignored, right? Slaughter,
Yes.
we said sell Slaughter game 3, and now
Uh-huh.
he's just like, yeah, who cares about Slaughter?
It was a poor man's Centaur. Now you have the real thing. There you go.
This is rough.
All right.
Now go
Counters
see-
to the Storm Spirit need to be banned out.
Nyx is already banned out, so that's one thing that Vici are pretty happy about.
Yeah.
Roots
They banned out
generally
Ember.
pretty good.
Yeah, with the roots.
I feel like I wonder if Liquid are going to ban out Aggressive's Life Stealer, because that looks really good this game, I feel, for VGJ.
Yep, Life Stealer bomb.
You're already able to
certainly.
chomp down on a couple of strength heroes. These two ain't going to do anything through Rage.
I
You've
still
got
think Timber's stronger.
got the delivery material with a Storm
Yeah,
Spirit.
that is actually very, very scary.
Life Stealer would be incredibly tasty for VGJ.
I'm going to predict maybe a Weaver. Pretty angry against that Wisp. Could put in a little pressure
Yeah.
there.
Aggressive Weaver, we have seen it before with success as well. They still feel very squishy then, though, on the side of VGJ.
Sure, yeah. Very good point.
You have to worry about protecting your Storm Spirit, though. Keeper of Light is not that good at protecting the Storm. He's really good in the mid game, but you have a Wisp +1. We've seen Ember Spirits just get completely out of control in the middle lane. What other heroes can actually do very well versus the Storm Spirit in the mid? You already might have to like draft an Ogre or something to protect him in mid. But Ogres, Ogre plus Storms does not seem super
No,
great.
a Life Stealer ban from Liquid, incredibly sensible. Very, very likely VGJ would have taken that.
Is he tiny too, actually? I like tiny versus the Storm, and the Keeper has a lot of burst and is very good in the lane early. But
Stick with the Warlock. This really is their comfort hero.
Yeah, and he is a classic kind of counter initiation to the Wisp dropping, so.
yeah,
I feel
And-
like already the Warlock's I guess, yeah. I feel a little more comfortable with the Warlock being picked up with this lineup than, in the previous game.
Sure, yep. And a Rubik gonna come out too. Oh no, the two Rubik Masters going at it one more time, head to head. This time though, other team. Is
Yeah.
it gonna be the God tier that we were seeing last time? Sheever doesn't think so.
It's no, I'm pulling a frowny face because FY, 2-letter names.
Uh-huh.
FY in the game we saw him being the absolute FY god that we're used to seeing from him. His team helped him a lot to make that happen, and he was playing out of his mind. There were a lot of amazing spells to steal already.
Yeah.
And FY is just that kind of playmaker. Kuroki is really good at Rubik as well, and he is definitely also at the top for me.
Uh-huh.
But GH is more the playmaker.
Sure, of course. And his Rubik is a lot less flashy,
Yes.
I've seen a lot of games where FY is doing these amazing things. Everyone's taking clips and showing their friends. but he still loses. Whereas Kuro's style is more support the team, be there for them, and let them go ahead. So
They need an ROTK hero. I don't actually know if ROTK can play Timber.
I wonder if they're kind of tempted to fall back into the Abyssal Underlord.
Oh.
Yeah, Abyssal Underlord is decent.
Even though again, it's ROTK hasn't really shown off with the hero this LAN. It's not been the game winner.
I would like it, actually. I was just about to say.
It's VGJ's comfort, but I feel it's just been underwhelming this LAN.
Well, the one time that it did work out, this was an extremely similar draft. It might have even been the same draft. I mean, they went Underlord into Fatal Bonds Warlock. He just got it off over and over again, and then a huge burst from Storm Spirit. He has a lot to work with here. I think that it could really work out this game.
It better work out for VGJ because otherwise this is their last game in the tournament.
Well, you know what? They got here by spamming Underlord, and
I guess so.
By damn it, they can go out with spamming Underlord. Let it begin as it ended.
Liquid now need to reveal core. Anti-Mage, I think, is just awful versus Underlord, and it didn't really work out for DC. I doubt that they're going to go for it.
Hello, Necro. Oh, that is one spooky-looking Necro.
We have seen Necrophos ones before, but only on the banning side against an IO as well. I think it was against Team Liquid earlier today for TNC.
Let's take a look at the rates here. Woo! 53%, a lot of kills, but remember, those are kills with his ultimate, so half of them are stolen, right? So, yeah, I mean, he does provide a lot. Somebody trying to get out of there, you can just insta-kill him there. Storm Spirit, a little bit of lockdown with his ult, and then some burst damage coming out as well, but...
I mean, it's so good with the IO, you know, the boosted heal and then the tether. It heals for days. It's an incredibly good lane sustain.
Their late game was just awful.
Though. I mean, who do you imagine will play the Necro? Do you think it will be Matu playing the Necro? It doesn't really strike me as hero the Miracle play, unless they want to play dual lane mid.
I think Matu is...
more likely.
Yeah, more likely. But at the same time, then you need a right clicker in the mid. There's not that many good ones. TA is like, okay. I don't know. I don't really like it with their lineup too much.
Good old-fashioned Shadow Fiend.
Shadow Fiend is good. Shadow Fiend I like a lot more with the Wisp. OD is also like okay, but
they have the luxury of knowing that they're going to go up against the Storm.
Yeah, they don't have that much lockdown though. Maybe Necrophos is like their Atos carrier that they want to deal with the Storm. We talked about a lot about like how you want to draft a lot of roots. They've been the most common one, Ember Spirit. CM won't fit in their lineup because they already have 2 supports. So maybe going for the fast Atos on Necrophos would be the counter that they're looking for. He gets owned by Mana Leak though. Ugh, Mana Leak on Necrophos.
Yeah.
Nightmare. You have a Wisp. I guess it's pretty decent.
No, it's pretty rough.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Mana Leak's rough on a lot of heroes.
He's got to be mobile, and then to be able to get rid of that Mana Leak, what do you want to get, like a Lotus Orb on Necrophos? I mean, that doesn't get you anything.
Okay.
Greaves.
Greaves are always good.
Lincoln's is not bad.
Yeah, why not? Okay, OD's going to be taken out here. Excited to see what our last ban is.
Team Liquid hadn't used much of their bonus time yet up until now.
No, I think you want a Diffusal carrier. Diffusal is just amazingly good versus Necrophos. But there's not that many ones left. Juggernaut, I guess, being the main one. Naga Siren also being one.
Bro, the pocket pick. In fact, the master of the pocket. The pocket Ricky, Diffusal carrier, Agnum Scepter, and a Storm Spirit.
I don't think Aggressive is that adventurous. Maybe I think Liquid would be more likely to pick up a Riki, but especially versus a Storm. But
sure.
I like that you're seriously entertaining the idea.
Yo,
Thank
Riki
you.
is a thing.
Especially with Storm, man.
His talent is actually pretty good for the carry Riki.
It's
His talents are good.
When Dogfights is playing.
Yes.
This is not a team where Dogfights is on.
No, but hey, I mean...
Hey, if it's going to get picked, you'll look like a god. So
oh my goodness.
There you go.
Insta invited. All right, next. We're going to see Drow Ranger knocked out there. Nobody likes playing against Drow. And they're actually going to go for the Anti-Mage.
Anti-Mage is really rough versus the Root from Underlord, though.
Oh my goodness, a very risky maneuver.
And they take the Terrorblade themselves, VGJ.
That is bold, going back for the AM.
Wow.
They out-late game them last game, though, so that certainly has boosted their confidence.
Ooh, sure, but even like when DC picked Anti-Mage, that was the Anti-Mage game. It was the perfect Anti-Mage game, and they still got handed.
Yep.
They got destroyed. Anti-Mage into a Underlord that is so good with the pit.
Liquid's a better team than DC right now, though. I think they can actually utilize the timing of the AM
All
a lot
right,
better.
gentlemen, I need a team name from you guys. Are we going to have a game 5, or Is
I
it
don't
gonna be
believe in
Liquid
the
show?
anti-mage pick, but I believe in Liquid to find a way to make it work. Let's go Team Liquid.
I'm also going to go with Liquid. Necrophos is strange. AM is strange. They know something better that we don't.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Liquid take this. I think Anti-Mage and the Necrophos are going to do some pretty nasty things to the Storm Spirit this game.
You guys all on the same page. I hope that our commentators are maybe a little bit less, less Liquid favored, perhaps a little bit more even there on the commentator desk. It is over to Lyrical and Gods.
Thank you very much, Shiver and the panel. Gods, you had some choice words when you saw the draft.
Look, I gotta disagree with this, pal. I'm not sold on this AM Necro mid, I guess, from Matu maybe. I don't know. Is AM going mid even? He's got Poor Man Shield. This is, I don't know. TB is a great last pick. You get a Diffusal carrier to deal with the Ghost Shroud on Necro. It's a hero that you get Reflection on Anti-Mage. Great. It is cool to see Miracle. You know, when he first came out, broken in the pro scene, this was like one of his. It was this and Invoker. These were his two heroes on the early OG days, back when he and No-Tail used to swap roles. So it's cool to see him go back to it, but I have my doubts.
Yeah, you know, you think about it, how he got his first 9K was originally with the Anti-Mage, the team full of 9Ks. Maybe it's a little something going together here. It does look like they're going to be going for a big smoke play into the Radiant jungle. They're certainly going to need to pull out all the stops here to take this one. I guess, what is it about this game that's at least might have made it that Liquid wanted to take the Anti-Mage in the first place?
There's a storm. There is a storm. And there's very little lockdown. The Underlord, the pit is pretty nice, but the supports, the Coddle, and the Warlock do not scare Anti-Mage at all. If anything, these are heroes that are food for Anti-Mage. So between the supports being food and AM being one of the best counters to the Storm Spirit, good Anti-Mage game, but we've seen good Anti-Mage games, as the panel mentioned, so doesn't necessarily translate into a win. And even though Liquid have proven to be a better team than DC currently at this event, definitely have my doubts, but if this lane stage goes well, AM could get off to a good start. It looks like it will be. 4-man gank mid. What is happening? Liquid.
Well,
they got 3 heroes
apparently
ready to gank.
they have Miracle, who's going to be playing Anti-Mage in the mid lane. They were saying in the other room that this is something that they like to do a lot, is put him in the mid whenever possible on his AM. They're going to be able to go after Storm Spirit, and First Blood going to be drawn by Miracle. He said that he kept on asking for it, and now he gets it.
Casual quad lane mid at level 1. This Storm's just probably like, what the hell just happened? Doesn't hurt you too. It doesn't actually hurt the Storm that much. He just instant TPs back in, misses a tiny bit of CS and experience maybe, but it helps Miracle immensely. The First Blood was even picked up by him, so that is the ideal start for an Anti-Mage mid. Not an easy matchup for an Anti-Mage by any means. Even with the IO's help, you can't really go too aggressive into the Remnant.
Already looking at the CS is actually pretty heavily right now into the favor of VGJ. Granted, only the first couple of minutes, and I imagine some of that was because they went for that 4-man gank mid.
I definitely feel like the, Kuro at top. He just telekinesis down the neutral to stop the Illuminate getting the last hit, but Cuddle still gets it. But the lanes to me favor VG Gaming if they can help protect Freeze. Yeah, I like the rotation. I feel like Warlock's going to need to babysit him a bit. The IO presence with the bottle regen means AM can constantly get up in Freeze's face. Storm will likely have to pull back into the jungle fairly early on as well. So won't be an easy lane by any means. And
wow, that is just some hate thrown there. Mind control constantly getting right-clicked in the top lane. Illuminate spam. Kuroki already had to go back to base. You have 11 and 5 on your Terrorblade right now compared to the 5 and 1 of the Necro. You're not kidding. This has not been the strongest of laning stages for Liquid.
Yeah, the TP to the off lane is definitely the right call, but Necro has done well, like 1v1 bottom. This is the lane that Liquid's looking to win with Matu down there, but you're not really contesting the farm of the carry that you were perhaps hoping to contest. So the ROTK hold his own. As long as Terrorblade's free farming, you're generally pretty happy with the laning stage if you're in VG's shoes.
So this is a sort of interesting moment as well. We've seen Terrorblades get out of control in this tournament. This is a last pick Terrorblade has taken a good bit of damage now onto Freeze. He's actually out of mana, and with the added movement speed, this could be a kill. Freeze already brought low, Miracle already on top of him, and they kill him again.
Doesn't buy the bottle, goes for the boots instead. I think he didn't have money, so he wanted to just make sure he spent everything before he died. And also the boots first to me makes more sense than a bottle first because of that aggression that we just saw. So rough mid lane, and a lane that a Warlock sitting behind is not going to necessarily help that much, so he just needs to be playing more defensively, and I think falling back in the jungle is not something to be ashamed of. Except you cannot lane against a melee hero mid of Storm because there's an IO there. That's totally acceptable, assuming you can farm it up in the jungle. So at some point we may just see Freeze ditch this lane, and I feel it would be the right call.
So do you think that this anti-mage build would transition into anything else, like maybe a more active fighting style that we've occasionally seen, or do you think he just goes the natural Battle Fury?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that 9K game. He did go for a Vanguard Mantic build, I believe. He didn't go for the Battle Fury that game, so it is a build Miracle has gone for before and kind of likes to do. And if you want to talk about countering, using the hero to counter Storm, you don't need the Battle Fury to counter Storm. It's the Manta Illusion setting up the Mana Void that do that best, so could well be the idea from Miracle. I guess Necro and Centaur have some lane push. They're definitely not bad at pushing out lanes, so it is feasible to not go for the Battle Fury this game. Just depends how dominant Liquid feel they can be in the mid game, because that means your AM is just not going to scale or farm quite as well into the lane.
We did see at one point, I think, what was it? I can't quite remember what the build was, but basically you ended up just draining away all the mana and constantly fighting with them consistently. In the meantime, the other thing to think about is this Terrorblade. How do you deal with the illusions? As I said earlier, you get out of control with this hero on occasion as another jump in on top of the Storm. Freeze out of mana yet again, and not even going to be able to kill off GH.
That was a Treads timing. Miracle gets his Treads, instantly calls for the gank, goes aggressive, gets the kill, and yep, mid lane disaster. They almost feel all too prepared for this Storm Spirit pick. They need to try and make up for this elsewhere in the other lanes. The TB free farming is nice and all, but at some point they want to start thinking, how do we get objectives with Metamorph? How do we use this? How do we kill someone like Matu? Matu in the off-lane Necrophos is getting a decent amount of farm. He's not really seen all too much help, at least initially in this lane, yet still being able to get away with a lot of aggression. Even now, contesting the pulls, coming in, getting XP, getting some last hits. Very well-played Necrophos so far from him.
Is that a Midas that he's going back for now
Treads.
as well? Okay, he's going back for the Treads. That
At
makes
least
a lot of
queued
sense.
up.
Well, in the meantime, aggressive heading off over here as well. We'll be picking up eventually the Aquila, probably looking to try and pressure early, I would imagine, with this lineup. And of course, we've seen Underlord time and again go for those 5-man rotations, just lane to lane to lane. It feels like that's the way they want to go.
They know he's there with that ward. Actually, didn't notice that ward till now, but a really good ward to shut down the Storm jungle.
Level 6, but no mana. They do have the Mana Void, though, and thinking about popping it now onto Freeze, they take him down. Kuroki finishes off the kill. But, well, ROTK there as well. They're just going to push him back.
He's got no pit.
That doesn't. Kuro's just out. Like they bring in 3 heroes to try and save the Storm Speeder, or at least find a counter kill, and it's just not going to happen.
They haven't even used their shrine. That's how much they've dominated mid. Typically, you'd see a shrine used in the first 5 or 6 minutes, but nope, only now, 6 minutes in after getting that kill. Diving a T2 tower at that, do they shrine up? And this ward, giving vision of those 2 Storm jungle camps means Freeze is not going to be able to just jungle his way back into this game as easily. He can use the camps by the secret shop, but he'll probably find himself dying fairly soon again if he's not careful in that jungle area until he realizes there's a ward down there.
Well, it looks like VGJ have had enough. It's time to pressure this top tower. They pop Metamorphosis, going to be able to get the right clicks off, and Mind Control can't really stop it.
Yeah. Definitely feels like a spell they want to be using almost off cooldown. Just farming alone is not enough. TP needs to create space at this point for the Storm Spirit.
Well, Fenrir are going to get dove, and again, it's just going to be consistently GH on this IO, enabling all of these heroes to go way more aggro than they would have otherwise.
I mean, Matu has that regen from the kill. Oh, he should be scared maybe.
Well, he's still getting healed back up by GH, yeah, and they will be able to walk out again.
He even used the Ghost Shroud, so he's really pushing the limits of this hero. Those Metamorphoses will wear off fairly soon, and yeah, fully healed up without even having to Ghost Shroud.
I guess the one thing you might need to be a little bit concerned about right now for Liquid is that Mind Control hasn't had the best game. You can see sort of on the net worth there. It's been a little bit hampered in by the heavy pressure that he's been feeling.
Yeah, he's not going to have a good timing on his blink, but you're hoping that AM can maybe just aggressively farm and push some of these lanes, soak up attention. Matu the entire game has been trying to create space for his team. Just the position he's been in, diving towers, going for pulls, taking up 2-3 heroes' attention. He wants to create space, he's just being ignored. But the end result is that we've got a very farm Necrophos now. And I think that's an acceptable position to be in.
Well, Storm Spirit going to jump in, try and make something happen, but is actually in some trouble. Man, that's a lot of damage.
Feels like this is a Storm that needs to try and gank and be aggressive more so than he needs to try and farm, because if he farms, he's getting ganked, he's getting pressured by AM, so getting kills on heroes like Io and Rubik is going to be a good way into this game for him, but he's going to find those kills.
Well, they've been in a good position over and over again, and it's come to the tune of a 5-0 start. Liquid not giving up a kill while taking many in return. And I'm kind of wondering now, you know, your Storm Spirit's been hampered in really heavily. I mean, does Anti-Mage just sort of take over this game at this point?
Gee, he got that Ancient. That one Ancient with the Spirit Ball.
Oh, man.
Yeah, AM, he's going to go for the Manta, so wants to make sure there's more of a late game plan, not just all in on the early game with some kind of Vanguard Manta build. RTK will escape top with a casual Dark Rift out, but there's no real good answer to this Anti-Mage, and that is a definite concern. Storm would like to get the kill on GH. He's committing deep for it.
That was a lot used. Kuro is trying to help out, but wasn't able to be enough. So they do find a kill onto GH, but it's feeling not really as happy as the claps might suggest.
Does perhaps set them up to get this tier 1 mid tower. They've already thrown the Metamorphosis out thinking they need it for the kill, but with Io already respawning, could well see Liquid defend this one.
Yeah, Matumbo Man not afraid, just gonna walk right in. They pop the Stampede as well. The Pit of Malice gonna keep in control for the moment, but they've already used that Reaper Scythe. He's gone for a long time now. Aggressive already dead. Fenrir gone as well. They're gonna chase down ROTK, who is just gonna get ran down by Miracle here. Consistently with the right clicks, the Spirit's hitting him in the face as well, as he tries to escape. No Dark Rift for 70 seconds, and he's just gone again.
Such good play. Necrophos works so well against the TB. It's hard to get those good Sunders off when Reaper's ever up, because that just secures the kill. You use it when he gets low, when he's looking to Sunder, that's what you save the Reaper for. And Liquid feeling very comfortable. Matu has gone back for the Midas after the treads now, and that's definitely a sign that things are going well for them when they feel like they're kind of their space creating core in some ways is going for a Midas. Like Centra at this point, it can't create too much space until he has a blink. AM wants to farm a Battle Fury, but AM's also fighting. We've been seeing Miracle get very involved early on, 4-0-1. He's going to have Battle Fury in the next 3 or 4 minutes if things keep up at this rate.
Yeah, it just feels like it's, again, that IO, the added movement speed. They chase heroes down. VGJ don't really have the heroes to go for counterplays yet. Like, you need that Warlock to not only have level 6, but also be in position for it to be able to be dropped down. So you can see right now the net worth graph very heavily sinking, again, into the favor of Team Liquid.
Liquid's done a really good job of exploiting the lack of help that these VG supports can give on the mid lane. The side lanes were fine for VG. They were CSing well, they were farming well, but they don't have good supports to secure mid lane with. And as a result, the IO Anti-Mage has taken over this game. GH's IO has just been fantastic all tournament long. Definitely one of the breakout players as far as 2017 goes so far. And Liquid are happy to probably just slow roll this game. They don't need to go for any aggressive maneuvers. Until they have a blink on Sentinel, they don't really have the best ganking setups. And I imagine they're just happy to play a slow-paced farming game now with the Anti-Mage's Battle Fury coming online, the Midas on Necrophos giving him a good steady stream of farm as well as level progression. Maybe wait for that level 2 ultimate. So it's definitely a tempo favoring Liquid quite heavily at that.
And we're seeing Aggressive go back for the Dragonlance as well. There was a little bit of time where Terrorblades were sort of consistently going for the Manta style and then immediately into the Scotty, trying to get big items up. What does this sort of tell you about the way that VGJ want to take their games, or just the general play style that they've been using?
I want to go more early game. I think they realize right now they're playing a losing game with AM farming, Sentinel's Blink coming soon. They're not really doing a whole lot. They want to smoke up, get aggressive, make some plays happen, and that's what they're going to do now. Aggressive, as far as carry plays goes, is a carry that wants to fight more than he wants to farm, so he'll be looking to smoke up with his team with Metamorphosis, and they see how low this bottom tier 1 tower is, and I think recognize that there will be a move down here by Liquid, so they're looking to contest this. GH needs to be very careful. He's actually low, and a Storm could catch him despite the haste route.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of an awkward movement because Liquid did see the movement over as the smoke gank was spotted, and now Matumba Man in some trouble. They are going to be able to go on top of him, and it looks like they're going to focus the IO. Tethers away. What? Are you kidding me, GH? They dropped the rock as well, but he's just walking away.
Joking.
Oh, man, from bad to worse, trying to find the kill. They do get it with the Firestorm, but that's a hell of a lot for an IO.
Yeah, Storm cancelled the relocate out with the pull, but he then had the tether escape. That was such a big commitment. Meanwhile, AM free farming the jungle. He's got his Battle Fury. Centaur's getting his blink. Can they get another kill? Matu's just so tanky. He's still got 1 charges and Ghost Shroud to protect himself. He is such a good hero to have to just defend the tower by himself at that. TP's already saying, we can't get another tower. This Necro is going to be my undoing. You can't rely on Sunder, as we've seen, and he TP's mid just to get some more farm.
And the Blink Dagger now ready to be revealed for Mind Control. IO responds pretty quickly and is going to be there to help these guys out if they want to go for initiation.
Really feels like VG Gaming are going to have a very small window where they're strong and can 5-man push. They have Mech on Underlord, that is there. The Ags on the Coddle is probably the other big one to look out for.
Oh, scan it, spots him. They know he's down here. ROTK, they're going to check the spot, seeing if they can finish him off. A lot of damage coming in. They drop the Reaper Sight. That's going to be enough. They find that kill.
Get him before he's out.
Oh, and they stole Dark Rift.
Interesting. Sure, that's a good steal. No reason it's not a good steal.
Okay.
See what they can get done with it. But yeah, Coddle's Axe is going to be very early. It looks like FY's played a very... He's got the same net worth as like Storm at this point. Although I think that speaks more to Storm Spirit's game than FY's game. But it will be a fast Ags on Coddle. And like you think of TB pushing with all his illusions with the Coddle heal. That's a very strong 5-man push. So perhaps around the Manta style timing of TB, VG Gaming's 5-man push is scary. But they've got to get there without losing too much.
Well, Kuro going to use the Dark Rift now, trying to escape, and does still have the lift he wants to use it. Actually ends up canceling it, it looks like, and just going to be able to walk away.
Okay.
All right.
Predation, I guess. And also, again, soaking up space, bringing all the heroes bottom. AM is kind of more in carry AM mode at this time. No longer the let's dominate the lanes and win mid AM mode. With the Battle Fury complete, he'll go back for a Manta. He's going to get this well before Storm has any kind of an Orchid. It used to be this kind of like race to Orchid for a Storm against AM. This is also back when Storms would sometimes go Orchid before Bloodstone, where you could gank the AM pre-Manta, but there is no way in hell Orchid's coming before a Manta this game, so Miracle is going to be in prime position to fight. And the key thing is here they have a strong Initiator and Centaur, so anytime that 5-man push tries to come, you can blink stun in with the Manta illusions and just instantly blow up Storm Spirit. There's no good counterplay. Actually, there's a decent counterplay in the Rock, but it's still very tricky because AM isn't going to die to those rocks, so we'll see how Fenrir can use that Chaotic Offering to help protect his carries against that AM initiation.
Yeah, and also the other big question there is, of course, if he's even going to be in position. These fights have been so chaotic. You've got very mobile heroes in Warlock. Not necessarily the slowest in the world, but he's certainly not the fastest, and only with Brown Boots at this point as well, or near towards any of those mobility items. So to keep our eye on how these team fights develop, it looks like, at least for now, Coddle pressuring out these lanes with Storm Spirit here as well. They can help enable the freeze Storm Spirit maybe a little bit more by giving him some more mana there or going for recall plays, but it's going to need to come quick.
He's just taking what farm he can. Smoke towards top. VG Gaming have this lane pushed out very deep. The split push at bottom, not too threatening at this point. AM is in the neighborhood, but it looks like they want to force up top.
Oh, Mind Control, big initiation. They find the Coddle right at the start. Gonna bring him down. Storm Spirit trying to at least create some way to get out. But Kuro, they're gonna chase him down. There's the Reaper Sight, slowed up for the moment as well. It looks like with Fenrir here, they've already dropped the Golem. Kuro maybe in a little bit of trouble. Freeze is already pretty much out of mana. It does look like they're gonna be able to take him down. Now, can they find any more? It does look like he's gonna be able to relocate out on 13 HP, and Storm Spirit died to the Mana Void, so you end up losing your Storm and your Coddle for the Io and the Rubik.
They got a TP out now as well. Centaur's fishing for a stun. Only ROTK remains, but they see him.
Now right click's coming through. They're just going to try and chase this guy down, and well, there's going to be another chase. The body blocks are in as well. Mind Control showing up. Can he get it? A nice blinding light pushback, and that'll dissuade them from going any further.
Well, salvage the situation, but another death on Storm Spirit. Unsuccessful tier 2 push. They didn't quite bring down the Necrophos as well. I think Matu was very close to going down with the Ghost Shroud on cooldown. He was fairly low, but all in all, a decent hold by Team Liquid. It only gets easier to hold these towers as Miracle gets his Manta Style, Matu gets an Ag Scepter. This game and these tower defenses will become more and more straightforward. Eevee's Manta is just not really coming fast enough. He has fallen well behind of the Anti-Mage and even the Necrophos on farm. Let's not get started with Freezer, Storm, and how poor he is. He's struggling.
It's been a rough one, no doubt about it. Miracle, he sometimes just runs mid with Anti-Mage and right-clicks you to death with an IO there. So, Coddle has completed his Aghanim Scepter. This is something that's allowed them to be, a little bit more sustainable in the team fights, but it hasn't really been 5-on-5 engagements either.
Yep. This will be nice at, daytime. He won't get as caught by surprise by the center initiation. He'll see it coming a lot better with that flying vision, but nighttime is something that they're going to have to play a lot more defensively around. They can use that day vision to prevent Centaur from getting those clean initiations. Things will go a lot better for him. That was really his undoing. He gets hit by a Centaur, so at that point he's just dead. The relocate comes in, and losing Coddle at the start of a fight, you can't afford to lose this Coddle. He's got a lot of farm invested in him. He's the one with the big AoE heal. You need FY to stay alive.
Well, Storm Spirit zip in, Crush a little bit off the mark there. Stampede also trying to walk away. Does look like they're going to be able to get it. The Reaper Scythe comes in. Freeze able to escape before Miracle can get on top of him with the Mana Void, and everybody's fairly low. Fatal Bond's dub. Matama Man is going to pop the Ghost Shroud, turns to try and heal up, and they get the Mana Void kill onto Storm and get out with the other two. Don't even lose the IO.
Too aggressive from Freeze. It just feels like he hasn't versed an Anti-Mage in some time because he should not have balled back in. Overconfidence, but perhaps because he got healed up by the Coddle, but the end result was he commits too deep for an IO. They do end up killing the IO on the relocate back in, but this feels like Free should have just been counting his blessings. He survived that. He survived the initial Reaper. Once you survive that Reaper, you chill. No need to re-engage for your team. You can slowly secure that tower. They had the tower with the Terrorblade, and can see perhaps some of the inexperience of the youngster there. Very tough spot to play in. You're playing your comfort hero, but you're also playing a matchup you probably haven't played in quite some time, and there's all this pressure on you to perform well at your first big LAN, and the end result is that he's being bullied by what is, at this point, an experienced LAN veteran in Miracle.
Yeah, and a killer laner as well. He just completely dismantled him. Not to mention GH, who's also an up-and-rising young star who's been able to play that supporting role there incredibly well. It does definitely feel like there's been a big disconnect in terms of the way that we know VGJ wanted to take this and the way it's ended up being, as Miracle is now starting to zone in on that Lincoln Sphere next. And once he gets that, I'm hard-pressed to figure out how it is that VGJ are going to take these fights or even try and kill him off.
Yeah, no easy way to do so. If he blinks in, they can just throw AoE spells at him, get him in the Pit of Malice, get him in a Rock, Fatal Bonds type combo.
Well, he is going to blink in right now. They drop the rock, all right. Maybe Fatal Bonds. They're going to steal it, turn it back against them. Double kill for Miracle. And now just trying to Dark Rift away. They don't want any more of this. It does look like they are going to be able to get RTK out. But, man, it was rough.
I think the toughest part about fighting at this point, if you're in VG's shoes, is that AM has actually got level 3 ulti. This is such a big boost in almost twice the damage from that level 1 ultimate. Fairly short cooldown. It's going to be tough. And this is one of those games where I think Anti-Mage will be going for that minus 50-second Mana Void cooldown at level 25. We get the 25 Agi. You just want to be able to spam that ultimate. You've got Storm Spirit, you've got Coddle, you've got Warlock. Have got the biggest mana pool. Underlord's got a really big mana pool. He's actually a pretty good Mana Void target himself. There's some great targets. So having a 20-second cooldown on your ultimate would be fantastic. And I'm talking about level 25 talents at 21 minutes in, but Miracle is already level 20 himself. So very tough to deal with, this Anti-Mage. And that Lincoln's just about complete.
He's been having himself a hell of a tournament. One of those Ember Spear games we saw 9-0-2 by 10 minutes or something. He's 8-0-2 in this one, if I'm not mistaken. Just an absolute monster on an AM mid, no less. Granted, it was against the Storm Spirit, but still not something you end up seeing every day, as he looks like he's going to be pressuring this bottom tier 2 tower mid. Maybe something to brewing, as Matamba Man's just going to punch ROTK in a few times in the face and then back out again. They're just showing no respect at all for, VGJ can't do anything to stop this.
Well, and Kuro's going to have one more Chaotic offering for another team fight too, so if they time their push at around that cooldown, they can have that for about 30-40 seconds before it expires. So we could see another big rock from Kuro to kind of be used as a team fight tool, and Kuro showing that it's not just FY you can play Rubik. if I put in a bit of a show back in Game 1, but Game 1 feels ages away for VG Gaming, who have lost 2 games in a row and have not gotten off to a good start here in Game 4.
And Roche now on the menu as they pile in towards there. Chaotic Offering is still a little ways away for Kuro, if I'm not mistaken. It does also look like VGJ could go in and contest it, possibly. I mean, it's so hard to do, though.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's going to be a winning tool there. Rock 15 seconds away, and Kuro knows it. He knows exactly when that cooldown is because he stole the spell, so Aegis will be claimed. Miracle with an Aegis, with the Lincolns. Yeah, he's unkillable. Definitely fair to say.
Well, Basher's next for him. And
man, that's a brutal item to get. Once you get the upgraded Abyssal Blade, anyone you want to kill will be a kill.
I mean, we talked earlier about, how do you deal with the Terrorblade once he gets crazy farmed up right now. He's 6 levels behind Miracle, and what is that, 6,000 net worth. I don't think he's going to have too much trouble taking this guy down.
The particularly annoying thing right now is that it's just hit daytime, which is where I imagine the call was from the VG Gaming camp. Let's fight around this daytime. We have Axcoddle, we have TB. We're not going to be able to keep up and farm with an Anti-Mage with Battle Fury. We're also not going to scale that well against this Mana Void. Let's go for a smoke and 5-man around daytime, but as it hits day, they've just picked up an Aegis. They got that during nighttime, so don't even think they can make too many aggressive plays while it's daytime because of that Aegis.
Miracle here can just stand under tower. GH is nearby if anybody does happen to jump in. Well, the other thing is that Freeze is showing mid, so they know that nothing can really happen there. Stampede, they're trying to make it work. They're going to jump in on top of him. Freeze just going to evaporate, and they steal the Pit of Malice, turn it now against ROTK. They're going to be coming back in onto this aggressive, trying to turn, see if he can take one down. They manage to find a kill. Matuma Man is going to drop, and now Miracle trying to run away. They take down the IO as well. He should be able to blink out of this one unless Freeze is able to chase, but that would be pretty bold.
That's an Anti-Mage.
Well, Kuro lift. They've got him on top of it. The sun. Oh, he wanted it so bad, but it just wasn't meant to be. And another Pit of Malice used by Kuro. The second one is going to ensure his death. So Liquid feeding away a couple of kills here. Mind Control does need to get out of this one, and looks like he's going to end up falling. So they take down 4. Some sign of life for VGJ.
This is the power of the Terrorblade. We're seeing there's a lot of pressure on Terrorblade with how hard countered Storm has been. He's lost. Those 2 deaths were Bloodstone. Like the first time, he respawned very quickly to ball back in, but he's down instantly. Picks up his Bloodstone, loses 7 charges. He's down to 5 charges right away. But with the Terrorblade hitting a Diffusal Manta timing, they get a couple of towers, 4 kills, but Miracle can play the split push game. Very annoying spell, Reflection, though. The more items you get, the more effective Reflection gets against you, and that's definitely one of the key late game tools that VG Gaming have to deal with this Anti-Mage.
Maybe Team Liquid there just feeling a little bit too in control of the game and end up overextending. It still does feel like we haven't really changed the status quo that much, though.
It was also a very good aggressive call from VG Gaming. The second that Relocate went in mid, they jump on top. And yeah, the Relocate's going to bring back in 2 heroes, but Centaur's not going to be there most likely. He can either bring back the Centaur or the Anti-Mage. He wants to bring back the AM, who he's tethered to. But the result is that Necrophos is engaged on and doesn't have the instant protection. So without the IO there, during that 8-second window, they kill the Necrophos. So by the time the Relocate comes back in, Necro's already dead, and the fight's already looking favorable.
All right, Kuro, they're going to be able to steal Static Remnant, and it looks like that's going to be something excited the crowd. I don't know what it was.
They were just cheering the fact Storm didn't
die. Okay.
Storm,
he didn't go down.
Yes.
I mean, Aggressive died over by the Ancients, and now Dark Rift, they're going to be able to get out.
I think that's the bigger kill to get. If you kill the Terrorblade, at this point, you'd rather kill him than the Storm with how much of a... He's the big problem in this game, the Terrorblade. So a solo kill onto him by Anti-Mage using the Mana Void, the Manta Basha. TB, I think Anti-Mage's going to realize, I can actually just jump on TB and do the exact same thing, kill him. Level 3 Sunder does have the 0 mana cost, meaning he can, even if he loses mana, can still use it. But with Basher, with Reaper, with Centaur stuns, Rubik, there's a lot of lockdown flying around this Liquid side to guarantee that he doesn't use Sunder.
Well, a little bit of a pause to talk about things, figure out what they need to do. as we have a couple of disconnects, but yeah, it has not been feeling like VGJ have been in control of this game by any stretch of the imagination. Like Freeze going for big zips across the map, occasionally being punished, and occasionally making something happen at the very least. And it feels like that is sort of what they need. So even though we're being maybe a little bit tough on him, it's been a rough game. You sort of have to take those risks at the same token.
It's very special treatment Liquid gave him. The 4-man level 1 gank, the constant anti-mage right-click with IO support. Not a dual lane you verse in pubs as a Storm Spirit player, I imagine. This guy, like a pub star, he came out of the pub scene, and probably mostly a mid player from what I know. Don't imagine many people will send an anti-mage mid in a China pub. As much as Liquid proved that it obviously works, it's a very effective way of countering it. The other thing is, not many people play IO in pubs, just because it's such a team 5v5 CM-oriented hero. You're not going to see this hero appear much in pub games, so he's probably just feeling completely out of his element. Like, he overstepped his lane quite a few times, but that's just going to happen. Like, you play a matchup you've never played before. The first time you play it, you're going to feed. If he played this match 5 times, probably the 4th and 5th time he's playing it, he's not dying as much. But as a result, Liquid taking advantage of the inexperience there and find themselves pretty decisively ahead. A deciding game at that.
And I mean, it also goes to show how well he has played up to this point, that Liquid have created or at least re-established this strategy to specifically deal with him. They knew that Storm Spirit was something that they would take at some point in time in this match, and they came up with an answer with it. When he was playing previously on eHome Luminous, if I'm not mistaken, the Tier 3 eHome team, and then they brought him up. This was the hero that he spammed even back then. So building up that reputation, it comes with a little bit of special treatment, as you mentioned.
Yep. Well, looks like the players will reconnect, so he should be getting back underway soon. I imagine the talk in the VG Gaming camp is a little bit worried at this point.
A little bit?
Yeah.
Maybe just a little bit.
Their Storm's going straight into a BKB. I don't think we're going to see any aggressive Storm items this game. Like a BKB, maybe even into a Linken's. Perhaps he considers a Hex. Orca is just not going to help against AM. Even the Hex with the Linken's there is kind of suboptimal, so... Boy, AM is almost 25.
Is he going to eat those tomes himself? He just bought 2 tomes.
Yeah, I think he wants his 25.
Okay.
Yeah, this is to get the level 25, just that little bit faster. He's got more. He's going to be very quickly 6-slotted, so money isn't a problem for him. And he's just a fraction of a level short. 1 camp away.
Does also have that Abyssal Blade done, so I'm excited to see if he does end up going for those minus 50-second time on the Mana Void. I feel like it's just so value in this game.
I think so. There's too many good targets. As much as the Agi sounds nice, 25 Agi is a lot of Agi, but here you go. 25, minus 50-second Mana Void, 20-second cooldown Mana Void. Let the fun begin.
All right, well, let's see it.
Spellcasters be damned.
This is definitely going to be some poppin'. So is it called a dunk if it's a Mana Void? I'm not sure what the terminology is here. So we haven't really seen it that often in pro play, if ever. I don't think we've ever. Maybe we have in some other team, but not often.
Oh, yeah. This was like the OG dunker, Anti-Mage, there was a whole Come On and Slam, like, music video with Anti-Mage just spamming Mana Void. Oh, me and LD used to spam that all the time, so this is... I'm going to bring that video back out for this game, it feels like. With a 20-second cooldown Mana Void, it's happening.
Get on it, Internet. You hear to hear first. So... Miracle apparently still needs to farm a little bit more before we finish this one off. I mean, it's worth noting that there is still a chance here. VGJ somehow managed to find a wipe. Terrorblade pushes incredibly quickly.
TB is definitely the kind of hero you want to be going late game with against an anti-mage for the most part. Has a BKB now, so has a good defensive item that he can pop if AM goes on him, so he doesn't get mana voided, ideally. And they've got great high ground defenders. You've got plenty of AoE spam. Underlord Coddle, they can buy time. This game will be dragged out unless Liquid can find some key pickoffs. That's what Miracle's looking for. He's like alone near the enemy tier 3 tower. He's like, who can I blink on? Oh, which one do I want to take today?
This team is not there. He is just going. All right, apparently this is the thing. GH is going to relocate in solo, and, well, now maybe looking for some more Miracles. Just going to be pulled back out. Kuro, Glimmer Caped, walking away. That is just instilling fear. This is my game. You will live in it now.
Mana Void's back up. He's ready to go. Come on and slam, Miracle says.
What a statement. You just walk into everybody and blow up your Warlock.
What's gonna kill you, I guess, is the question. There's a Hex being queued up by ROTK, which is, I guess, what could theoretically kill him.
Oh, and a DD rune now for Miracle, too.
The other scary is, even if he gets Hex or Gone, there's an Ag Stampede now. So the damage reduction should theoretically be enough to keep him alive against anything.
Well, they might just use the Stampede offensively. Yeah. They've jumped onto one. There's a quick kill. He's gone.
Yep. That's a gem, too. That's not what you want to see for your cuddle.
From Bad Horse, Miracle. Just no fear at all.
He can blink in aggressively again if he really wants. And
there he goes. He's just going to go on top of him. They blow him up. Miracle with no regard for human life.
That's not your base Miracle, but he's making it his. He's making a statement. He's ready to blink in again soon. Does get hit by the reflection. That reflection is just like he defensively blinks when he gets hit by it, wants to minimize the damage he does to himself, and we'll go back into the high ground once again, trying to take advantage of that reflection cooldown as short as it is.
Certainly Liquid with a chip on their shoulder coming into this tournament after the previous situations going on at LANs and them not being there, proving that they are still one of those top-tier teams, most assuredly.
Fly gets a Solar Crest, so some evasion to help against that anti-mage initiation. So that's going to be the end-all be-all of saving himself or teammates, though. It is a lot of miss to deal with as an anti-mage. He's queued up the Butterfly as his next item, but may even consider something like an MKB when he sees this. I feel like between that and the Blinding Light, MKB could be a decent pickup.
Well, another chance as they just jump on top of Freeze, and, well, he's gone yet again. No time even for the relocate. And I got to say, I cast a good amount of online qualifiers. It's not much louder than it is right now in here. This crowd is completely silenced.
Yeah, that's the two Bloodstone Charge Storm that they've got to back their hopes in. That and the aggressive Terrorblade, but he does not seem able to leave his high ground at this point. So the question now kind of moves to when and how can Liquid break high ground? And it will require, I'd say, consecutive pickoffs. Like they're going to break high ground by doing what Miracle did earlier, blinking into tier 4 towers and killing heroes. Because without heroes dead, you're going to get spammed down, the creep waves are going to die, you're going to get chipped away at, so you do need to go diving for those hero kills, and perhaps that's why the Butterfly is going to be a better pickup than the MKB, because that is the better item for pushing with, and Miracle isn't going to get too much more farmed after that Butterfly, so they won't want this game to drag beyond like the 40-45 minute mark because of that.
Well, and you know, you saw right there as well, Daytime getting the extra heals on Terrorblade. They have the Sheep Stick now on Underlord. Okay. If there's a time to make something happen, it feels like it could be now. It's still tough before Aegis.
They got a smoke or anything. Looks like they just, okay, they've got a smoke on Warlock. They know there's no wards around too, so.
All right, now Liquid walking into them.
Smoked into them. This could favor Vici Gaming if there ever was a fight to favor them.
They need something out of this. They desperately do. The Hoof Stomp's going to jump in, though. Freezes on top of Kuroki. Aggressive pops the BKB, turns to fight, but they've already taken down FY, and Freeze trying to run away. He's low on mana. Matumba Man continuing the chase. It's on a low cooldown. Aggressive, able to take down the Mind Control Centaur, but Miracle is now on top of him, dealing so much damage. Aggressive is gone, not able to get the Sunder. ROTK able to escape, but that is 3 dead for the Centaur.
If that fight doesn't work, I don't know what fight will work, because that was perhaps about the best case scenario as far as you can get. Warlock hits most people with the Carrick offering Fatal Bonds. Terrorblades with full 10-second BKB, Metamorphosis, can hit whoever he wants, but just can't do enough damage, and losing that fight could result in this game being ended. Oh, ROTK.
Tons of damage there on top of him. Freeze trying to make something of it. Never give up, never surrender. It's Vici Gaming right now as they're trying to stop this pressure in, but the barracks starting to fall. Aggressive is no longer there with Metamorphosis. Is still at a decent amount of damage. They have the Hex on the Miracle. Oh, the Dark Rift are able to push him away. All right, really good play there, and they're now going to be able to take down Miracle. 1,100 gold.
Whoa, buyback check. No buyback. Will this matter, though?
What?
So he committed to the butterfly. Vici Gaming don't know his buyback status. That's the big thing to note here. They will probably not want to push because they're like, if we push, we're going to die to an anti-mage buyback. So that's it. But they may also feel like we just got to go push. 40 seconds.
This is.
Oh, they're going to go Roche. Roche and the theoretical push, though. They've got 65.
It's daytime.
That Hex, the reflection, though, that reflection probably did more damage than anything else.
Well, the blinding light also, pushing them away from the Dark Rift from Rubik.
Oh, he lost all of his mana to the reflection illusion and the mana leak plus blinding light. Matu trying to delay Roche, but I don't think you want to try and contest this. Does Mind Control go for a steal or a play here?
There's a haste turn on Freeze. It does look like they're going to be moving in now. Kuro is smoked. They're going to end up going for the initiation. They find the catch. They push him outside. They're able to take the Aegis onto Freeze, and Aggressive is going to fall,
Disaster,
though, so he's gone.
They lost Terrorblade.
No buyback now either, and they're going to try and go for the Dark Rift to pull everybody back in as, well, they leave Freeze alone, only end up taking ROTK back. It's a little bit awkward now as they're going to be able to control up Fenrir. Maybe going to drop down the ulti here as well. No, he does get out.
Barely escapes. That was not what they hoped for with a dead anti-mage. That was such a well-timed initiation. Right as Roche was about to go down, they stampede in. Reaper onto the Terrorblade. No escape for him. He's got no buyback, and Liquid know he has no buyback because he used it during that last fight. This may be another lane of Rax. Freeze is up top trying to split push him in. He has got the Aegis, but even with an Aegis, I just don't really see him able to defend all too well.
Now, Sheep on Miracle there. They're trying to take this down, and it's just feeling like it's too much right now. Miracle hitting on the tier 3s. They are looking to finish this game off after a little bit of a kerfuffle going on over there. Miracle dropping down in the mid lane.
They're going for bottom and top.
Freeze pulls them in. They try and bring them down, but they do have just a ton of sustain in this lineup, and they're actually going to relocate to the bottom. It's a good rock that drops down, and Freeze trying to stay alive through this. He is going to burn through the Aegis. Terrorblade's back up at 30.
Though. This is going to be mega creeps.
Oh, God, a lot of damage. And good game, well played. Ends up getting called. Team Liquid end up taking it. The final in a 4-game set. They win the game, potentially guarantee their way through the direct invite to Kiev. We'll have to wait and see on that one. But, Gods, break it down for me. How do you think they're feeling right now?
It's going to feel good. You know, it's back-to-back LAN wins. They had won a much smaller LAN in the recent Dream League season, but this is the big one. This was competing against teams like OG, VG Gaming, Wings, DC. They're competing against some of the best teams here, so they're going to feel really good. I think more than anything, a sigh of relief, because they've stuck with this roster even though they didn't make it to the recent major, and it's paid off. It's probably secured them a spot at the next major, and now they know they don't have to go through those grueling European qualifiers. So not quite the hype moment for them, because I think they probably knew this game was in the bag for quite some time, so it didn't really have that like nail in the coffin, like huge killing blow, but it was still a fantastic result from Liquid.
Well, there we go, raising up the trophy. I do believe that we're going to be switching over into an interview very shortly. You can see the excitement there. And good shout out as well to VG Gaming.
Liquid 的战队以无可争议的表现，一路杀入总决赛，最终夺取冠军。我想，此刻的 Liquid 应该是舰队史上最强的一支 Liquid。希望在接下来的时间里，依然可以看到他们在各大赛事中的精彩表现。好的，那在赛后我们还是会对我们的冠军队伍进行一下采访。来，有请我们的 Slacks and Dan。
Gentlemen, congratulations! You've done it. You've earned the cup, and this is the Team Liquid that we've been waiting to see. It's got to be feeling good.
I mean, is there a question there?
No, yes. The question is, how are you feeling? Tell me about it.
I'm feeling good. Before we start anything, I just want to give a huge shout out to my big brother CBS. Without him, I wouldn't have been here. I just want to tell him that I love him.
All right, fantastic. gotta talk to me, girl. There are 3.5 million people watching this right now. Talk to me about what you have to say to them and what you have to say about these great Chinese teams that you've faced off against.
Well, thank you everyone for supporting us and supporting the tournament. And we knew from the beginning that VGJ is pretty good. Kind of expected them to meet in the finals because before they came here, they won everything, like qualifiers, DAC, star level, etc. But yeah, everything is cool. I was like,
good to hear. I forgot about translations. Please, Jack.
问他一下赢了有什么感受？他就是说知道对面的对手 VGJ 肯定是很强的，他们跟他们打就觉得实力很强。从一路他们打预选赛打过来，就知道一定会很难面对他们，所以当然很高兴能获得这次的冠军。
All right. I was wondering, do we have your permission to report people that go mid-Animage now tomorrow? I mean, it's going to be the new craze, and I'm not really feeling that. Is it okay for us to be angry at those guys?
No, I think it's okay to play anti-mage mid. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's going to ruin everything. But Toma, you got a shout out, buddy? Hit me up.
I mean, I only have one shout out to my Finnish friends. It goes like this. Ois pakalia ja sikana kalia. It means Finland for the win.
Okay, good luck translating that one, Jack.
这个语言虽然我翻译不了，不过他后来英文也解释了，就是对他芬兰的朋友说，就是芬兰胜利。然后他刚才问那个 Mind Control 是不是看到以后有人玩中单敌法时可不可以举报？然后他说大概还不该这样吧。
All right, and we'll close it out with the man himself. Great plays, great times, and I hear there's something that you wanted to say personally.
Oh, I'm gonna say I love China, China #1, and thank you all.
And that will do it for Team Liquid. Thank you so much, guys.
我觉得最后一句已经不用翻译了。好的，那么我们的比赛到这里已经全部结束了。不过在结束之前，我希望大家能够用最热烈的掌声再次送给我们的冠军。同时，也要把掌声送给其他参赛而没有拿到冠军，但依然给我们带来精彩表演的其他的队伍，好不好？我们也要感谢所有的工作人员，包括我们 StarLadder 的 staff， 还有我们 Inba TV 的工作人员，以及我们中文、英文和俄文的解说们，把掌声送给他们。最后，把掌声送给你们自己，感谢你们4天以来的陪伴，还有我们网上所有喜欢着 Dota 2、关注着 Dota 2、关注着我们 SLLS 的所有观众，谢谢大家，让我们下个赛季再见。
Gaming bets, online betting for every